surprise spread across her face. I just barely have souls moving back through it. If whoever did this realizes what I'm doing, they could kill the veil before I can stop them. Serena was quiet for some time as she looked down at her tea. Then she sighed. It is visualization, focus, and will, Serena announced. Anyone can do magic if they work hard enough at it, talent or no. They just need the right book, the right incantation, and bang, they've got the idea. The right book? I asked doubtfully. She nodded. Witches have taken great pains to gather all books with real magic, and either hide them or destroy them, she explained as she got to her feet and moved to the front of the store. I followed and watched as she walked behind the counter. I don't work with the dead, but that doesn't mean I lack the knowledge. Inside, I went still. That's not what she told me back in October. My shoulders tensed, and my hand shook as I held on to my temper by my fingertips. You lied to me, I said calmly, though my words were heated. I met her gaze. There was no regret there. Witches have been protecting real magic from those who have no business. No business, I shouted. I was being attacked by a ghost, and you could have done something about it? I couldn't fucking believe this. I started to pace in the store, my hands running down my face as it hit me. You could have stopped her. She might even still exist today if you had. Serena's eyes flashed as she slammed her palm onto the counter. You salted and burned Mary Summers' bones. You destroyed her soul. That is on you and your friends, Serena declared. I scoffed. You gave me the books with the instructions when you could have done something else instead, I reminded her harshly. You were just as guilty of it as we are. She flinched, then her jaw clenched. Magic is for the living, she declared. And what the fuck am I? I snapped. I held my fingers to my neck. I have a pulse. I'm still breathing. What does that make me? A necromancer, Serena stated quickly. Your powers come from death. Traditionally, it's a road that never ends well. I went still. Serena closed her eyes as if she regretted her words the second she uttered them. What are you talking about? I demanded. She shook her head, then she met my gaze. You need the education to save the veil, she stated. I'll give you that. Then we will reassess, and I'll decide if you need to learn more. Why doesn't necromancy end well? I asked. Serena ignored my question and knelt on the floor behind the counter. She moved a rug to reveal a safe in the floor. She punched in a combo and opened it. I waited as she found what she was looking for. Why the sudden turnaround? Was it just so I'd stop asking questions? Why did Serena lie to me when I first came to her? She could have helped in October. Mary Summers. I locked the thought away. It wouldn't do me any good. Nothing can change what happened, so there was no use looking back and saying, what if? There was a loud clank as the safe closed. Serena got to her feet again and set an old thin book on the counter. She met my eyes. In the physical world, you'll need incantations to give directions for your energy. Visualization exercises and ways to get in touch with that power. That's the first level. But in the Veil, I don't know how it works. I can do that in the Veil already by dropping my barriers, I admitted. Her eyes snapped to me. Really? She asked, doubtfully. I nodded, and I explained to her how I calmed the way. She blinked at me, her face a little pale. Then she took a deep breath. All right, she muttered. She looked down at the book in her hands. This is the very basics of magic. Small things, but you're smart. You'll be able to get more out of it than you'd think. You're still giving me the first level? I asked, not quite believing it. I could do everything she said I needed to learn already. Why wouldn't she give me the next steps? Yes, she said, her eyes flashing molten silver. Why? I asked. Because I'm not willing to give you the second level until I know for a fact that you know what you're doing, she told me. That's when I knew. She was lying to me again, but she was my only source on this. I needed to play by her rules. I nodded. Serena handed me the old book. I went to take it, but she didn't let it go. I met her eyes. Never lose it. Keep it on you at all times or in a safe place. If this fell into the wrong hands, it could be devastating, not just to us, but to the world, she told me, her voice stern. Her words didn't quite have the impact they probably should have had. I promise, I stated. Serena took a deep breath and let it out. Then she let go of the book. Read the book, practice in the veil. Never in the physical world, not without me. Serena's voice was firm as she gave me my rules. I nodded, then put the book in my bag. Serena looked around as if expecting someone to be watching. Thank you, Serena. It should help in the veil, I offered, still uneasy. She gave me a small, friendly smile. I gave her one back. There was a long, tense pause. I casually checked my phone. Shit, I've got to go get ready for the dance, I said dramatically. I gave her an apologetic look. Thanks, Serena. I'll let you know how veil practice goes, I called over my shoulder as I went out the door. I was back in my blazer and headed out of town. My mind was full of questions, but only one thing was clear. I couldn't trust Serena anymore. Chapter 14. Friday night. Winter formal. I spent the rest of my afternoon alone, doing my nails and reading the book Serena had given me. My phone was finally silent. I hadn't had a text message from my secret admirer since that afternoon. He must have finally gotten the message. I was soaking in the tub when someone knocked on the door to the bathroom. Kind of in the tub in here, I called out. Just letting you know that Tara is spending the next week at her mom's, Rory said through the door. I cursed. Tara had promised to help me with my hair. With Tara, it always felt like 3 steps forward and 4 back. All right, I said. Get home by midnight, Rory reminded me. I snorted. You got it. See ya, kid. Take photos, Rory said before he walked away from the door. I sighed and enjoyed my soak. When I was relaxed, I got out and pulled on my panties and the black silk robe that Tara had gotten me for Christmas. I opened the door to let the steam out and put my clothes in my hamper. I smiled when I looked at my dress hanging on the closet door. I was going to look amazing. I went into the bathroom and started my hair. I managed to get my curls smooth and glossy, but that was about it. It was almost down to my butt. I just needed more hands to do anything with it. I cursed. I was going to have to call for help. I picked up my phone and dialed. Hey, Allie girl. Asher's rich voice filled my ear. I smiled. Hey, can I ask a huge, giant favor? I begged, cringing. Sure, what's going on? He asked. I sighed. I kind of have an emergency. Tara was supposed to help me with my hair, and she bailed. I need help, I admitted, cringing. I have too much hair and not enough hands. Asher chuckled. I rolled my eyes and waited him out. Yeah, I'll help, Asher said sweetly. I'll be over as soon as I'm dressed. An image of Asher in only his boxers flashed through my mind. I bit my lip. Oh, yum. 'Kay. Thanks. My voice was strained before I hung up. I closed my eyes and groaned. I really needed to stop crushing on Asher and Miles. I pushed it out of my head and started on my makeup. For once, I was doing a full face of makeup. Isaac was going to lose the bet hard. I smirked as I worked on blending my foundation. My mind went to Zeke and Riley. What were they doing tonight, if not going to the dance? I hoped they were talking things out. I pushed all that away as I started on my eyes. Tonight, I was going to the winter formal. I was going to be glammed up and hopefully get a slow dance while I'm there. I was going to have fun tonight and forget about the dead for once. The door downstairs opened and closed. "Allie?" Asher called. "Upstairs bathroom," I shouted back. I started working on my other eye by the time I heard him on the stairs. I focused on not messing up my makeup. When I was done, I turned to find him standing in the doorway of the bathroom. I went still. He looked fantastic in the tux. It fit him perfectly through the shoulders and chest. His hair was brushed, gelled, and his eyes were glowing. I had to remind myself to breathe. He smiled as his eyes ran over me. "I think you need to dress up a little more, Allie," Asher said as he reached my eyes. I shot him a look. "Your hair is cute, though," he said, smiling. I smiled back. "Thank you. I got this far, now I'm stuck," I grumbled. "Seriously, I'm going to kill Tara for bailing." He stepped into the bathroom and gestured for me to turn around. I did, ignoring the way my pulse picked up. This was Ash. "Come on, Lexi, get over this." Yeah, so what if he's hot? Sweet, a cooking god with amazing ocean eyes? I needed to stop thinking about this. "What did you want, up or down?" Asher asked. I watched him running his eyes over my hair. "I don't care at this point, as long as it's not this clown hair," I told him honestly. I watched him smirk in the mirror. "Allie, girl, you don't have clown hair," he reassured me. "You have thick, long curls going on, which should work." He looked up and met my eyes in the mirror. "Anything I do is going to be pretty basic." "Anything will be better than my usual down." I gave him pleading eyes. He chuckled. "All right, you have bobby pins, right?" I grabbed the pack of them and held it up. His hands went to my hair and he went to work. I held up the bobby pins one by one as he went. "Your hair has gotten really long," he said as he took another bobby pin from me. "Are you going to cut it or are you just going to grow it to your feet?" he asked. I rolled my eyes at the image. "Yeah, I just haven't gotten around to it," I admitted. "It's almost to my butt now, so it's catching on more stuff." The mirror showed me his smirk. "What are you getting caught on?" he asked, around the bobby pin in his mouth. I sighed. "The usual. Doorknobs, my backpack, my own weight when I try to roll over in my sleep." He chuckled. "I need to cut it, but I don't know how short to go." "Maybe I should just cut it all off, buzz my head," I joked. He frowned. "What? Did my hair do something crazy?" "No, he said as he grabbed another pin. "Allie, without her long hair going everywhere, is a picture I can't really imagine." His eyes met mine in the mirror. "You're Allie. Crazy long red hair kind of, well, fits you." I smiled. "Okay, I won't shave it," I groused. He grinned and went back to work. When he was done, my hair was back in a loose bun-type thing near the top of my neck. A few little strands had slipped out and were hanging near my face. The whole thing looked soft and, well, romantic. It was going to look killer with the dress. "Well?" he asked, cringing. I turned around and hugged him. "Thank you so much, Ash," I practically shouted. His arms went around me. "You totally saved my ass." He gave me a light squeeze. I tried not to feel that flip in my stomach, but my body wasn't listening. "No problem, Allie girl," he assured me quietly. I let go and turned back around to finish my makeup. He went to the doorway and leaned against the door jamb. "That'll work for your dress, right?" he asked. I talked while I put a little gold in a line along my lashes. "It will work perfectly," I told him. "There's a lot of lace on the dress." I noticed an eyebrow went up out of the corner of my eye. I smiled. I loved surprising the guys. Asher watched me do my makeup, seeming content to just watch me get ready for tonight. It was new. It felt like this was my secret world, and he was looking around. "So do I get to see it?" he asked, grinning at me. "I did just save your butt and all," he pointed out smugly. I smiled. "Go ahead." It doesn't look like much on the hanger, though, I warned him. It's on the closet door. He walked off as I concentrated on putting a thin layer of blush on my skin and blending it in, so it didn't look like I was wearing anything. He came back as I reached for my lipstick. I peeked at him in the mirror. He had a small grin on his face.
"Lace and beading,"
he said in his teasing voice.
"Allie girl, if I didn't know better, I'd say you were a romantic."
I smiled. It was the only dress I liked, and the beading makes it sparkle like black diamonds, I said, then looked over my shoulder at him. Besides, I'm a girl. I do sometimes like girly things. He chuckled as I turned back to the mirror and concentrated on putting my lipstick on. I went with a natural rose tonight. When I looked in the mirror, Asher was still watching me. Something about the way he was looking at me sent hot shivers through me. I focused on grabbing a tissue.
"I know you're a girl, Allie."
His voice wasn't teasing now. I looked up at his reflection. He was rubbing the back of his neck, his gaze running over me. His eyes were warm and growing brighter. My pulse raced. Then he blinked, and his eyes were normal again. I focused on blotting my lipstick. Did he like me? The same way I liked him? Nah. No way. This was Ash. He probably was just making a point to notice I was a girl. I decided to ignore it as I turned to him. "Good, because I need to ask another favor," I announced. He looked up from the floor. His ocean eyes met mine as he raised an eyebrow. "I need someone to zip up the back of my dress," I said, smiling sweetly. His eyes got a bit wider, then he seemed to wince.
"Allie, I'm a guy. I am not helping you get in that dress,"
he said adamantly, his cheeks turning pink. I chuckled at what he thought I meant. "I don't need help getting in," I said, still laughing. "I can get in, put it on, and zip it up to a point. But there's only so far I can reach." He looked relieved.
"Okay, that I can do,"
he said. His cheeks were still pink, but it was fading. It wasn't often that I could make Asher blush, but it sure was fun. I gave him a big smile and slid by him. "You are the best, Ash," I all but gushed as I hurried into my bedroom and closed the door. I quickly yanked off my robe and grabbed the dress. Almost feeling giddy, I unzipped it carefully, stepped in, and slipped it on. Because of the V in the back, I couldn't wear a bra, and to be honest, it didn't really matter in this thing. I reached back and pulled the back shut as much as I could. The black lace and beaded gown on the hanger was shapeless, but on me, it ran down my body showing all my curves. My tucked-in waist, the flare of my hips. I wasn't super curvy, but I did have enough to make the dress look killer. I had a small hourglass figure that I usually didn't completely show off. It ended up looking like a trumpet-cut dress, but I could move in it. The V neckline wasn't showing as much as the other dresses, but it still showed a little skin between my breasts. The fabric was midnight black lace. The black beading that covered it made it glitter in the light, and with the hair Ash managed, it looked amazing. Then I noticed it. In the line of the dress down my hips, there was a bump on both sides. I felt it. Damn it! It was my underwear. Shit, I didn't have a thong or anything like it in my drawers. I hated that Jake was right. I looked at myself in the mirror. Those bumps really ruined the line. Screw it. I reached up my skirt and shimmied my panties down my legs. I picked them up and tossed them into the laundry basket. I held the back of the dress again and smiled. That fixed it. As long as I didn't have a wardrobe malfunction, I'd be okay. I reached back and zipped the dress up over my butt and up to my lower back. I couldn't get the last couple inches, so I made sure everything was in place and opened the door. Ash was leaning against the banister at the top of the stairs, waiting for me. When he saw me, his mouth dropped open and his eyebrows went up. I smiled, thoroughly pleased with myself. "Shit," he said. It seemed that was all he could get out. I snickered. I loved his reaction. He was looking over the dress when he managed to say something else.
"Allie, you look beautiful,"
he said, his voice soft and rich. I was sure I started to glow. At least I felt like it. "Thank you." I waited a beat. "Told you that I could bring it?" I giggled at myself. He nodded, taking in a deep breath.
"And you definitely did,"
he admitted. I turned around and pointed to the zipper. He came over and zipped me up carefully.
"I can't wait to see the other guys' faces,"
he mumbled. I chuckled. "Want to film it?" I asked, looking up at him over my shoulder. His eyes were warm when they met mine.
"Maybe. I'll think about it."
He looked like he wanted to say something else, but stopped himself. He backed up a couple steps as he started to rub the back of his neck.
"Anything else you need help with?"
"Nope. You are my hero for the day," I told him in my sweet voice. He smiled.
"Then I need to go get my date."
He turned and headed down the stairs.
"See you there, Allie."
After Asher left, I walked into my room and put on my jewelry. Jake and I picked out a thin gold Y chain and matching earrings. I looked in the mirror and smiled. The thin Y chain set a teardrop-shaped fake diamond pendant just above my breasts, and the small matching teardrop earrings were understated, but sparkling, and I loved them. I picked up my gold-glittered clutch and filled it with everything I would need tonight. Then I pulled on my black 4-inch heels, which sparkled just as much as the dress. I sighed. I hated heels, but they looked great with the dress. I carefully made my way downstairs. Hades was on the couch, stretched out on his back, asleep. I blew him a kiss before I slipped my coat on and headed to the rec center. I ended up parking a couple spots down from Asher. He got out of his truck with a petite blonde who wore a dark, blood-red satin gown that screamed 40s femme fatale. Her blonde hair was perfectly curled to her shoulders, and her makeup was flawless. I loved her dress instantly. They both walked over to meet me at the back of the Blazer.
"Allie, this is Lisa."
Asher introduced us. I shook her hand. "It's nice to meet you," I said. Lisa's eyes ran over my dress. "You too. I love your dress," Lisa said, smiling. "I was just thinking the same about yours. Where did you get that?" I asked. Lisa chuckled. "I made it. I can never find anything I like," Lisa admitted. "Wow. Okay. I may need to hire you next year," I warned her. Lisa chuckled. "Give me a couple months' notice and I'll help you out," she promised.
"Ladies,"
Asher said.
"It's a bit cold out here. Let's get inside."
Lisa rolled her eyes as we headed towards the doors. Asher started texting on his phone. "What are you doing?" I asked, being careful of where I stepped in the parking lot.
"I'm telling the guys to get in the foyer,"
Asher admitted. "I think Isaac's going to lose that bet," I snickered. Lisa looked at us with an eyebrow raised, so I explained. When I was done, she chuckled. "Oh yeah, you're going to win," Lisa assured me. As we neared the doors, Asher stopped me.
"Wait here. I'll text you when to come in,"
Asher said. Lisa laughed as they walked into the rec center. It wasn't too long before I got Asher's text. I headed into the foyer, grinning mischievously as I walked. I spotted them first. Asher and Lisa were to the side, with a perfect view of the boys. Isaac was in a black tux with a tie, his blue hair brushed and held back for once. Ethan was in a simple black suit, tie, and black dress shirt. When they spotted me, Isaac's jaw dropped. Ethan chuckled, then whistled loudly as I walked toward them.
"Damn, beautiful,"
Ethan all but shouted as he smiled at me. I was laughing as I took off my jacket and hung it up on the rack.
"She's showing skin. She's showing skin,"
Ethan announced in an excited voice. I shook my head, laughing as I walked toward them.
"That is the most skin you've ever shown,"
Isaac announced, his voice still stunned. I smiled sweetly up at him. "I win," I declared. The guys burst out laughing. Isaac turned crimson as he nodded.
Yes, you do,"
Isaac agreed. The brunette next to Isaac elbowed him. He turned to her and smiled awkwardly.
Nell, this is our friend Lexi.
Isaac introduced us. Nell was about my height, with a sweet face and eyes. Her dress was a particular shade of mauve that I loved. I shook her hand. "It's nice to meet you," I said. "Thank you for saving me from having to go as Isaac's backup date." Nell chuckled, then relaxed as she let go of my hand. "Where's your date?" Nell asked. I sighed. "I'm solo," I admitted without shame. Nell gave me a sympathetic smile, but I ignored it.
"Hey, if we don't get photos, Ma will kill us all,"
Ethan announced. I took Asher's phone and moved back far enough so everyone fit into the shot. "Say, my feet hurt," I said. The girls chuckled. I got a few great pictures like that. "There, photos are done." Ethan shook his head and handed his phone to Nell, while Lisa took Asher's out of my hands. "Lexi, get in there with the guys," Lisa ordered. I rolled my eyes as I walked over to them. Asher was behind me and the twins on both sides. The twins each wrapped an arm around me as the girls took pictures and Asher's hands ended up on my shoulders. I took deep breaths and reminded myself to stay calm. When the girls were done, Asher took his phone back.
"Hold on, Allie. Let's get a few with just you for Rory,"
Asher suggested. The twins moved off to the side as Asher took a few more pictures. "I'm done," I announced, then walked over to the girls. The guys chuckled. I was listening to Nell talk about where she got her dress when the boys grouped up behind us.
"What are you doing?"
Isaac asked in a hushed voice. Asher snickered.
"I'm sending a picture of Allie to Dylan with the message, 'You're an idiot,'"
Asher said matter-of-factly. I smirked as I half-listened to Nell. It wasn't long before Asher chuckled.
"What did he say?"
Ethan asked.
"He said, 'Believe me, I know.'"
Asher read out loud. They all snickered as I bit back a smile of my own. It was always good to know that your ex realized what he lost.
"All right, I have to get back,"
Ethan announced, drawing everyone's attention as he wrapped his arm around my shoulders.
"Can you bring us some water bottles after the first set?"
I smiled up at him. "You got it," I answered before I eyed him. "Do you need me now?" He gave me a reassuring smile.
"I already had my pre-show freak-out,"
he admitted quietly. I reached up and squeezed his chin between my fingers. "You'll be great. You have the set down and you are a singing badass," I reminded him. He smiled, then gave me a squeeze and headed inside. As a group, we soon followed. The large hall was decorated as a winter wonderland. Fake snow covered the floor here and there. White and blue twinkle lights were everywhere, and the LED candles sat in silver-glittered holders on blue tablecloths. It looked amazing. I walked with the others to claim a table near the dance floor. I set my clutch down as the crowd applauded. We watched as Ethan, Ryan, and Oliver walked out on stage. Apparently they were all wearing matching suits tonight. Ryan yanked at his tie as he settled behind the drums. They didn't bother announcing themselves. They just started playing. Everyone went on to the dance floor. We danced, moved to the music, and had fun. I eventually spotted Tara. She wore an ice blue strapless dress that looked amazing on her. I thought about going to tell her how great the decorations were, but before I could, she spotted me and shot me a look. Oh well, I decided to ignore her. Asher spun me under his arm and back. Isaac danced with me as well. I was having a blast until the band started a slow song. I made my way back to the table and sat down alone. I looked around the room. Asher had been right. This really was a couples thing. I sighed and watched the couples on the dance floor. My phone vibrated in my purse. It was Miles. Miles.
"Asher sent me a photo. You look incredible."
I bit the corner of my lip as I fought off a girly giggle. Miles had only been gone a few hours to that gaming tournament, and I already missed him. Alexis. Thank you. Too bad you aren't here to see it. I hit send before I thought about it. Then I realized what I had done. Oh, God. I just sent a flirty text to Miles. Maybe he wouldn't notice? I quickly did damage control. Alexis, because Asher was right. You need to have a date to one of these things. I held my breath, wondering if I made it worse. It was more than a few heartbeats before Miles replied, Miles, I thought you didn't want a date. I relaxed. Yeah, he didn't notice. Alexis. Yeah, I said that, but now I'm sitting here all glammed up and no one to dance with. Hurts a girl's ego. Another slow song started. I rolled my eyes. Alexis. And they're playing another slow song. I think Ethan is doing it on purpose. My phone rang. It was Miles. He wanted to face chat. I smiled as I got to my feet and walked out in the empty foyer before I answered. My phone showed Miles's face and a small window of what he saw in the top right corner. I instantly brought my phone up to face height. He didn't need to be looking at my nose. Hi, I said, smiling. His emerald eyes ran over my face as he grinned. Hi, how's the dance really going? He asked, concerned. There was background noise, but not a lot of it. He looked like he was out in a hallway. I'm being tortured by my shoes, but I'll survive, I said dramatically. He chuckled. How's the gaming tournament? Are you kicking ass and taking names? He sighed and winced at the same time. I'm already out, he admitted. I left a bag on the tarmac by my car, which had my competition deck. I'm sorry, hon. Maybe next year, I said. Do you need someone to pick up your bag? If you don't mind, he asked, cringing in an adorable way. You know I hate to ask. I'll get your bag. Just tell me how to get to it, I assured him. He gave me instructions on how to get into the small private section of the airport just outside of town. He made me repeat the combination for the gate 5 times and promised to text it to me after he got off the phone. Does this mean you're coming home early? I asked as I sat down on a wooden bench next to a plant. No, I ran into some friends that I haven't seen in a while. He said, there's also a few game previews and panels I want to see. I smiled at him. So the only reason you called me was because you needed a bellhop? I teased him. I gave him my mischievous grin so he'd know I was joking. He grinned at me. No, it's not the only reason, he said in that silky, smooth voice I loved. I wanted to be sure you were all right. I can't always tell if you're joking in your texts. I gave him a warm smile. I'm okay, Miles, I assured him. I was mostly joking. I can survive a little ego hit. He looked at me, puzzled. Lexi, you're kind, wonderful, and funny. He began. Just because no one is dancing with you doesn't diminish that. My face caught fire as my insides melted. Okay, ego restored, I said, desperately needing him to stop. If he kept going, I'd be a puddle on the floor. His eyes ran over my face. Are you blushing? He asked, his voice surprised. I shook my head. Nope, it's just hot in here, I lied. He grinned. Then why did you only turn red when... Miles, just give me this one, I asked as my face burned hotter. He chuckled. All right, he said gently, still smiling. The background behind him was getting louder. Voices were getting closer. Speaking of my friends, he looked away from the phone. I'm on the phone. Could you give me a few minutes? Miles asked someone off camera. Tell them you'll talk to them later. There are a couple hot girls dressed as River Tam and Kylie that are throwing a party up in their room, a guy's voice said. Miles was frowning at whoever was off screen. It's okay, Miles, I said, forcing a smile on my face. Go have fun with your friends. Wait, is that a girl? Another voice asked. Miles's frown deepened. Do you guys mind? You're being... The screen went wild as if a drunk had it. Kyle, Miles's voice snapped. A ginger-haired, pale boy filled the screen. His eyebrows went up, almost into his hairline. Wow, it is a girl, and it's not Autumn. Ginger boy, who I assumed was Kyle, said, Is she cute? Another voice asked off camera. Give me back the phone, Kyle. Miles's voice was growing colder. Yeah, she's cute, Kyle said. The screen went wild again as another boy with brown hair and gray eyes came on screen. Kyle was asking Miles why he didn't tell them about me. Brown-haired boys' eyes ran over me. The screen went wild again. Someone cried out, then the phone steadied on Miles's face.
"I'm sorry about that, Lexi,"
Miles said calmly. Someone was complaining off camera about his wrist.
"She's got a great rack,"
someone's voice said, off camera. That was it. "Excuse me?" I snapped. Miles's eyes were like cold ice as he looked at whoever had spoken off camera.
"You are aware that I'm face-chatting with her, right?"
Miles asked, his voice icy.
"Oh, shit,"
someone said.
"I'm sorry about my friends, Lexi,"
Miles said, his voice growing colder.
"I'll have a word with them."
"Oh, no. Let me." "Miles, turn me around, please," I asked politely. Miles's eyes sparkled as he grinned at me. Miles turned the phone so I could see that brown-haired boys' eyes were wide. Kyle was paler, and that there was another silent, tall boy with glasses and black messy hair. "Yes, I can hear you and see you," I said in a firm voice. "Just so you're aware, I don't appreciate some guy I don't know checking me out and telling me I have a great rack." Brown-hair's face turned beet red. "It's rude. I know damn well that you wouldn't say that to me in person, so don't say it over the phone. Got it?"
"Yeah, I'm sorry,"
Brown-hair mumbled. His eyes were still wide. "I accept your apology. It was not so great meeting you two," I said. Miles turned the phone back to him. "Go have fun, Miles. I should be getting back to the dance anyway."
"Are you sure? I can stay on longer if you need,"
Miles offered. Butterflies took off in my stomach at his soft voice. "Thanks, sweetie, but the slow song is over. It's safe to go back inside," I told him. He chuckled.
"All right, but if you want company for another song, give me a call,"
he offered sweetly. I grinned. "I will. Have fun."
"Bye."
I hung up the phone and headed back inside. The music was going with hard, driving beats that made me want to dance. When I got back to the table, Nell was sitting down with a water bottle in her hand.
"Hey, Red."
Isaac smiled at me.
"Want to dance? Nell's tired already."
Nell rolled her eyes. Something told me that Nell just didn't want to dance with him. "Sure, Cookie Monster." He took my hand and led me out on the floor. I had a good time dancing with Isaac. He never got too close or too far away. We ran into Clay and Doyle. We waved to each other and moved on. Eventually, Asher cut in and danced with me. He spun me under his arm and made me laugh. Then a slow song came on, and I was sitting in my chair again, watching the crowd dance. It was the middle of the song when Eric walked by and spotted me.
"Wow, Lexi."
His eyebrows went up, and a smile spread across his face. I grinned at him. Eric looked pretty good himself. His tux looked like a suit, and he looked good in it. "Wow yourself, Eric," I said. His cheeks tinted pink.
"Thanks."
He shrugged.
"Where's your date?"
"I'm going solo tonight," I told him.
"Really?"
he said.
"That's a shame."
Eric looked at the dance floor. "Where's your date?" I asked. Eric sighed and sat down in the chair next to me.
"She was giggling with some friends, then she said something about a bathroom run."
He shrugged.
"That was 15 minutes ago."
"That's not good," I said, hesitating. He shook his head.
"Not really, no,"
he admitted.
"But I brought her, so I'll make sure she gets home."
I smiled at that.
"There she is,"
he said, looking through the crowd.
"I'll see you later."
Then he was gone, walking after his date. Soon the song ended.
"We'll be taking a short break,"
Ethan announced. The music switched over to club music. Before the others came back, I went to the concession stand and bought 4 bottles of water. Then I headed back to the table and the guys. "All right, I'm headed backstage," I announced. "Can I borrow one of you gentlemen to help me get up the stairs without falling?"
"Sure,"
Asher volunteered. We started moving through the crowd. When we got to the stage stairs, Asher held up his hand. I bit back a grin as I took it. When I was at the top, I let go. Thanks, Ash.
No problem, Allie.
Asher told me before he walked back into the crowd. I pushed the curtain away and went backstage. I found the band sitting in a circle, fanning themselves as they cooled down. When Oliver spotted me, he whistled. I smiled. Ryan looked up and saw me. He clutched his hand to his chest dramatically. I chuckled at that.
Lexi, you look beautiful,
Oliver announced.
You do usually,
Ryan chimed in.
but tonight you look like you feel it.
I smiled. Thanks, guys. Looking great yourselves, I said, as I handed out their water. You guys are sounding great, too. Ethan grabbed a folding chair and set it up for me before sitting down again. I smiled my thanks as Oliver answered,
We're actually killing it tonight. So how's going solo working for you?
Ethan asked, smirking. I shrugged. Not bad. Bored on the slow songs, but I'll live, I admitted. That's what cell phone games are for, right? Ryan's lip twitched.
You're dateless tonight?
Ryan asked, his voice full of disbelief. Yeah, shocker, right? With my winning personality? I said dramatically. They chuckled as Ryan shot a look at Ethan.
She could have sung with us tonight,
he pointed out.
Not if you wanted her to be able to sing at Vagabond tomorrow night,
Ethan countered.
She still gets a raspy voice after singing one set with us.
Ryan sighed.
Good point,
he grumbled. I listened as they talked about their next set. I gave them any feedback I heard from the crowd. Unfortunately for me, it seemed that the crowd wanted more slow songs. Oliver checked his watch.
Almost that time, guys,
Oliver announced. Everyone got up. I put my folding chair away while the guys started taking off their suit jackets. Ethan was rolling up his sleeve, while Ryan was off to the side, yanking at his tie and grumbling under his breath. Need a hand? I asked, grinning at him. He sighed and looked at me, clearly frustrated.
Yeah,
he admitted begrudgingly. I chuckled as I stepped closer to Ryan and looked at his tie. He'd somehow managed to get the thin side longer than the front, and the knot tight as hell. I grinned as I loosened the knot a bit and got it down far enough so he could take it off. I looked up to find he was watching me. His eyes were soft and heated as they ran over my face. I met his eyes. He blinked, and it was gone.
Thanks, Lexi.
His voice was gentler than I'd ever heard before as he pulled up the tie over his head. I stepped back, not quite sure of what I saw in his eyes, or if I actually saw anything at all. It was gone so fast it barely registered. I put it out of my mind as Oliver and Ethan took off their ties. Okay, boys, I announced. I need someone to help me not fall down the steps in these heels, please, I announced. They all chuckled. Ryan grinned down at me.
Here, I've got her,
Ethan said as he moved to my side. I said goodnight to the others as Ethan opened the curtain to the stage steps. He helped me down the steps carefully. When I was on solid ground, I looked up at him and smiled. Thanks, Snoopy. He smirked down at me.
You're welcome, beautiful,
he replied.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
I'll try, I said dryly as I started to walk off. Ethan snorted before heading backstage again. I was walking through the crowd when I realized how ready I was to leave. It's not like I had a date. I could go home. I found everyone at the table. Lisa was chatting with a cute brunette who was holding her hand under the table. Isaac and Asher were playing a game on their phones. Nell was nowhere to be seen. I think I'm going to head home, I announced. Isaac looked up, then frowned at me.
You okay?
Isaac asked. Yeah, I'm just done with being in a dress and heels, I reassured him. Isaac chuckled at that. I said goodnight to them. Isaac gave me a hug and a kiss on the cheek, and Asher gave me a hug goodbye before I headed out. I was walking through the foyer toward where the coats were hanging when I spotted a familiar face leaning on the wall across from the bathrooms. Morgan was in a tux that looked like a suit. His shaggy brown hair was trimmed and neat. He looked good, especially with the pink sequined clutch in his hand. Hey, Morgan, I greeted him with a smile. He looked up from the floor and spotted me.
Hi,
He straightened from the wall to his full height. His eyes ran over me, his cheeks tinting pink.
Wow, you look incredible.
Thank you. You do too, I said. I couldn't help but add, and that pink really brings out your eyes. He blinked at me, then looked down at his hand.
Oh yeah,
he said, his face turning red.
My date is in the bathroom.
He shrugged. I figured it was something like that, I teased. I headed for the coat rack and grabbed my jacket.
You're going home?
He asked, frowning.
It's only 9. What about your date?
I gave him a sweet smile. No date. I flew solo tonight, I told him as I slid on my coat. I didn't realize how dull these things were without one. I shrugged as I added, learn something new every day. I got my keys out of my clutch. I looked up to him. Have a good night.
You too,
he said as I turned to leave. I walked out to my blazer thinking about why I really didn't have a date. Asher and Miles. It was that simple. I cursed myself as I carefully climbed into the blazer. The idea of coming to the dance with anyone but one of them bothered me. I wanted to go with one of them. I knew I had crushes, but what the hell was I going to do? I tried to find an answer as I headed out towards the airport. Thanks to Miles's directions, I got through the gate and found his bag by the trunk of his car. I put it in the back, then took a picture of it. I climbed in and giggled as I sent the photo to Miles, along with a message. Alexis, if you ever want to see your precious bag again, you'll have to give in to my demands. He answered almost instantly. Miles,
not the bag. Tell me your demands, and I'll make it happen.
I snickered. That sounded kind of dirty to me. Alexis, first, I want waffles for breakfast on Sunday. Second, a hug. Third, the right to hunt the twins and Zeke through your house with a paintball gun. Fourth, a paintball gun and ammo. Fifth, the rule that the boys can't have paintball guns or ammo. I was laughing at myself when he responded, Miles,
I can take care of the first 2. The next 3 might be more difficult.
Alexis, no cops and we can negotiate. Miles,
how about a day of paintball with everyone? Will that save my bag?
I smiled. Alexis, do I get infinite lives? Miles,
of course.
Alexis, done. Your bag is safe. Miles,
oh, thank goodness.
Alexis, your bag misses you. Miles,
I miss my bag, too.
Alexis, night. Miles,
good night.
I was smiling as I put my phone away. I pulled out of the gated section of the airport and headed home. I ran over my texts with Miles and wondered if I had flirted without meaning to. This crush thing was getting complicated. Why did I like both Asher and Miles? Could someone really care about 2 people at the same time, in that way? I had no idea. Was I just fooling myself? I was running around in circles in my mind when the blazer rocked. I tightened my grip on the wheel as rubber slapped the road. I cursed. It felt like I had a flat. Spotting a cul-de-sac, I pulled off on the side of the road and pulled into it. I shut off the truck and slid out to the cement. It didn't take me long to find the flat. It was my back driver's side tire. I cursed, long and hard. I looked down at my dress and cursed again. I really didn't want to ruin my dress. I was in the middle of nowhere on the side of the road with a flat, in a formal gown and heels. If I had to ruin the dress, I would, but I wanted to try and avoid it. I went back to my door and grabbed my phone.
Hey, Lexi, how's the dance?
Zeke's gravelly voice filled my ear. Hey, I'm kind of in a jam, I said, looking at the stupid tire.
What kind? What's wrong?
Zeke demanded. I cringed to myself. The kind of jam that has me on the side of the road with a flat tire in heels, wearing an expensive formal dress that I'd really like to not ruin tonight, I said sweetly. Zeke chuckled in my ear. I totally sounded girly, I know. But damn it, this dress was expensive and it took forever to find one I liked. "Can you come and change the tire for me, please?" I asked sweetly. He was still laughing. When he didn't stop after a couple minutes, I gave up. Fuck it. I'll ruin the dress. I was about to hang up when he got control of himself again.
"Lexi, hold on."
He was still catching his breath.
"Where are you?"
he asked. I gave him the directions to come get me.
"Okay, get in the truck and lock the doors until I get there. Don't unlock them for anyone,"
he ordered before he hung up. I rolled my eyes and did as he asked. I looked out the windows. It was a stunning spot. There was a big meadow out to the right of the road that was covered in untouched snow. The white blanket bounced the moonlight off, making it look even brighter. The night was quiet and everything was still. It was peaceful. I turned the truck on and blasted the heater as I waited. It wasn't long before Zeke's Jeep pulled into the turnaround and parked behind me. I sighed in relief as I unlocked the door and slid out of the truck. Zeke left his lights on as he got out. He was in his usual black jeans and a black zip-up hoodie. I was walking towards him when he saw me.
"Damn, Lexi,"
Zeke said, his voice stunned as his eyes grew wide. I pulled the jacket off and then spun around, showing him how awesome the dress was. He whistled, and I laughed at him. "Now do you see why I called?" I asked, as I pulled my jacket back on. "I'd like to wear this thing again." Zeke was looking at me, his face still stunned, with an appreciative grin on his face.
"Yeah, I get why you called,"
he admitted. His eyes were warm when they met mine.
"I take it you won your bet with Isaac."
"Of course," I smiled at him, taking the compliment. Zeke didn't give them very often, so I held on to them a bit more than I probably should. Zeke stopped looking at me and went to look at the tire. A car passed by on the road. I ignored it. Using the light from his headlights, he opened the back of the Blazer, then pulled out the jack and spare tire.
"So, what did you run over?"
Zeke asked as he laid down on the ground. "Nothing. It just went flat."
"Uh-huh,"
he said doubtfully. I nudged his foot with my shoe as he jacked up the truck. He chuckled.
"How did you pop a tire a mile from the rec center?"
Miles left his bag by his car at the airport, so I picked it up on my way home. "Can I sit on the tailgate?" I asked, after he had the truck as high as he needed.
"Should be fine,"
he grunted as he got off his back.
"So how was the dance?"
I sat down on the side of the tailgate and watched as he went to work taking the lug nuts off the wheel. "It was okay, and the band played great," I said as I watched him work.
"Then why'd you leave early?"
he grunted. "Believe it or not, a formal gown and high heels are not all that comfortable," I pointed out. He chuckled.
"I bet,"
he grunted as he pulled the tire off and set it aside. Damn, he was fast. I watched as he lifted the full-size spare where it needed to be. He let go.
"Why do girls like those things anyway?"
he asked as he sat back down on the ground. Another car drove by slowly, probably checking to see that everything was all right. I swung my foot a little as I answered, "It's a girly thing. Every once in a while, a girl wants to get glammed up, show off what she's got, and slow dance with a guy." I shrugged, trying to make it sound like no big deal. Getting dressed up makes you feel great, and slow dancing with a guy makes you feel beautiful and, well, special. Like I said, it's a girl thing.
"I guess that makes sense,"
he muttered as he kept putting lug nuts back on the tire.
"Did you ever get your dance?"
he asked, his voice strained as he tightened a lug nut. "No, but there's always next year," I said quietly as I looked out at the snow-covered meadow.
"Huh."
"So, what were you doing tonight?" I asked, turning to watch him tightening another lug nut.
"I was watching a movie with a tub of popcorn,"
he said. I smiled. That actually sounded like more fun than the dance was. Good call. Asher was right. Dances aren't really that fun without a date, I admitted. The headlights showed his smirk. Zeke dropped onto his back on the cold cement again and began bringing down the jack. He didn't tell me to move, so I assumed I was fine where I was. A car drove by slowly again. I looked this time to see a white Camry going by. "What movie were you watching?" I asked.
"Shaun of the Dead,"
he answered. I chuckled. I loved that movie. Zeke pulled the jack out, got up, and walked around to put it into the back.
"It's still early. Want to come over, watch a movie?"
he asked, pulling his handkerchief out of his back pocket. He started wiping the grease off his hands. "Yeah, but I'm in a formal dress." I gestured at my body. He chuckled.
"I can give you a shirt that will feel like a dress,"
he offered. I smirked. Zeke's shirts went down to my knees. He thought it was funny. I just felt small. "How about you come over to my house and we watch a movie?" I offered. "You know, after I get out of this getup."
"Sounds good. But first..."
Zeke went to the driver's side door, opened it, and reached inside. He fiddled with something, then turned up the volume. Nickelback's Far Away played through my speakers. I raised an eyebrow at him as he came back around the truck and tucked his handkerchief in his back pocket. He crooked his finger at me. My heart skipped a beat. Is he asking me to... My question was answered when he reached out, snagged my hand, and pulled it until I slid off the tailgate. Stunned, Zeke pulled me in close, his other hand going around my waist. Then he began to dance with me. He could have smacked me and I would have been less surprised. Zeke? What's going on?" I asked, still stunned, almost speechless. I peeked up at him. He was looking out at the meadow over my head.
"You wanted a dance, you're getting a dance,"
he grumbled, as if it made perfect sense to him. "You know how to dance?" I asked, still amazed. He looked down at me with sharp eyes.
"Lexi, shut up and enjoy your dance,"
he growled, as his cheeks tinged pink. I looked up at him, smiling in surprise. He was looking out over my head again, his jaw clenched. I was vaguely aware of a car going by, but most of my attention was on the way he held me almost against him. His tall frame dwarfed mine. His big hand practically spanned my entire lower back. My hand disappeared into his. My other rested on his left arm just below his shoulder. He was a little overwhelming up close like this. "Who taught you how to dance?" I asked, quietly.
"Maria. She demanded that all of us at least know the basics before we started dating,"
he said gruffly.
"She was big into ballroom dancing when she was younger."
I smiled. The twins' mom always made me laugh. She once let me soak Ethan in his bed with ice water for sleeping in late. She was my favorite mom ever. Zeke started humming along with the song, his bass rolling over my ears. It made me want to bite my lip. I looked up at him, amazed. This was Zeke. Big, strong, scary as hell Zeke to everyone else. He yelled at me. He argued with me. He sometimes was an overprotective ass who bossed me around. And he was dancing with me just because I didn't get to at the dance. My heart turned to jelly. I couldn't believe how sweet he was being. He brought my hand to rest on his chest, and he looked down at me with warm eyes and a soft smile. My heart raced as my eyes met his. Our dancing slowed. For the first time, I felt like I was really seeing Zeke. Not the angry, everyday Zeke, but the Zeke that he was under all that armor. The one who called me baby. The one who worried about my health and what I ate. The Zeke that ran out the door without his jacket because I was stuck on the side of the road alone at night. I saw him, and he made my heart skip. My stomach gave a hard, low flip, and the butterflies went crazy. His hand moved up my back to just under my ribs. Hot chills ran through me as his gaze ran over my face. I looked at his lips and wanted to... I had to stop staring. I rested my head on his chest just so I couldn't do what I was thinking. Shit, I needed to distract myself. "So, Maria made you guys learn how to dance?" I asked, a little desperately.
Yeah.
His voice was the soft one he used with me. I bit my lip at the sound as he continued.
"She insisted before our first dance in 7th grade.
His voice was deeper than usual. Maybe he needed the distraction, too. He continued,
She enjoyed teaching us so much that Miles kept taking lessons from her just to make her smile.
I smiled at that. That sounds like Miles, I said.
Don't think you'll get out of it because you're new. I'm surprised she hasn't given you a lesson already,
he told me, as his thumb ran over my hand. Because I'm a bad dancer? I asked, pretending to be confused. His chest moved as he chuckled, though his arm was suddenly tense around me as his hand squeezed mine rhythmically.
No, because that's just the way she is.
His voice was distracted. I lifted my head and pulled back to see where he was looking. He was watching as a white Camry drove by again. The song was over, so we stopped dancing. I pulled back a bit, but he didn't let go. I peeked up at him. He was still looking out at the road. A frown formed on his face. He seemed to shake something out of his mind, then looked down at me. His ice blue eyes were soft when they met mine.
So, do you feel beautiful and special now?
He asked, trying to make a joke out of it. Only his voice was still soft and deeper than usual, and he still hadn't let go. Yep, I chirped as I smiled up at him, totally trying to totally kill the mood that we had going. This was Zeke. I didn't need to go crushing on another one of my friends. A little voice in the back of my head was telling me it was too late. He shook his head as he let go and stepped back. I tried again to kill the mood. Thank you, Zeke. I know that was a huge manly sacrifice on your part, I teased. He narrowed his eyes at me.
Don't say a word,
he growled, before heading towards my flat tire. Yeah, that was the Zeke I was used to. I went and turned down the music in the Blazer. Zeke put the tire back in the back of the Blazer as another car went by. I got out of the truck and went to thank him when I realized Zeke's shoulders were tense. His jaw was clenched as he glared at the road.
How many times has that car gone by?
He was using his I'm staying calm when I really want to beat the shit out of someone voice. Like 4 or 5 times now, I answered, realizing how weird that was. Maybe they're lost.
Did you see the car before I got here?
Zeke's face was hard, his fists clenching. No, you got here first. I didn't understand what was wrong. Zeke? Zeke grabbed my arm and started moving me towards the driver's side door.
Get inside, baby, and lock the doors,
he ordered. I almost stumbled because of the heels. Zeke steadied me but didn't slow down. Zeke, what's going on? My voice was hard this time. I was demanding an answer. Zeke got me to the driver's side door. I was about to climb in when his hands grabbed my butt and lifted me into the seat. My surprise at his grab didn't last long since he was watching the road again and trying to shut the door. I shot my hand out, stopping him. Zeke! He looked down at me, his face hard, eyes burning.
That car is driven by at least 4 times. No one gets that lost.
He looked back at the road.
I have a bad feeling about that car.
He tilted his chin towards the road.
I think that's the guy sending you all those texts, and I don't think you got a flat on accident.
My heart slammed in my chest. My stomach dropped. If Zeke was right, and he usually was, I would have been out here alone with my secret admirer. That was scary to a whole level than I ever expected. Shit, I whispered, as I looked out at the road, expecting the car to come back. Zeke's fingers grabbed my chin and brought my face back toward him.
Hey, it's okay,
he told me calmly, though his grip on the door made his knuckles white.
You are going to drive straight home. I'll be on your ass the whole way,
he told me calmly, but it was still clearly not up for negotiation. I swallowed hard and nodded.
Then we'll watch Monty Python or something,
he offered. I gave him a small, tense smile, but it was still a smile. Okay, straight home, I agreed, and turned in my seat. He reached down and lifted the bottom of my dress in before closing the door. I locked it like he wanted and waited until he closed the back. It felt like an eternity before I watched him get back into his Jeep. I drove home, making sure not to go so fast that I'd lose Zeke. What the fuck was going on? Was that really him? Did I really get a flat tire on accident? My heart raced as I drove. By the time I reached the turn for Rory's street, my nerves were tight. Give me the dead or a pissed-off ghost any day. It's the living that scared me and made me shake. I took deep, calming breaths as I parked. I had just unlocked the door when Zeke opened it, scaring the shit out of me. He ignored my jump and helped me out of the truck. He kept an arm around me as we headed toward the front door. He kept looking around as if he expected the Camry to pull up. I finally got the door open. Then we were inside and closing it behind us. I turned the deadbolt. It took me a few seconds before I could step away from the door. I bit down on the corner of my bottom lip as I waited for something to happen. He saw it on my face. I was scared. Zeke didn't like it.
"Lexi,"
he said, drawing my attention. I looked up to meet his gaze. His eyes melted before he grabbed a hold of my jacket and pulled me into his arms.
"You're okay. You're safe."
One of his big hands cupped the back of my head. The other moved around my back and kept me pressed against him. I wrapped my fists in the front of his hoodie and clung to him, my body shaking against him. I was so thankful that he didn't go to the dance tonight. I was so fucking thankful that he didn't wait to come out to help me. I rested my forehead against his chest and just breathed in leather and engine grease.
"I've got you,"
he whispered against the back of my hair.
"And Rory's in his bedroom with several guns,"
he added softly. "No, he's not," I whispered. He grew tense around me.
"Where is he?"
he asked, his voice hard. "He's working nights for the next 2 weeks. He does it once every year," I told him. "Tara's not even coming home tonight." My stomach was a rock. Zeke cursed and clutched me tighter.
"I'm not going to let anything happen to you, baby,"
he whispered into my hair. I nodded, my throat tight.
"Though I'm going to pick you up a short crowbar tomorrow."
I chuckled at that and took a deep breath. Hades whined at my feet.
"It's okay, buddy. I've got her right now,"
Zeke said. I took another deep breath and another. Zeke held me to him until my hands loosened on his hoodie. He let me go when I stepped back. I bent down and picked up Hades, who sniffed all over my face and gave me a lick. I smiled at my big ball of love.
"How about you go change while I call Rory?"
Zeke offered awkwardly as he ran his hand through his hair. I nodded. I put Hades down and headed upstairs.
"And Lexi?"
I turned and looked down the stairs. His gaze ran over me.
"Did anyone get a picture of you in that dress?"
he asked, his voice serious. "Yeah, Asher and Ethan did."
"Good,"
he said quietly. I turned my back and started going up the stairs, feeling better. I walked into my bedroom to find my computer on. Again. Did I mess with the sleep settings and forget about it? I'd check later. I changed out of my dress and jewelry. I pulled on Asher's Sylvester the Cat pajama bottoms, a black cami, and Miles's gray hoodie. Yeah, I looked ridiculous, but I was comfy. I went to the bathroom, washed my face, and pulled the pins out of my hair. The mass tumbled down my back. I said screw it and left it down. I was coming downstairs when Zeke got off his phone. His eyes ran over me before meeting mine.
"I'm crashing here. Rory's orders,"
he announced. The knots in my stomach eased. I took a deep breath of relief. "Kinda glad to hear it," I admitted. He gave me a half grin. "I'll get you some blankets and pillows." I headed back upstairs to the hall closet and brought them down to Zeke. "Do you want some sweats? I can grab some from Rory's room."
"No, I'm good,"
he assured me as he sat down on the couch.
"Now what awful movie are we watching?"
Zeke ended up putting on Sharknado. We both laughed and pointed out huge plot holes. I didn't care about those. I ended up bitching that they didn't add the protective film over a shark's eyes when it attacked. It was simple research that bugged the hell out of me. Zeke laughed his ass off, then looked at me.
There are sharks in a tornado, and your issue is that they forgot to put in the thing that happens to sharks' eyes when they attack?
He burst out laughing again. I just shrugged. That sort of stuff bothered me. Zeke played with Hades while he gave me control of the remote. Eventually, I fell asleep curled up in the armchair. Chapter 15. Saturday. I woke up slowly. My neck ached, and my mind was still fuzzy with sleep as I sat up. I was in the living room while Zeke was sleeping on the couch. I remembered what happened last night. I had a fuzzy memory of Rory coming home at some point. I looked over at Zeke, who was stretched out on the couch. He had taken off his hoodie and was wearing another black sleeveless t-shirt. His shirt had ridden up, showing off his hard abs. Zeke would never have a six-pack. He just didn't have the build for it. But that didn't mean his lines weren't yummy. Even his small black happy trail was tempting as it disappeared into his unbuttoned jeans that were low on his hips. He was on his back, his face toward me, his arm on his chest. I took a minute to just look at him. Zeke had always been good-looking, just scary good-looking. In truth, he was a sweetheart to me. Why did he dance with me last night? Why did I react that way? I closed my eyes and cursed myself. I knew the answer. Because he was like a wolf that would let only me touch him, that would only calm down for me, that would only listen to me. Lexi, don't think about this. But it was too late. It had been too late for a while. Zeke always got me, even from the beginning. When others flinched at what I told them about my life before Spring Mountain, Zeke just shrugged and said it could have been worse. He understood. I cursed myself. He has a girlfriend, an awesome girlfriend that you are friends with. It didn't seem to matter. Hades woke up and whined in my lap. I put him down, then took him to the back door to let him out. I watched from the door as he took a leak, then a dump, and immediately decided to start destroying snow piles. My baby was getting big. He was already up to my knee and still growing. I chuckled quietly as I watched him through the window, destroying snow pile after snow pile.
What's he doing?
Zeke's voice made me jump. Zeke was standing beside me, pulling on his hoodie as he watched Hades. "Make some noise, man," I snapped at him. He snorted. I grinned as I turned back to watching my dog. "He goes crazy for snow piles. It's cute," I said.
"Yeah, it is."
His voice was rougher than usual. "Do you want some breakfast?" I asked.
"Sure, I'll get Hades,"
he offered. I went into the kitchen and started to make bacon, eggs, and coffee. It must have smelled good because Rory came in half asleep. Everyone dished up and sat at the table.
"So, who's going to tell me what happened last night?"
Rory asked. My mouth was full, so Zeke ran over it quickly. He even threw in my secret admirer from school. Rory frowned as he kept eating. When he finished, he pushed his plate away.
"But nothing threatening happened?"
Rory asked.
"The car didn't follow you home?"
"No, but they drove by when Zeke was changing the tire, like 5 times, I reminded him. Rory nodded, his eyes unfocused. Then he looked at both of us.
"It could have been that someone was lost, or they saw a girl on the side of the road with a boy bigger than her and they were concerned,"
Rory explained.
"I still got a bad feeling about this, Rory,"
Zeke muttered. Rory nodded.
"And that's why I asked you to stay last night,"
Rory pointed out before looking to me.
"Has anything else strange happened?"
I thought about it, then cringed. "Yeah," I said painfully as I got up to get my phone out of my jacket. I came back to the table and worked my phone. It was a few nights ago. I completely forgot about it. I woke up to Hades barking in my room, so I came downstairs to check. Hades ran straight to the back doors and started growling. I was about to call you when he stopped. I turned on the backyard light and saw this. I handed him the phone, then sat down and pulled my knees to my chest. Rory frowned at the photo. He got up, put the phone down, and went to the back door. He opened it and knelt to look at the locks on the outside of the door. Zeke grabbed my phone and looked at the photo.
When did this happen?
Zeke demanded. Tuesday night, I guessed. Zeke cursed.
You should have fucking told someone.
I forgot about it, and it hasn't happened since, I pointed out.
Well, no one's tried to mess with the lock,
Rory announced as he got to his feet. He shut the door and came back to the table.
It could have been someone looking to rob an empty house. They probably ran as soon as they realized someone was home. I'll have a patrol car drive through the neighborhood more often at night until we get a system installed.
Rory looked at both of us.
Until we have proof otherwise, I'd say someone was concerned about a girl on the side of the road.
Zeke ran a hand through his hair and sighed.
If you say so,
he mumbled. Rory nodded, then looked at me.
Lexi, be extra aware of your surroundings. Keep the doors locked at all times. You should be all right,
Rory said. Got it, I said. Rory went back to bed. Zeke picked up the dishes and took them into the kitchen. I picked up the pans to wash.
Go get dressed for the gym,
Zeke said quietly, his face like stone. Tough guy? I asked, worried.
I've just got a bad feeling, baby.
He pushed away from the counter and headed for the door. I've got to stop by the cemetery first, I reminded him. He nodded as he kept walking.
Do that. I'll see you at the gym.
Zeke walked out the door without another word. 3 hours later, I was bent over and gasping for breath. Maddie was doing the same. I had managed to keep her from getting me on the ground enough to wear us both out. I stood up straight and smirked at her. She smiled and shook her head. You're going to have to learn to grapple sometime, Maddie pointed out. I chuckled. I know. It's on my to-do list, I admitted. We both laughed as we got our breath back. We left the mat room and headed towards the front of the gym. The guys were finishing up with their workouts, so I headed to my locker. I had just opened it when someone called my name.
Hey, Lexi.
Jordan's voice had me turning around. His red tank top was sticking to his chest with sweat as he went to his locker. Hey, Jordan. I gave him a smile as I started to take off my protective gear.
You looked great last night. You disappeared before I could tell you, he said, sending a grin my way.
I gave him a small one in return. Thanks. I was tired, I hedged. I put my pads in my locker and pulled off my gloves.
So you're singing tonight at Vagabond?
He asked. I started unwrapping my hands. Yeah, I'm singing one set tonight, I said, wondering why he didn't get that I didn't want to talk right now. He started putting his gear away.
So I was thinking maybe you'd like... Hey, beautiful.
Ethan stepped between Jordan and me. I looked up at him gratefully. He winked down at me.
Come on, we have that lunch date.
Ethan lied. I snorted. It's not a date, Ethan. I fake corrected him.
Yeah, whatever. Live in denial.
Ethan smiled as he pushed away from the lockers. Jordan's face was closed off as he focused on putting his gear away. I closed my locker and pulled on my jacket. See you later, Jordan, I said, before turning toward the doors with Ethan at my side. Ethan held it together until we got outside. He started laughing. I glared at him as I headed for the Blazer.
That guy doesn't give up,
Ethan observed. I kind of wish he would, I admitted. Ethan wrapped his arm around me as we walked to my truck.
Well, I could kiss you goodbye,
Ethan offered.
I'm sure he'd get the hint then.
I snickered as we reached the Blazer. He dropped his arm from me as I looked up at him, smiling. Flirty Ethan could always make me smile. Don't tempt me, I threatened. His eyebrows rose suggestively. He bent down and kissed my cheek, as usual, then straightened.
That should do it,
Ethan said. I hoped so.
What are your plans for the rest of the day?
He asked. I'm headed home for a gossip session with Jake, doing some research, then relax until Vagabond tonight, I replied. He sighed.
Fine. Don't gossip with me,
he grumbled. Oh, honey, I can't gossip with you about this stuff, I told him as I opened the door.
Why's that?
He asked, leaning against the truck. Then his eyes lit up.
You're gossiping about us.
I snickered at the look on his face. He looked like a kid who just found his favorite toy. Ethan.
You are,
he declared, smirking. I shot him a look and climbed in. Then I leaned out until I was an inch away from his face. Damn straight, I grinned mischievously. He gave me a pained face as I sat back up, giggling to myself.
That's mean, Lexi,
he told me as he stepped back with a smile. And the best part? I stage whispered to him. No one will believe you. He chuckled. I winked at him before closing my door. I pulled out of the space as Ethan just shook his head, smiling at me. I giggled to myself as I drove home. When I got home, I ran upstairs and took a shower. I pulled on my jeans and a simple shirt for the rest of the day. Then I pulled out my phone and called my second favorite gossip buddy. Hey, sweetness, Jake greeted. Hey, handsome, I shot back. How was your week? I flopped down on my bed next to a sleeping Hades. Same old, pining away after a particular guy, he grumbled in my ear. I'm sorry, hun, I said, wincing. Why don't you bring him to Vagabond tonight? I could do some digging. That's not a bad idea, he said, sounding hopeful. Think you can manage that after you sing? I can try, I offered. He sighed. Maybe if I know, I'll move on. He sounded hopeful. I knew the feeling. Anyway, how's your crush on your two guys? I sighed. 3, I admitted painfully. What? It's 3 now, I groaned pitifully. 3? What the hell happened? He demanded. I explained to him about the flat tire and Zeke dancing with me in the snow. Oh my God, he said. Lexi, that's seriously fucking romantic as hell. I know, I giggled. This was Zeke? Yeah, it was Zeke, I said. Never tell anyone. Doesn't he have a girlfriend? Jake pointed out. I closed my eyes and cringed. Yes, a girlfriend I'm friends with, I said painfully. And I accidentally flirted with Miles last night. Wait, fill me in, he said, curiosity filling his voice. I did. Then he started laughing. It's not funny. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, I pointed out. I'm fine when we're all together, but get one of them alone and I just... Are you going to act on any of these feelings? He asked pointedly. I thought about it. I don't think so. Then it'll go away in time. Derek, I countered. He sighed. Touché, he said. What do you want to do, Lexi? I don't know, I muttered. Yes, you do, he countered. I sighed and admitted it. I want to date one of them. I finally admitted it out loud. But I don't think they feel the same way. Only one way to find out, he pointed out. I frowned. Same to you, I said. He snorted. I've known Derek since we were kids, he countered. That's why you're going fishing. I got an idea. Jake, can you go fishing for me? I asked in my cutesy voice. He chuckled. Deal, he said immediately. I'm not fishing with Zeke, though. I wouldn't expect it, I assured him. We went on to talk about what we were wearing that night, who we expected to see, and gossiped about his friends and mine. As always, Jake cheered me up and made me feel better. So when I got ready for Vagabond, I was already singing to myself. Tonight was going to be fun, and nothing was going to ruin that for me. I pulled up to Vagabond. The place wasn't crowded yet, but the cars were starting to pull in. I parked in the back lot where the staff and band parked. I hopped out, then hurried to the back door of the bar. I had been stupid and listened to Ethan about wearing a tank top tonight. Perfect for on stage, but bad for being outside even with my jacket. I knocked on the door hard. Oliver opened the door for me as I hurried in cursing. Ethan eyed me as I ran my hands up and down my arms. You shithead, I snapped at Ethan. Ryan and Oliver looked at me like I was nuts. I explained. He told me to wear a tank top tonight, and now I'm half frozen. The guys laughed. Ryan tried to rein it in as he went to one of the hooks. You could have changed here, Ryan said, as he put his big coat over my shoulders. I grabbed his jacket and held it closed. Musky cologne filled my nose. It wasn't bad. I didn't think it would be that bad, I grumbled. They chuckled again.
It's 12 degrees outside, beautiful,
Ethan pointed out. I flipped him off, then held Ryan's coat shut to get warm. Ethan came over and wrapped me in a hug. He ran his hands up and down my back, helping me get warm. I'm still mad at you, I warned him. He snorted.
I kind of deserve it,
he admitted quietly. When I was finally warm again, Ethan stepped back and took Ryan's coat off me. Thanks, Ryan, I said as I opened my jacket. Ryan gave me a nod as he hung up his coat. I pulled off my jacket. Ethan's eyes ran over my clothes. I wore black jeans and a loose, black, Y-back tank top that had gray writing across it like a book. My hair was down and around me. My eyes were dark and smoky like whenever I sang.
You look great,
Ethan said with a smile. Great, but freezing. Going home I might steal your jacket, I warned him. He snickered. I'm going to go get a bottle of water. Anyone else want one? Everyone said yes and gave me their money. I went to the curtain out front and slipped out into the club. It had gotten packed while I was backstage, which wasn't unusual on a Saturday night. I made my way to the bar and ordered waters.
Hey, Lexi,
a voice said. I turned to find Eric coming to stand at the bar next to me. Hey, how's it going? I asked, wondering why he was talking to me.
Not bad. Are you singing tonight?
He asked. Yeah, just the first set, I said as the bartender brought me the bottles. I paid him and waited for change.
Are your friends coming tonight?
He asked wearily. I looked at him and smiled sweetly. Yeah, I said. I got my change and picked up the bottles. Gotta go. I'll see you around. I headed back through the crowd. I hadn't seen the guys yet, but I knew they were somewhere. I was trying to make my way back to the curtain when a husky voice caught my attention.
Lexi.
I took a deep, calming breath, then turned to see Dylan. His sapphire eyes ran over me, lingering on my angel wings necklace, his first Christmas present to me. It made me wish I'd given it back to him along with the other one. His warm eyes met mine. Hi, Dylan. I kept my voice polite, when all I wanted to do was tell him to fuck off. I gestured over my shoulder. I need to get back. He reached out and grabbed my arm, stopping me.
Can we just talk for a second?
He asked softly. I took a calming breath. His bullshit since dumping me had made me not want to even look at him. And here he was. I pulled my arm out of his grip and looked at him, confused. About what? I asked sharply. He swallowed hard. Dylan's friends, Aaron and Jake, found us in the crowd. Lexi! Jake gave me a big smile that lit up his eyes. Hey, Jake, you're mine after my set, right? I asked, smiling. Of course. He said it like it was obvious as he side-hugged me. I looked up to Aaron and smiled. The guy had broad shoulders and muscles to fill them out. He wasn't bad-looking. He had a nice jaw and cheekbones, and his brown hair had grown out a little since I last saw him. It wasn't buzzed down to his scalp now. Hey, Aaron, Jake said you almost got beat up by a lesbian, I said sweetly. Aaron groaned.
You had to tell her that?
Aaron glared at Jake. Oh, yeah, Jake shot back. I chuckled.
I just wanted to ask how you were,
Dylan asked, drawing my attention back to him. Since you dumped me? I asked bluntly. His shoulders grew tense. Aaron frowned down at Dylan.
You dumped her?
Aaron asked, confused. Dylan ignored him.
Lexi,
he began. I'm sure it would be a good excuse, but I didn't want to hear it. And since we weren't a thing, I didn't have to. I'm fine, busy as usual. I slipped out from under Jake's arm and stepped back. I noticed the bags under Dylan's eyes. He was probably working too much again. Oh well, that wasn't my problem. I looked up at Jake, who was smirking at me. Remember our deal? Jake nodded. I'll see you after my set. Jake winked at me. Then I turned around and slipped into the crowd. You fucking dumped her? Aaron's voice reached me. The disbelief in his voice made me smile. Yep, Dylan lied to his friends. I pushed it out of my head. He'd been too big of an ass since then for me to really be upset anymore. Too many phone calls, too many texts that I was finally done answering. I was almost out of the crowd when a hand snagged my arm again. I recognized the rough fingertips instantly. I looked up to see Asher glaring behind me, probably at Dylan. Asher helped move me through the crowd ahead of him and to the stairs where the others were. Thanks, Ash.
What did he want?
Asher asked, getting the others' attention.
Who?
Isaac asked.
Dylan found her in the crowd.
Asher answered. All the guys grunted. He wanted to talk, I said sarcastically before I headed to the stairs. Doesn't matter. Gotta get backstage.
Knock 'em dead, Red. You got this, Allie.
Asher reassured me. Zeke was oddly quiet tonight. I winked at them, then hurried up the stairs and into the small backstage area. I handed out the water bottles to the others as they went over the set again. It was almost time when Ethan shot me a look. I gave him a small smile as we both stepped away from the others. Ethan, I said gently.
Yeah, I know, it's just...
You could sing Row Your Fucking Boat and you'd make panties drop, I reminded him. You got this. You know your shit, and you want this, right? Ethan's shoulders relaxed.
Yeah, I want this.
He took a deep breath, his restless movement slowing. You guys have all 3 sets down, I assured him. He nodded, then looked at me with chocolate eyes.
Thanks, beautiful.
I gave him a big hug. He held me tight.
You remember your cues?
He whispered, still hugging me. I nodded and clung to him tighter. Yeah, I remember, I grumbled. I still wasn't a huge fan of singing in front of the crowd, but I had managed to actually look over the crowd and hold my shit together now as long as I looked at the back wall.
You can go off stage after each of your songs for a breather,
he reminded me. I snorted. Believe me, I know, and I'm gonna, I assured him. He chuckled as he pulled back.
I can teach you the piano so you wouldn't have to,
he offered. I'm not joining your band, Ethan, I reminded him. I wasn't a big performer. You had to play the crowd, and I wasn't doing it. Ethan had taught me a little, just so I wouldn't be so awkward on stage. He laughed as he smiled down at me.
Can't blame me for trying,
he pointed out. I shook my head as we joined the others. A breeze came through the open back door that felt nice. Probably because it was too hot back here already. The band threw their hands in, and we threw them up, shouting, Under fire. Then the boys went out on stage, and the crowd cheered. As the band played, I ran through my set in my head. As my voice got stronger, the longer my sets would be. I focused on my list, Take Me Down, then Off Stage, Not Gonna Die with Ryan, Off Stage, Back On for Good Enough, Off Stage for a rest of 2 songs, then my Fuck Off song for Dylan. I grinned at that. The manager said she'd be happy with that for now. I still didn't have the stamina for singing an entire set. The first song came to an end. I took a deep breath and picked up the new second microphone for vocals.
You all know our guest singer by now.
Ethan's smoky voice rolled through the crowd.
The hottest redhead in 3 counties.
There were actual cheers from the crowd. It surprised the hell out of me.
Give it up for Lexi.
I turned on my mic and walked out on stage, with my eyes narrowed playfully at Ethan. I brought the microphone up to my lips. I'm the only redhead in 3 counties, Ethan, I pointed out as I reached my mark. The crowd laughed. Ethan gave an exaggerated shrug.
And therefore the hottest. You win by default.
Ethan shot back. I shot him a look and flipped him off as the first notes of the Take Me Down played. The crowd burst out laughing. We'd learned over the last couple weeks that fake angry flirting back and forth worked great to make the crowd relax between my songs. I started singing with my eyes closed, which still helped. As I was getting into the music, I could open my eyes to look out at the back wall. I sang Take Me Down the way I always heard it, with Ethan's corrections. I didn't hear myself go off key once. By the end of the song, the crowd was cheering. As I headed off stage, Oliver caught my eye and gave me a wink. Apparently, I was doing well tonight. I walked off stage and turned off the microphone. Damn, that had been fun. I had relaxed out there and got into it. I drank my water and paced as I listened to the next song. The curtain to the bar opened and Isaac slipped backstage. He hugged me tightly.
"Red, you're kicking ass tonight."
He smiled down at me. "I'm actually having fun," I admitted. He laughed.
"You're going to end up in the band,"
he predicted. I snorted. "No, I'll tattoo the band," I reminded him. Isaac just smiled. The song was coming to an end. Isaac let me go and headed back out to the bar. When the song ended, I turned on my mic again and headed out.
"Lexi will be hopping on and off stage for part of the night. She doesn't exactly have the stamina the rest of us do."
Ethan shot over at me, grinning. The shithead had just gone off script. I grinned my mischievous grin at him and brought the mic to my lips. "Oh, honey, I wouldn't talk about stamina. I've talked to your ex," I shot back. Ethan's face went red as he laughed. The bar roared with laughter as I hit my mark. It was a couple seconds longer before Ryan could get his laughter under control.
"It's not that funny, Ryan,"
Ethan groused, pointing out to the crowd how our drummer was doubled over. Ryan leaned over to his microphone.
"I always wondered why you couldn't keep a girlfriend,"
Ryan shot back. Ethan's face was dark red as he shot me a look. The crowd was roaring with laughter. Then the first pounding notes were played. I closed my eyes again and focused. Not Gonna Die was a duet where I had less of a role. Instead of Ethan, Ryan sang into his microphone as he played. Talk about major multitasking skills. Ryan sang the first verse, his strong voice belting out the song. I tapped my foot to the beat. I couldn't help it. I loved this song. It was all about fighting when the world was crumbling around you. I joined in when I was supposed to and just enjoyed the song. I gave this song everything in me. You had to, or it fell flat. After the notes had faded away, I walked off stage. I was drinking my water as Ethan started to sing Lullaby by Nickelback. Everything inside me went still. His voice was different. I walked to the side of the stage and watched as Ethan sang his heart out. He gave the song everything he had. I had never heard him sing it this way before. The song was about reaching out to someone who wanted to commit suicide, that you understood it because you had been there yourself. My heart ached, and my eyes burned as I watched him. He was talking to someone, and I had no clue who it was. Ethan had a lot of friends that I didn't know. Halfway through the song, he faltered. He missed his next cue. I didn't think. I flipped on my microphone and started the next verse. I walked out on stage without taking my eyes off him. His gaze met mine as he played. I went to my usual mark and kept singing. When he was ready, he joined in on the chorus. We finished the song together. Ethan took a deep breath, turned his back on the crowd, and took a deep drink of water. His hand still shaking, he needed a second. So I turned to the crowd and gave them a big smile. "Sorry about that. I was taking a drink and I missed my cue," I offered to the crowd with a shrug.
"Yeah, Lexi, you gotta watch that. You almost hung me out to dry,"
Ethan said as soon as he could turn around. I shot him a look. Ethan chuckled along with the crowd.
"We're trying something new tonight,"
Ethan announced to the crowd as he put his guitar down and moved to the keyboard.
"This is an older cover, but Lexi says it's a goodie. And as you see, you don't piss off Lexi."
The crowd chuckled. I brought the mic to my lips. "Finally figuring that out, huh?" Everyone chuckled. I smiled at him before looking out at the crowd. Ethan played the first few notes of Good Enough. It was another song you had to give everything into to make it work. I concentrated on my voice, the key and the pitch. I kept my eyes closed until I knew I could open them and still do it right. I looked at the back wall and kept singing. I thought of the guys. They really had helped me feel this way. So I gave it everything. When the song ended, I walked off stage, turned off my mic, and took a big drink of water. Almost done. Almost done. I took another deep breath and another drink. Fuck. Never wearing my hair down again. I was still fanning myself at the end of 2 songs. Okay, Lexi. Last one. I picked up my mic and bounced on my toes. I had this song down. It was Ethan's song suggestion to give Dylan the message to fuck off. I grinned. He really needed to get the message, and I was going to really enjoy sending it. The song ended, and I headed back on stage, turning my mic on as I went.
Lexi, being a redhead, of course, has a little rage she needs to let out,
Ethan told the audience, smiling. I put the microphone to my lips. It's not because I'm a redhead, Ethan. It's because I'm a small, pissed-off bitch, I pointed out matter-of-factly. The bar chuckled.
At least you own it, honey.
Ryan's voice had me looking over my shoulder. I sent him a smile. That I do, I said proudly. The guys played the first few notes of You and Your Hand by Pink. Then I sang. I thought about Dylan and the way he dumped me. All the shit he'd put me through since, and I got angry. I belted out the song. I got into it. Feeling every word, I opened my eyes to see the crowd dancing and having fun. And this time, I didn't have a problem. I found Dylan in the crowd near the back with his friends. I met his eyes as I hit the chorus. I smirked at him as I sang. I was sending Dylan a fucking message, and I wasn't subtle about it. Jake was standing next to him, laughing his ass off. I loved how it felt. I stopped giving him any attention. I looked over the crowd, and for the first time, I understood why Ethan loved doing this. When it was over, the crowd went wild. I stepped back, smiling. I finally got it out, and it felt amazing. If Dylan didn't get the message now, he's not listening.
That's it for Lexi tonight. Wasn't she great, guys?
Ethan announced. The crowd applauded and hooted. Someone shouted, asking if I was single. Ethan laughed it off as I ignored it. I took a tired bow and straightened. Ethan wrapped an arm around my waist and gave me a squeeze. I smacked his hand and stepped away, giving him a flirty, pissed-off smile. He smirked at me. It was all for the crowd.
We'll be taking a short break, but we'll be back in 15,
Ethan announced. I shut off my mic and headed off stage with the others. We headed out the back doors since it was hot as hell inside. The sweat covering me instantly froze, cooling me down. It felt great. Ryan turned around. He hugged me tightly, lifting me off my feet and spinning me around. I laughed as I wrapped my arms around his shoulders. The others laughed as he put me down.
You have to join the band, Lexi,
Ryan told me immediately. I snorted.
No, seriously, with your voice, we can play just about anything.
I'm your placeholder, Ryan. Sorry, but no, I said sweetly in my now slightly hoarse voice. Ryan looked at Ethan.
Ethan, come on,
Ryan pleaded.
When you two get on stage, the whole crowd pays attention. They love that whole will they or won't they shit. Every time we play here, the crowd gets bigger.
Ethan ran a hand through his sweat-soaked hair.
She doesn't want to play in the band, Ryan,
Ethan said again.
She has her own plans.
At least now you know what you're looking for, I offered, feeling a little guilty. Ryan groaned.
Yeah, someone with a voice that Ethan has chemistry with and he won't hit on.
Oliver groused.
We're screwed.
I groaned. They were right. Fuck. I sighed. I will stick with you guys till you find someone as much as I can, all right? I offered. It was all I could do. The boys lit up, and Ryan practically tackled me to hug me again.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He hugged me tight. I gave him an awkward hug back. But you have to be looking, I told him seriously. Ryan let go and stepped back. He held up his right hand.
Scout's honor.
I was starting to get chilled. I'm heading in to see the guys kick ass on the next set. I walked back inside, and Ethan followed. When we were out of earshot, Ethan pulled me to a stop.
Thanks for saving my ass out there,
he said quietly. I gave him a small smile. Are you okay? I asked, not really meaning to. His eyes snapped down to mine. He took a deep breath and let it out.
Yeah,
I get it, I said. You know you can talk to me, right? He gave me a small grin.
Yeah, I know,
he whispered. I reached up and pulled him into a hug. He held me tight, his face in the crook of my neck.
Love you,
he whispered as he squeezed me. Love you too, I whispered back. When he let me go, I gave him a big smile and headed back to the front. I headed for the curtain as I pulled my hair up into a ponytail. Club music was pouring through the speakers. I pushed aside the curtain and headed into the bar. I needed to get my tea. My throat was already sore, but I didn't make it far. Hey, sweetness, Jake said, beaming down at me. I smiled back. Hi. How'd he take the fuck off song? I asked, wickedly. Jake snickered. It was fucking hilarious, Jake declared before grabbing my hand and pulling me towards the bar. He knew I needed tea after my set. I followed, listening as he described Dylan's reaction. He actually said, "Is she talking about me?" Jake said. I laughed. I was looking at him in the eye. How could he miss it? I asked as I shook my head. Jake was laughing too.
Oh, that's not all,
he told me as we reached the bar. I ordered my tea and turned back to him. His eyes were sparkling with mischief.
Aaron actually said, "No shit, Sherlock."
I burst out laughing again.
I had to explain to him that you were telling him to go fuck himself,
Jake said, his face red.
How'd that feel? He asked.
That felt awesome, I admitted, smiling a big smile. Then I turned my attention back to Jake. So, did you go fishing? I asked. He sighed.
As much as I could with Asher, Jake admitted. I didn't get much, but I can tell you that when you were on stage, he couldn't take his eyes off you.
I sighed, trying not to be disappointed. That's because he knows I'll grill him about my performance later, I explained. Jake looked doubtful. I eyed him. Where's Derek? Jake smiled.
On his way over here. He wanted to tell you how great you sounded,
Jake told me just before Derek stepped out of the crowd and leaned against the bar on the other side of me.
Hey, Lexi, great set,
Derek announced. I turned to him and smiled. Thank you. Then I became serious. Did I go off key? Out of pitch? I asked.
No, you were perfect,
Derek assured me. I'm off to the bathroom, sweetness, Jake announced. He kissed my cheek before moving off into the crowd. Derek watched him go with a tiny, disappointed look on his face. My mouth dropped. I burst out giggling. Derek turned to me, his face white. He opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. I kept laughing. When I could, I looked up at him. You like him, I said. His face flamed red as he shook his head.
No, I don't,
he insisted. I just started laughing again. Derek dropped his head onto his crossed arms on the bar. He groaned painfully. I felt a little bad. After all, he wasn't in on the joke. I wrapped my arm around his shoulder and leaned down to whisper in his ear. You're gay? He shook his head.
I'm bi,
he grumbled before looking at me while resting his chin on his arms.
I like both. Those jeans make your ass look great, by the way,
he pointed out with a smirk. I gave him a smile. Thank you. And you like Jake, I stated. He sighed wearily.
For about a year now, he admitted.
I snickered. I couldn't help it. He straightened as my tea came.
What's so funny? He asked.
I paid for my tea as I calmed down. You need to tell him, I said, as I squeezed some lemon into my tea.
Fuck no,
Derek snapped.
We've been friends since preschool.
I smiled to myself. What's holding you back? I asked gently before blowing on my tea. He sighed.
I know I'm bi, but I've never dated a guy, he admitted, whereas...
Jake has? I finished for him. He nodded. But Jake has never really dated, has he? Derek thought about it.
Well, no, not really, he admitted.
I smirked. So you two might be on more equal footing than you thought, I pointed out. Derek sighed as he thought about it.
Maybe,
he said uncertainly.
What if we crash and burn?
Do you think you two could still be friends? I asked, curious. He thought about it.
Honestly, I think so, he said. I don't see how we couldn't. It might take time, but...
I smiled to myself. Then tell him. Or better yet, show him, I said, as I wiggled my eyebrows suggestively. He shot me a look. Seriously, do it. You won't be disappointed. He eyed me.
What do you know?
He demanded. I snickered. Enough to tell you to go for it? I smirked. He looked like he was going to throttle me. I gave him my shit-eating grin. He went to say something, but Jake joined us. Okay, what'd I miss? Jake asked as he stepped up to my other side. Derek swallowed hard as I got my smile under control. Oh, Derek was about to go for a walk outside. It's too hot in here, I said nonchalantly. Why don't you go with him? You know, there might be some drunks out there or something. Jake eyed me. I just smiled at him and gave him nothing. Sounds like a good idea, Jake said, slowly before looking to Derek. Let's go. I could use a walk. Derek nodded, his face pale. I gave him an encouraging smile before they disappeared into the crowd. I giggled to myself. Oh, Jake was going to be so surprised. I couldn't wait to hear all about it. I took my tea and walked through the crowd to find the guys on the other side of the bar. I found them in a booth. Isaac scooted over immediately so I could sit down. I know, I did awesome, I announced confidently. They chuckled.
You really did,
Asher said, smiling down at me.
You even started looking comfortable up there,
Isaac chimed in. The guys started talking about how the crowd reacted to each song in the first set, while I listened and drank my tea.
All the girls went crazy when you and Ryan did the duet, Asher told me. They were all wondering if you two had feelings for each other, and how jealous Ethan would get.
I winked at him. The guys knew it was an act, and that was it. Hey, everyone, Jordan said, coming up to the booth.
Lexi, that was amazing.
He smiled down at me. I shrugged. Thanks, but I'm just placeholding till they find someone else they could use more permanently, I said politely. I really didn't want to be hit on right now. I was tired, and so not looking for anything with him.
They'd be insane not to keep you.
Jordan's voice was nice and smooth, but that was it. I'm doing it as a favor to Ethan, I admitted, wishing he'd talk about something else. Isaac bumped my shoulder with his. I bumped back. Jordan ignored it. Jordan gestured over his shoulder towards the dance floor.
Do you want to...
Actually, I need to go get some more tea, I announced, before getting to my feet. Isaac followed.
I'll join you, Red,
Isaac added. I started walking towards the bar.
Sorry, man, but if she doesn't have more tea in the next 10 minutes, she's going to lose her voice for a few days,
Isaac said, apologetically to Jordan. Jordan seemed to buy it. Yeah, no problem. I'll talk to you after, Jordan said. I just gave him a smile and followed Isaac through the crowd. When we reached the other side of the dance floor, I pulled him to a stop. Thanks, Cookie Monster. His amber eyes met mine.
You were kind of screaming, "Get me out of this conversation," and you weren't subtle. His voice was a matter of fact. I snorted. "Yeah, I'm so not interested in Jordan," I admitted, looking around the crowd. "I'm still dealing with Dylan's bullshit." Isaac pulled me onto the dance floor and slow danced with me. His hands went to my hips, my arms to his shoulders. "He hurt you, didn't he?" Isaac's voice grew softer. I sighed. "Yeah, he did," I admitted as I looked up at Isaac. Then he kept calling, texting, trying to talk to me, and it's made it a lot easier to not feel that way anymore. I grinned as he laughed. "So, Dylan being a dick is making you feel better?" he asked. "It just shows me the guy I cared about didn't exist," I said, matter-of-factly. "I miss what I thought I had, but that's about it at this point. I just wish he'd stop trying to talk to me." Isaac's eyes were understanding. "If he doesn't stop, I'll kick his ass this time," he offered. "And I'm going to let ya," I admitted. Isaac chuckled. "But I don't think you'll have to. His friends apparently had the idea that I dumped him. They aren't happy with him either." I smirked. Isaac raised an eyebrow at that. We danced until the song was over, then I told Isaac I was tired. He agreed to sneak me out. He took my hand and pulled me through the bar until I was back at the stage curtain. "Get some sleep, Red. You did great," Isaac assured me. I rolled my eyes and went backstage. "Tell the guys I said night." "You got it," he said, before he dropped the curtain behind me. I went back to the hook where my jacket was and pulled it on. It was freaking cold now. Next time I was bringing a sweater to pull on before going home. I eyed Ethan's jacket on a hook. It would serve him right if I took it. I sighed and left it where it was. I went out back and walked through the empty plowed gravel parking lot, humming under my breath. It had been a good night. I did great, and I had to admit it was fun. I thought about Ryan and Ethan asking me to join the band. It would be a lot of fun, but that's all it would be to me. Fun. To Ethan and the others, this was their life, their passion, and they needed someone who would be just as dedicated as they were. I sighed as I reached the blazer. They'd find someone, and it'll be great. I went to pull out my keys when something pressed over my mouth. Something hard wrapped around me. My heart slammed as I dropped my keys. I was jerked back against a hard body. Stunned, I froze in a hard grip. "It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you," a guy's voice whispered in my ear. "I'm going to get you away from them." My chest grew tight. Fear knotted my gut as I realized what was happening. "I'm taking you somewhere safe, somewhere they can't hurt you." He was going to take me? Oh, hell no. Adrenaline surged through me, making my veins burn. I slammed my head back and hit a chest. I tried to drop so I could get an elbow free, but his arm tightened around me and lifted. My feet came off the ground as he began moving away from the blazer. I tried to scream, but his hand kept me from making a loud enough noise. I struggled against his hold and bit down on his fingers. I tasted blood. He cursed. Then he yanked his hand away from my face. "Asher! Parking lot!" I shouted as he brought my feet down to the ground. I broke an arm free and drove it into his gut. His hold loosened instantly. I moved to the left and drove my fist back into his groin. He grunted as my fist hit solid thigh muscle. I slammed my foot down on his. His arm fell away. I ran, heart pounding in my ears, lungs tightening in my chest. I was jerked back by my coat. I slipped out of it and kept moving. "Asher! Parking lot!" I screamed this time. A weight hit me, driving me into the gravel. His hard grip went to my arms, bruising. "I'm trying to help you." My attacker snapped at me as he rolled me onto my back. He was strong, broad-shouldered. He wore a ski mask and all black. That's all I saw before I was fighting back. I swung at him, but he grabbed my arm and pinned it to my chest. I tried to go for his eyes, but his hand grabbed that arm and ground it into the gravel. Rocks bit into my back under our weight. "I don't want your help.
Fuck off! I shouted back. A hand let go. I grunted with the impact. As pain shot through my face, my anger drove to the surface, helping me focus. The fucker had just hit me.
You don't need to talk like that anymore,
he snarled in my face. Big fucking mistake. I grabbed his ear and twisted through the fabric. He cursed. Both his hands instantly went to loosen my hold. I yanked him off me to the side. My knee made contact with his gut. I rolled, scrambled, and made it to my feet. I ran towards the bar as fast as I could. Asher! I screamed again. Just before I hit the cement near the door, my head bounced off the ground. The world spun. A heavy weight was on my back, pinning me to the gravel. I blinked and tried to focus.
You're going to be safe from those assholes who keep hurting you.
He shifted his weight off me. Then I was on my back again as the world spun. You just hurt me, you dick, I pointed out as the world kept spinning. Another hit. My eye felt like it was going to explode as the world tilted even more. I raised my hand to my head. There was something hot and wet.
You gave me no choice,
he bit out. He gripped my arms, then yanked me up, dug his shoulder into my stomach, and lifted me. I tried to drive a knee into his chest to hit something, but my world was spinning, and my limbs felt like lead. Asher! I screamed again, my voice cracking. A door slammed open.
Hey!
Asher's voice shouted. Feet were running towards us.
Get your fucking hands off her!
Zeke's bellow was unmistakable. Relief instantly ran through me. You're in deep shit now, pal, I muttered. His grip loosened as he hesitated. I drove my knee into his chest, then shoved myself sideways off his shoulder. I landed hard on my side in the gravel, hitting my head again. My head throbbed, my body ached, and I felt every scrape I had. Feet were running away. Run, bitch, run, I groaned, and tried to push myself up. It didn't work. Hands were on me. I smelled limes and opened my eyes.
Lexi?
Isaac demanded an answer as he leaned over me. I didn't care if I hurt. I was just so fucking happy to see him. I groaned, rolled over, and tried to sit up. He reached out, wrapped an arm around my back, and helped me up. I wobbled, so Isaac pulled me to his chest so I could lean against him. He felt perfect right now. Someone kill that motherfucker, I grumbled, as the spinning finally started slowing down.
Zeke and Asher are on it. Are you okay?
Isaac bit out, his voice boiling. Huh? The twins got angry the same way. Never noticed that before. A car peeled out somewhere. I'm fine. I was dizzy. It's getting better. I hit my head on the ground twice. I blinked hard. The world was slowing down. It was almost still again. Isaac brushed my hair off my forehead. I just hit the ground hard again. Be good in a couple minutes, I promised.
You're bleeding.
Isaac's voice was still furious.
What happened?
Isaac asked as he pressed his face into my hair. I reached up and wrapped a hand around the back of his neck. My body was so tired, it was all I had. Fucker tried to grab me. Said he was taking me somewhere safe, I said, dazed. I told him to fuck off, so he hit me, saying that you guys were hurting me. I pointed out that he had just hit me. He didn't see the irony. Isaac snorted into my hair as he rocked me. Running feet on the gravel came towards us.
Is she?
I'm fine, I assured Asher.
Let me see her,
Asher demanded in his hard voice.
I'm calling the cops.
Isaac's voice was still boiling. He gave me a squeeze, kissed my hair, then let Asher pick me up out of his lap. The world spun as Asher stood up, cradling me against his chest. I closed my eyes and rested my cheek against his shoulder. I looked up at him. His eyes were wide, his face pale. He was freaking out. I reached up and stroked my fingers along his jaw. His rough ocean eyes met mine, Then he took a deep breath. "I'm okay. You guys got here in time," I reminded him. He dropped his forehead to mine and took another deep breath.
"I barely fucking heard you, Allie,"
he whispered, his voice shaking. I cupped his cheek and rubbed his cheekbone with my thumb.
"I need cops here at the back of Vagabond. Some fucker just tried to kidnap my friend. Her forehead is bleeding, so the EMTs would be a good idea."
Isaac snapped into his phone. "But you did, and you got here in time," I pointed out. I was weirdly calm. I knew I should be upset, but strangely I wasn't. They had me. I was safe.
"Let's get her inside. We'll stay backstage,"
Asher said as he started carrying me towards the bar.
"I'll call Rory after I get off with them,"
Isaac told us. Asher held me tight and kissed my forehead.
"Where's her coat? She's shivering,"
Asher demanded. He grabbed hold of it, so I slipped out of it to get away. I answered him as we reached the back doors of the bar.
"Good thinking, honey."
Asher carried me into the backstage area. Ethan's band was still playing. Isaac was talking on the phone just outside the door. It was much warmer inside than it was outside. Asher stood just inside the door, so it was warm but not too loud for me. My head was throbbing as I watched outside. Zeke finally stopped pacing back and forth. He picked up my coat, then headed back toward the bar. He was furious. It was in his long stride and rigid posture. Someone moved the curtain. "What happened?" Riley's voice came from behind us. "You guys took off like a bat out of hell."
"Some guy just tried to take Allie."
Asher's voice was hard and sharp. Riley cursed. Isaac finished on the phone and came back in before Zeke reached us. Isaac's face was dark as he moved to the side of the stage.
"Where is she?"
Zeke growled as he came back. I waved at him. Zeke's eyes were glowing as he strode over to us with my coat in his hand.
"Give her to me."
Zeke wasn't asking. Asher handed me over to Zeke, who turned and headed for the private bathroom for the musicians. "Zeke."
"Hold on,"
he bit out through clenched teeth. When we reached the bathroom, Zeke gently set me down on the counter and hit the light. His eyes ran over me before he yanked out the small flashlight on his keys and turned it on. I closed my eyes as he examined my face. There was nothing I could do but wait.
"He hit you?"
he growled. "Yeah, twice. I didn't bother lying. I'm sure I was bruising already."
"Asher!"
Zeke shouted. Asher and the others were already standing in the doorway to the bathroom.
"Get her some ice and a first aid kit. Riley, tell that manager what happened."
They both nodded, then hurried off. Then Zeke's gaze was on me again.
"What else did he do, Lexi?"
Zeke demanded. It took me a second to process what he was saying. The world was kind of fuzzy. He grabbed me, said he was saving me. I bit the fucker's fingers, got away. He got my jacket. I slipped it. I ran. He tackled. He said he was helping me. I told him to fuck off. He hit me for cursing. I got away again. He tackled me again. That time my head hit the ground and the world was spinning. I cursed at him again. He hit me again. He picked me up and you guys came out. I didn't bother pausing. I just hurried through it. Zeke wouldn't be okay without all the details. He said he was taking me somewhere safe, away from you guys. Zeke's exam moved onto my arms, my hands, my back, and even my knees. He found every scrape, every bruise, and every cut I'd gotten out there. I just let him. He wouldn't calm down otherwise. Asher was back. He handed Zeke the ice and first aid kit. Zeke took the ice, held my face in one hand, and pressed the ice to my other cheek. Sirens were coming closer. Zeke's gaze ran over my face. I saw the fear in his eyes. There was a lot of rage, too, but I saw the fear he could keep hidden from everyone, except me. "Zeke," I whispered, before I crooked my finger at him. He leaned down and rested his forehead against mine. I wrapped my hand around his big wrist and gave him a squeeze. His hand shook on my face as he took deep breaths. I rested my other hand on the middle of his chest so he could feel and know I was there.
"Baby,"
he whispered, his voice shaking. It got quieter. "I'm okay, tough guy. I'm a little banged up, but you guys got there in time," I assured him. Asher's footsteps moved away from the bathroom door. He knew Zeke was having a freak out, so he left to give Zeke privacy to deal with it. Zeke straightened a little, then held me against his chest. I wrapped my arms around his waist as he buried his face into the hair on top of my head. Light footsteps came to the bathroom door. "I'm fine. I'm here. I'm okay. I even yanked on that fucker's ear really hard." I kept my voice soft and soothing, trying to help calm him down. Footsteps moved away from the door again. His hold was loosening when there was a shout.
"Where is she?"
Ethan snapped. "I'm okay," I mumbled against Zeke's chest. Isaac started explaining what happened. Feet shuffled as the guys moved out of the way.
"My turn, Zeke,"
Ethan snapped. Zeke grew tense around me. I gave him a squeeze. Zeke took a deep breath, let it out, kissed the top of my head, then moved out of the bathroom. Ethan strode in, his face dark. His eyes ran over my face.
"Did you recognize him?"
he asked. "No." Fucker was wearing a ski mask and all black. He was tall and broad-shouldered. Ethan pulled me to him, his face bearing into my neck. I held him as I breathed in his spicy cologne. "I'm okay. Asher heard me," I reassured him. He held me tighter. "I'm here. I'm all right. I even yanked the fucker's ear." Ethan snorted, his grip tightening. I just held on to him as he took deep, calming breaths.
"Lexi, are you okay?"
Ryan's voice came from the doorway. I gave him a thumbs up as I looked over Ethan's shoulder at him. His face was hard, his mouth a tight line. His hands were clenching into fists, then unclenching. Hell, he looked like he wanted to hug me too, but Ethan wasn't letting go. He was still holding me when the cops pulled into the parking lot. It was almost an hour later, and I was in the back of the ambulance. No, I wasn't going to the hospital, but the cut on my forehead needed strips to keep it closed. I was wrapped in a blanket. Once the cops showed up, the signs of shock became more apparent. I was still shaking, but it wasn't so bad now, just a tremor. I'd given one of the officers my statement and was just waiting for the guys to be done. Ethan was sitting in front of me, holding one of my hands in both of his.
"What happened?"
A husky voice drifted from the crowd.
"I don't know, guys. It's Lexi."
Jake's voice reached me. I cringed.
"Lexi!"
Dylan shouted. There was movement out near the back of the ambulance. I blinked and looked out the doors. Dylan and a couple of his friends were hurrying over. My guys moved fast, blocking them from reaching me.
"What the hell happened?"
Jake asked. "Is she okay?"
"Get the fuck out of the way, Zeke. Let me see her,"
Dylan's voice shouted as he tried to get to me. Derek's wasn't far behind. The shoving and shouting had the cops breaking the boys up. Ethan just looked at me as Asher explained who Dylan and his friends were to the police.
"What do you want, beautiful?"
Ethan asked quietly. I wanted to go home. Let Jake through. He's a sweetie. That'll calm the others down. My voice sounded tired, even to me. Ethan nodded. He wrapped another warmed blanket around me before he went to the back of the ambulance and got out. It wasn't long before Jake was climbing into the back, his eyes wide, his face pale.
"Lexi, are you okay?"
he asked as he sat down. His eyes ran over my face.
"What the fuck happened? Who did that to you?"
He reached out to lift my chin so he could see my full face. "Yeah, I'm okay," I assured him. "Some guy tried to kidnap me. I broke free and Asher heard me. The guys chased him off. That's all that happened."
"Shit! What the hell is going on?"
Jake asked. "We don't know yet," I admitted. "What can I do to help?" he asked. He was such a sweetheart. "You can get Dylan out of here," I said bluntly. Jake nodded, his eyes understanding. "No problem, sweetness." His eyes ran over my face. "Until they find this guy, stick to those hotties like glue." I smiled, which made my lip hurt. "I'm planning on it," I assured him. His worried gaze ran over me again. "I'll go get Dylan out of here," he said. He leaned in and gave me a gentle hug. "Stay safe, sweetness." I squeezed him back. He pulled away and went out the back of the ambulance. The world was fuzzy as I listened to Jake tell the others what happened. "Lexi!" Rory's shout had me looking out the doors. He was running across the lot to the ambulance. A cop went to stop him, and then the officer noticed Rory was in uniform. He let Rory pass. The world came back hard and fast. My insides shook as he climbed into the ambulance. I started crying, and I don't know why. I've been through worse. Rory sat next to me and pulled me into his arms. I clung to him as I kept crying. He pushed my hair out of my face and looked at the damage. He cursed, then held me tighter. "You're okay. It's going to be all right. I've got you, kid." Warmth washed through me as he held me and kept telling me he was there. It was different than when the guys did it, but still familiar. The ambulance dipped as the scent of leather and engine grease reached me. "What happened?" "It looks like a guy made a grab for her," Zeke answered, his gravelly voice hard. "She fought back and managed to keep getting free till she was close enough to the bar for Asher to hear her. She was over his shoulder when we got out here." Rory cursed. Zeke continued. "She broke free again and he ran for it. Asher and I went after him while Isaac went to her. He had a car waiting, a white Camry." Zeke sounded so angry that I couldn't stand it. I reached out and grabbed his hand on his knee. He took it and held on tight. I pulled back from Rory a bit and wiped my face. "When did he hit her?" Rory asked. I snorted. "When I told him to fuck off," I admitted, looking up at Rory. "Apparently he didn't like cursing, so naturally I did it again." Rory shook his head, keeping his arm around me. He looked at Zeke, his face serious. "You were right, Zeke," Rory said quietly. "I should have listened." Zeke looked down at the floor, his shoulders tense. Shouting started outside the ambulance. "Is that—" "Yeah, Dylan was at the bar and now he won't leave," I grumbled, holding the ice pack against my face again. Rory got to his feet and went to the back of the ambulance. "Knock it the fuck off," Rory bellowed. The scuffling stopped. Rory got down out of the ambulance and stood between Dylan and the doors. "Dylan, she's fine. Banged up, but fine." Rory sounded like he was holding on to his patience by a thread. "Go home." "I just want to see—" "Well, then you shouldn't have dumped her, huh?" Rory snapped. "You dumped her?" Derek's voice was shocked. "Yeah, you didn't know that either?" Aaron snapped. "Leave her alone. Go home." Rory wasn't asking. Dylan took one last look at me before walking away. I leaned forward and hid my face in my hands. Zeke's big calloused hand wrapped around the back of my neck, his fingers massaging gently. I just wanted to go home. Zeke drove me home in the Blazer. He'd given his keys to Asher and asked him to drive Riley home. The ride was quiet as I held the cold pack to my face. Zeke was probably quiet because he was thinking up ways to kill whoever hit me tonight. I didn't mind. I was thinking up a few ways of my own. It wasn't long before we pulled up to Rory's. By the time I got out, Zeke was at my door looking up and down the block. I bit back a smile. He kept my keys as we walked to the door. There was a large manila envelope on the front step with my name on it. My stomach nodded as I picked it up. "What's that?" he asked as he unlocked the door. "I don't know," I mumbled. Zeke stuck his head in the door and flipped the light on. When he saw that it was clear, he let me go in. Hades jumped off the couch and ran to me. I gave him a half-hearted pet before I walked over to the table and opened the envelope. It was full of pictures. Black and white pictures of Zeke and I dancing on the night of winter formal. Written in white on one was, "I know he made you." "Zeke?" I called, not quite believing what I was seeing. Zeke stopped playing with Hades and came to my side. He cursed. He went through the pictures and found all the ones of us dancing together. He folded them and tucked them into his back pocket, leaving the ones of us just talking on the table. He pulled out his phone.
"Rory, there were photos of Lexi waiting for us when we got here."
Zeke snapped into the phone. I sank down in a chair as I tried to grasp what was going on.
"Yeah, on the front step."
My phone vibrated. It was a text. "Secret admirer. Alexis, I'm sorry I had to hit you tonight. You weren't acting like yourself. You were talking like them. What those friends are doing to you isn't right. They are changing you, and not in a good way. You need to get away from them." I blinked and read the message again. It pissed me off. "Alexis, you hit me, you motherfucker. I'm looking forward to returning the favor." I hit send. I was satisfied for about 2 seconds. Then I wondered if I should have done that. "Zeke," I said. He looked down at me as I held my phone out to him. He took it, read it, and cursed.
"He texted her. Secret admirer guy said he hit her."
He growled into the phone. I sat in my chair, pulled my knees up to my chest, and fumed. I wanted to tear this guy apart.
"I'm not going anywhere,"
Zeke told Rory. It wasn't long before Zeke got off the phone. He dropped both our phones onto the table, then knelt in front of me. His fingers lifted my chin so he could look at my black eye and bruised cheekbone. His face was hard as he met my eyes.
"Let's get some more ice on that,"
he mumbled, before getting to his feet and heading into the kitchen. "I think the ice has done all it can," I said, my voice sharp. Zeke came back, pulled a chair up in front of me, and sat down.
"Talk to me,"
he said. His voice was not asking. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly before meeting his eyes. "I wasn't paying attention," I admitted through clenched teeth. I was in my head and not looking around as I walked out to the truck. Zeke's eyes flashed.
"He would have come after you even if you were paying attention,"
he pointed out.
"You might have had more warning, but that's about it."
I shook my head. I tried to headbutt him and I hit his chest. That's the only reason I knew he was tall. I started talking and couldn't seem to stop. I tried those moves that you taught me, but he just picked me up and started walking. My eyes burned. I looked down at my knees as I continued. I felt so helpless there for a second. I hate that fucking feeling. Zeke moved closer, his hands moving around my legs to my hips.
"You still got away,"
he pointed out. I looked up at him. He was clenching his jaw.
"You thought on your feet and kept getting away until help came. That's exactly what you needed to do."
"I barely hurt him," I countered.
"Baby,"
he said in that soft voice I loved. I met his eyes.
"This guy was at least a foot taller than you. He had to outweigh you by at least 50 pounds, and he had a fucking car waiting. He planned this out, and you blew his plans to hell by fighting back."
His burning eyes ran over me.
"Next time we go to the gym, I'll ask Dave to teach you a better way to get out of being picked up again."
I nodded.
"Though that knee to the chest was brilliant,"
he added. I snorted. He half grinned at me, which made me smile a little. I sighed. He was right. I got away, and that's what mattered. "Okay," I said. Zeke looked me over again before he backed off. He went into the kitchen and made another ice pack. I was running through what moves I could have done when my phone rang. It was Miles. He wanted to face chat. I answered. Miles's worried face filled my screen. "Hey, Miles." I tried for cheerful. It didn't come out right. His cold eyes ran over my face, taking in my bruises.
"Are you all right?"
he asked, his voice icy. "Yeah, just banged up. Who called you?" I asked, as Zeke handed me the ice pack. I held it to my face.
Asher did about 2 minutes ago, he said. Let me see the damage, Lexi.
I sighed, put down my ice, and moved the phone so he could see the left side of my face.
Your forehead has butterfly strips. Did you need stitches?
No. The EMTs said it was better safe than sorry, I assured him. I can take them off tomorrow. Miles's face was blank, but his eyes told me he was furious.
I'm on my way back tonight, Miles said. I'll be there in 2 hours at most.
The screen moved as Miles set the phone down. I was suddenly looking up at a ceiling. It sounded like he was packing.
Zeke, what's going on?
I handed Zeke my phone. I held my ice to my face as Zeke explained what was going on with the police. Miles shot back some questions, and Zeke answered them. By the time Miles was in a cab, he knew everything we did.
Good,
Miles said.
Hand me back to her, please.
Zeke gave me the phone. You don't need to get on the plane now, I pointed out. It can wait till morning. Miles just shook his head.
Someone tried to abduct you, Lexi,
he reminded me, his tone chilling.
I'm coming home now.
His eyes softened as they ran over my face again.
Stay with Zeke and don't go anywhere alone,
he ordered me. I gave him a small smile as warmth filled my heart. No problem, I promised.
I'll see you in a bit,
Miles said before hanging up. I set my phone down and took a deep breath. I couldn't believe this was happening. Hades was in Zeke's lap getting scratches. Zeke watched me carefully. I'm going to take a shower, I announced as I got up. Hades stayed with Zeke as I went upstairs. In the bathroom, I looked in the mirror. The left side of my face, from my eye almost down to my jaw, was black and blue, with more black around my swollen eye. The butterfly bandages on the left side of my forehead didn't help either. I took a quick shower. When I walked into my room in a towel, my computer was on again. Growling, I walked over and shut the damn thing. There. Now it would stay off. I pulled on Asher's pajama bottoms, a black shirt, and Miles's hoodie. I didn't want to think about why their clothes were so comforting to me. I just didn't care tonight. I ran a brush through my hair and pulled my hair back into a hair tie before heading downstairs. The boys' voices reached me as soon as I opened my door.
Where's Red?
Isaac demanded.
Taking a shower,
Zeke's gravelly voice answered.
How's she doing?
Asher asked. I came down the stairs. The guys were in the living room area. I'm fine, I answered for Zeke. Asher got up and came over to me. He lifted my chin so he could look at my face. His ocean eyes were rough as they met mine.
Are you sure?
He asked quietly. I gave him a small smile. Yeah, I'm fine. I just wish I caused more damage to that asshole, I grumbled. Asher grinned at that. What are you guys doing here?
I thought a sleepover was required,
Isaac announced as he shouldered Asher away from me. Isaac's eyes ran over my face only a second before I was in his arms, being squeezed to death. Must breathe, I gasped dramatically. Isaac snickered in my hair before carefully kissing my forehead and letting me go. So, sleepover, huh? Did Rory say yes? I asked.
Yeah, I called and begged,
Isaac admitted. I shook my head as he went to his spot on the sofa and flopped down. I went to the far chair and curled up in it. So, what's the plan? I asked.
Movies,
Asher said.
Games,
Zeke added.
General hijinks,
Isaac smirked. I rolled my eyes at them. They were really great guys. Asher put a movie on. I didn't care what it was, as long as the guys stayed around. I didn't want to be alone tonight. Asher eyed me.
Are those my pajamas?
Asher asked. I gave him a wicked smile. I warned you that you might not get them back, I chimed. He just shook his head and smiled at me. Eventually, Ethan showed up and hugged me. I pretended I was dying from his stench. Being on stage all night made him sweaty. He ran upstairs to take a shower. I laid my head down on the arm of my chair and watched Real Steel on the TV. It wasn't long before I fell asleep with the boys' voices in my ears. Something brought me to the surface. The guys were talking, but what woke me up? A hand gently touched my aching face as the smell of wintergreen reached me.
"Did the EMTs check for a concussion?"
Miles whispered. I smiled as I relaxed completely. Miles was here. Wait, he was in Seattle. I took a deep breath through my nose. Yeah, it was Miles.
"Of course they checked,"
Ethan said patiently.
"They only did the bandage to help it not scar so much. I'll call in a plastic surgeon if it comes to that,"
Miles said absently.
"What did the EMTs say?" "Bumps, bruises, the cut on her forehead, and mostly shock,"
Asher explained.
"They didn't want anyone to wake her up?"
Miles asked. His worried voice brought me closer to the surface. I shifted.
"Change your voice, Miles,"
Isaac said softly.
"or you'll wake her up."
Gentle fingers trailed along my unbruised jaw.
"Someone should put her in bed,"
Zeke muttered.
"She slept in that chair last night."
"I'll take her," Miles volunteered. I was still floating in between awake and asleep when arms moved around me and lifted. I loosely wrapped my arm around his neck and snuggled my face into his throat. "Wintergreen," I mumbled. I was sinking back under fast. We were moving somewhere.
"I'm here."
His voice was that silky, smooth voice I loved. I smiled against his skin. Something soft was under me, and the arms let go. Still mostly asleep, I reached out and grabbed one. "Stay," I muttered. His fingers squeezed mine.
"As long as you want me,"
he whispered, as something warm and soft covered me. I squeezed his hand again. Peace filled me. Everything was fading when lips touched the back of my hand. Chapter 16. Sunday. I woke up to an aching face and a sore body. I opened my eyes and instantly regretted it. The light coming through the blinds hurt my eyes. I tried again slowly. It was less painful, but I was really going to need some Tylenol. I looked around. I was in my bedroom with Hades' feet in my back. I looked down at the snoring dog and smiled. The butthead was hogging the bed. I got up and opened the door. The smell of bacon and eggs wafted in from the hallway. Hades was awake instantly and running out into the hall. I was smiling as I used the bathroom. When I looked in the mirror, I saw that my bruises were darker than last night. More purple mixed in, too. Great. I went downstairs to find the twins still asleep in their sleeping bags. Ethan was on the couch, Isaac on the floor, Zeke and Miles were at the table, while Asher was in the kitchen. "Morning," I said quietly as I walked into the kitchen towards the coffee maker.
"Morning, Lexi,"
Miles said, just as quietly. "When did you get here?" I asked, as I put the carafe away. The guys chuckled.
"Last night,"
Zeke answered.
"He put you to bed. Then you latched onto his hand and wouldn't let go for over an hour,"
Asher added. I winced as I looked to Miles for confirmation. His ears were pink, and he was concentrating on his breakfast harder than necessary. "Yeah, I must have done that." "Sorry, Miles," I said. Miles looked up at me and shrugged.
"It's all right. It's perfectly understandable that you wouldn't want to be alone last night,"
Miles offered. My heart sank a bit. Yeah, perfectly understandable, my ass. Asher handed me a plate, eggs, bacon, and waffles. I smiled at my plate.
"Miles said he promised you waffles,"
Asher explained as he turned back to the waffle iron. "Thanks, Ash."
"No problem, Allie girl."
Asher went back to making waffles. I went to the table and sat across from Miles. "If you still want your bag," I began in a warning voice. "There are still 3 demands that need to be met." Miles chuckled. I just smirked as I put syrup on my waffle. "I'll deliver," Miles promised, his emerald eyes bright. I cut into my breakfast. "Why do all of you have to be so loud?" Isaac groaned from the floor in the living room. I put my fork down, moved to my feet, and tiptoed into the living room. Isaac was lying on his stomach, his head under his pillow. When I got close enough, I pounced. I dropped onto Isaac's back and wrapped my arms and knees around him. "Morning, Cookie Monster," I said in an annoyingly cheerful voice. He grunted, groaned, then cursed at me. "Damn it, Red," he snapped. Then he moved. I don't know what happened. The next thing I knew, I was on my back on the floor, and Isaac had my arms in his hands. "Hey, how do you do that?" I asked, as he pinned my arms to the floor. I didn't even fight. I was too impressed. "Grappling. Try it sometime," Isaac said sarcastically down at me. I snickered as his bare chest settled on me. I tried to squirm out from under him, but he was in too good of a position. His lips went to my neck, and he began giving me raspberry after raspberry, making me laugh and squirm under him. "Stop! Stop!" I begged, between laughs. "I give up." Isaac sat up a bit and grinned down at me. "Get yourself out of this position and I will," he countered, then went back to giving me raspberries. I couldn't stop laughing enough to try. Finally, I pulled out the big guns. "Zeke, help!" I called. Isaac sat up and glared down at me. "That's cheating, Red." "You just said I had to get out of this position, not how," I countered. Zeke's heavy footsteps came around the couch. Isaac rolled off to lay beside me, his hands up in the air. "I'm off! I'm off!" Isaac all but shouted. Zeke glared at him as he reached down and pulled me to my feet. "Don't pin her," Zeke ordered. "She started it," Isaac pointed out. Zeke's eyes flashed at him. "And I'm ending it," Zeke bit out. He looked down at me. "Breakfast. Eat. Now." Zeke was in an unusually grumpy mood this morning. "Wow, what crawled up your ass and died?" I asked sarcastically. His eyes were hard as they ran over my face. "Your bruises are worse today," he growled, before turning away to head back to the table. Oh yeah, that would do it. I kept my mouth shut as I walked straight to the table and started eating. Isaac, Ethan, and Asher joined us at the table. After a while, even Rory came out of his bedroom to grab some breakfast. Everyone made small talk until Rory was awake. "All right, here's what we learned last night," Rory announced. The room went silent. Rory's eyes met mine. "Both Dulcet PD and my department are handling this as a stalker case. The bar did have surveillance on the back lot. However, the cameras were tampered with around 9 last night." "So there's no footage?" I asked, wanting to be clear. Rory shook his head, looking at the table. "Not of the attack or the white Camry," Rory said. "There's footage of you showing up, and that's about it." Rory looked directly at me. "I checked your phone over when I got home this morning. I sent in the number from those texts, and it came back as a burner phone." I blinked at that. "What does that mean?" I asked. "It's a prepaid phone you can buy at the store. No name is associated with it, and it's easily disposable," Rory explained. "Were you aware that you were getting emails in December that are similar to what this guy was writing to you?" "I was?" I asked, confused. Rory got to his feet, went to the kitchen, and pulled my cell out of a cabinet. He was tapping away as he came back and sat down. He handed it to me. It was my spam folder, packed with emails from that one email address I didn't know. "Oh, yeah," I said absently. "I forgot about those. Over Christmas break, they kept coming. I wrote back once that they had the wrong email, but it didn't stop, so I just flagged them as spam." I shrugged, looking at the number. 224 emails. Shit. I looked up to Rory. "You think these are from him?"
They share the same writing styles as the ones from your locker.
He explained calmly.
It made sense that it would be him. We were able to find out that this email account was created one day before you received the first email, so it's safe to say it's a dummy account. And with this email carrier, it can only be traced back to the email provider's IP address.
Huh? I asked.
Most emails have the IP address of the sender attached to it. The IP address can be traced back to the physical location of where it was sent from, like your house or a computer in the library at school.
Miles explained.
The email service this guy chose doesn't do that. They only get the IP for the email provider.
I cursed. Miles looked at Rory with his face worried.
This guy planned how to stay hidden rather well.
Miles admitted.
He's smart, technology advanced, and is escalating already.
Rory sighed deeply before meeting my eyes.
This kid is dangerous, Lexi. Do you understand that?
He asked. I pointed at my face. Yeah, I think I do, I answered sarcastically. Rory's eyes narrowed on me.
No, you really don't.
Rory's voice was hard.
This kid is delusional. He thinks he's in love with you and that the boys are hurting you.
I went still.
He's already attempted to abduct you once. He will try again.
I shifted in my seat. What do I do? I asked quietly.
You ignore him, he said pointedly. You don't respond to texts, emails, or anything he does. Any interaction with this guy will reinforce his delusions and push him further towards the edge.
Rory looked at the boys.
I'm going to ask that one of you stay with her at night until I'm off the night shift. Any takers?
There was a round of loud yes and hell yeahs from the boys. I bit back a small smile at that. Rory turned back to me.
I'm having a security system installed, but that is going to take time. Until then, the boys will stay at night. Don't go anywhere alone and don't respond to him when he texts, or I will take your phone away.
Rory's voice told me not to even think about arguing. Got it, I said quietly.
I'm going back to bed.
Rory sighed. We all said night before Rory closed his door. A tense silence filled the room.
All right,
Miles said.
Let's go over everyone's schedule.
It took them less than an hour to come up with a schedule for nights this week. Afterward, everyone left. Before he left, Asher told me to get dressed for the cold. When I had asked why, he just told me to be ready in 30 minutes before he went out the door. I changed into dark blue jeans, a burgundy oversized sweater, and pulled my hair off my face. I was pulling on my boots when Asher came through the front door. He gave me that smile that made my pulse skip.
Ready?
Yeah, but for what? I asked suspiciously. Asher just smiled and wouldn't say anything. I finished putting on my boots, pulled on my jacket, and followed him out to his truck. So I take it we're not going to my climbing lesson, I said after I closed the door. Asher chuckled.
No, we're not going to the climbing center,
Asher said as he pulled out onto the street. He didn't say anything else. Then where are we going? I asked sweetly. He grinned.
Ice skating,
he announced. Ice skating? I asked, just to be sure I heard him right.
Yep,
Asher said, then looked over at me.
You're in Montana now, Allie girl. You need to at least know how. It's a state requirement.
I rolled my eyes at that. A state requirement? I asked, trying not to laugh.
Yeah, we wouldn't want you to get in trouble now, would we?
He asked innocently. The memory of getting grabbed last night flashed through my mind. I looked out the window as my smile disappeared. I'm already in trouble, Ash, I muttered. He reached over and took my hand, his fingers entwined with mine.
It's not that bad, Allie, he said gently. You're with me. Rory's on it, and so are his work buddies. They'll find him.
I know, I mumbled. He squeezed my fingers.
Allie, he's going to have to get through all of us to get to you again,
he reminded me. I gave him a small smile. I know, I just don't want you guys to get hurt, I told him.
We won't,
he assured me.
This guy is a coward. He went after you when you were alone with your back turned.
Asher pulled into a parking lot next to the lake.
He won't get another chance.
Asher parked the truck.
And now, you're going to learn how to skate.
I smiled and got out of the truck. Asher pulled out 2 sets of skates from the back seat of the cab and met me in front of the truck. He explained the basics of ice skating as we walked over to a bench next to the ice. My bruises got a good share of looks as I passed by other people. Maybe I should have tried the concealer after all. I pushed it out of my mind and sat on the bench. Asher handed me a pair of white skates.
These are figure skates,
he began, as he quickly got to work on the laces on his black hockey skates.
Those are easier to learn in than hockey. Let me get my skates on, and I'll show you how to do yours,
Asher said, as he began to explain what he was doing. I watched, impressed, as Asher loosened and tightened the laces on his skates before he put them on. After he pulled them on and got them right, he got to his feet on the ice. Asher turned and knelt in front of me. He took a skate and showed me in detail what he was doing. But he did it so fast that I just nodded along. When my skates were on, he looked up at me.
Got it?
He asked. I burst out laughing. Not a bit, I admitted. He chuckled, shook his head, and he got up. He held out his hands to me.
That's okay. It takes practice. Let's get you on your feet,
Asher said. I put my hands in his and stood up. It was weird. The ice felt hard and soft at the same time. My feet instantly wanted to go forward. I slid into Asher. He stopped me easily with his body even as he got his feet out of the way of my skates. I held onto his arms with a death grip. His hands went to my waist.
Bend your knees. That will give you more control of where your weight is going.
I did as he said and felt the change. Oh, okay, that's not so bad, I said in a tense voice. Asher chuckled.
Now, you're going to walk as you do normally,
he instructed as he skated back until there was an arm's length between us. Seriously? Just walk? I asked doubtfully. He smiled down at me, his eyes bright as he nodded.
Well, a march, really. It's to get you used to the feel of the blades and ice,
he said. I held on tight to his hands and started marching. It was strange, weird and cool at the same time. If I started to slip, Asher kept me standing. If I began to go too fast, he stopped me. When I was more comfortable on the ice, Asher let go and backed up more.
Now you're going to glide. Instead of picking up your feet, you're going to push back with your feet a little.
I eyed the distance between us with doubt. Then I did as he said. Instead of falling on my face, it felt like I was flying. Very slowly, yeah, but still flying. It was pretty cool. As I closed in on Asher, he skated backwards, always staying in within arm's reach of me. We continued like that for a few minutes. When did you learn to skate? I asked, when I was sure I wasn't going to fall on my butt.
For a while, I played every sport I could when I was a kid,
he said, his eyes watching me carefully as he skated backwards.
Hockey in the winter, football, or sometimes soccer in the fall, and baseball in the spring.
But you don't play hockey or soccer anymore, I asked, as I pushed off a little harder. I started to pick up speed.
Nope. Ollie, we're going to turn to the right, he said. Lean your body weight just a bit toward the right and lean forward a little.
I carefully followed his instructions. I turned. He turned with me, only backwards. It was impressive. When I finished turning, I straightened automatically. So why don't you play hockey anymore? I asked, absently. He sighed.
Dad decided I should focus on football more, he admitted. He said there was no point in playing a sport that wouldn't get me into college.
I stopped skating to look at him. You're fucking kidding, right? I asked. He shook his head. I continued. As if that's the only way to get into college, I snapped. I wobbled on the ice. Asher was there instantly, his hands steadying me.
Careful,
he warned me. That just pisses me off, I muttered, as I found my footing again. I met his eyes. Ash, your grades rival Miles's grades. You don't need football to get into college. He fought back a grin.
I know that, Allie, he said. His voice was amused. But it would help with the cost.
I huffed. Yeah, if you went to a college that offered it, I pointed out bitterly. His eyes narrowed on me.
What are you talking about? He asked.
I shot him a, you know what I'm talking about look. Culinary school, I told him. They don't have football teams. He sighed.
Allie.
Don't Allie me, I snapped. You love cooking, Ash. You know you do, so why don't you admit it? You want to go to culinary school. He looked over my head at the lake behind me, his eyes unfocused.
It's not that easy.
I never said it was, I countered. He looked down and met my eyes. But you know what you want. So why don't you go after it? I asked quietly. His eyes were rough as he looked at me.
Is that what you do? He whispered. See what you want and go for it.
I was looking into his eyes as I answered. If I know what I want, yeah. If not, I hold off until I know, I admitted. He looked away from me with a strained look on his face.
I'll think about it, he muttered.
Think about it because you want to, not because I'm telling you to, Superman, I said, my voice soft. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. His eyes were clear as he looked back down at me.
I know, he said.
I gave him a smile. Good. Now how the hell do I stop myself on these things? I asked dryly. He chuckled. He went back to teaching me how to skate. After a while, he was able to move to skate beside me. We talked about the guys, Rory, school, anything that wasn't my stalker. Asher got my mind off things for a good hour. Okay, I think I've got... My left foot slipped out from under me. I landed on my butt. Pain shot down my leg, and my butt was instantly freezing. I chuckled as Asher laughed. He came back to me and helped me to my feet. Oh, well, I thought I had it, I grumbled as he pulled me to my feet. Asher held my arms tight and pulled me in to keep me standing. Vanilla and cinnamon tickled my nose as I looked up to meet those ocean wave eyes. His smile was warm.
You're doing pretty well for your first time, he said.
My heart slammed in my chest as my lower stomach fluttered. My eyes went to his lips, those soft, perfect lips. I wondered again what kissing him would be like. His fingers gently brushed the hair from my forehead, making me look up and meet his warm eyes. The world disappeared. I should move. Asher's eyes moved to my lips. My skin tingled. My pulse raced. Was he? Butterflies went crazy in my stomach. His eyes met mine as his fingertips brushed my cheek. Pain shot through my face. I hissed as I pulled away from his hand.
Shit, Allie.
My face throbbed with my pulse. It hurt enough that I had to close my eyes. Ow, 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 I chirped.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Asher's voice was strained. I know, but damn, that hurt, I muttered. When I managed to open my eyes, they were watering. His face was dark as he watched me.
Come on, I'll take you home, he offered.
I nodded. He helped me to the bench. I managed to get my skates off without cutting myself. A victory, in my opinion. We were walking back to the truck when he broke the silence.
What are your plans for the rest of the day?
Stay home, play with Hades, the usual hiding out thing, I admitted. He frowned.
Don't let this guy stop you from living your life,
he said pointedly. I opened the truck door and climbed in. It's not that, really, I told him. I'm going to try one of those wards that keep the dead out today. Asher's gaze snapped to me.
You are?
Yeah. Miles's graduate students came through, I said. Serena says they're the real deal. His eyes ran over me.
Is it safe to try?
He asked as he started the truck. Yeah, it's paint and a drop of blood, I explained. Nothing too crazy. He took a deep breath and let it out. I smiled to myself. Don't worry. Serena said it should work. She would have warned me if it was going to backfire. At least I hoped she would. His shoulders relaxed.
Yeah, that's true, he said quietly as he drove me home. I'm still going to worry, Allie.
I know, I admitted quietly. But you can worry a bit less.
I guess,
he sighed. So where did you get the skates? I asked, cheerfully. He grinned.
I rented yours at a shop in town, he admitted. I already knew your shoe size, so it wasn't hard.
I gave him a smile. Thank you, Ash.
You're welcome, Allie, he said quietly. I just wish it didn't hurt you.
I waved my hand dismissively. It's done. No point in worrying about it, I told him. He gave me a small smile, then looked back onto the road. What are your plans today? I asked, curious. He sighed.
Cleaning the house, laundry, my usual Sunday, he groused.
Why don't you get your sister to help? I asked, as he pulled onto my street.
I've tried, he reminded me.
I got a wicked idea. I felt that chill run down my neck like a fingertip. A ghost was waiting for me outside the house. I ignored it for now. Ash, you control the money from your dad, right? I asked, smirking at him. Asher parked, then looked over at me suspiciously.
Yeah?
Then why don't you give her an allowance? I offered with a big smile. No chores, no spending money. Asher thought about it for a minute before bursting out laughing.
Oh, that would be great,
he said, still laughing. You can do it, I pointed out. He nodded, still chuckling.
Oh, that's going to be a fun conversation, he said, smiling.
Thanks for taking me ice skating, I said. He met my eyes.
Anytime, Allie girl.
His voice was soft in the cab of the truck. I pulled my eyes from his to look at the ghost on the lawn. It looks like the dead are getting impatient, I told him. There's a ghost on the lawn. I opened the door and slipped out. I'll see you tomorrow, Ash.
Be careful. I'll wait until you're inside,
he called. I winked at him before closing the door. I turned and met the dead woman. She had to be around her mid-20s. She looked chic in a pair of men's trousers and white silk blouse. Her hair was perfectly curled, her makeup perfect. She looked perfect, except for the blood staining the white blouse between her breasts. I was grateful I was still far enough away not to feel that. And you are? I asked politely. The woman stepped forward. With every step she took, I felt the blade dig deeper into her chest. Damn, that hurt. I'm Marion Carter, she said in a confident voice. Her memories peeked through my barriers. Her husband had killed her when he found out she had been cheating on him with a woman. Wow. Your husband was a dick, I pointed out. She smiled. Yes, he was, she agreed. Are you ready? I asked gently. She nodded. I focused on her and how she wanted to move on. Her husband was dead now, and she knew he wouldn't hurt anyone ever again. I focused on her need. That golden thread reached out and wrapped around her wrist. Then I dropped down to my center. It was as easy as breathing, even with Marion along. This time, before we reached my center, I focused on the veil and where I wanted to be in it. This time, when we landed, we were in the veil, not my center. I gave a small laugh. That would make these trips a lot faster. I let go of Marion as she looked around. She spotted the small plants that had sprouted. She knelt and examined them. They need water, Marion informed me. They're surviving, but without water it won't be long. You like flowers? I asked gently. Marion smiled at the plants. I loved my garden, she admitted. I had the best flowers in town back in the 30s. She got to her feet and looked around. This place needs a lot of work. I looked around. The trees were still charcoal, the ground still dry and cracked. She was right. The more souls I cross, the more balance is restored, I explained. She nodded as she looked up at the sky with a small smile on her face. What happens after this? She asked. I don't know, I admitted. She looked at me with fear in her eyes. I only know what happens here. She looked around the veil again. What about God? She asked in a thick voice. Any news on that? I watched her walk to the edge of the cliff and look down into oblivion. I stepped closer in case she lost her balance. I don't know, I told her. I haven't crossed. Her shoulders were tense as she crossed her arms over her chest. What's wrong, Marion? You want to move on, don't you? She nodded. I can't make you cross. It's your decision. Move on or be unmade. I stepped up next to her, waiting. Her body was rigid as tears fell down her face. I'm scared, she whispered. My chest ached at the pain in her voice. If God exists, is he going to punish me for... She swallowed hard. For... I realized what she was afraid of. For being gay? I asked gently. She nodded, tears still falling down her face. I don't know if there's a God, but I can't see him punishing someone for something they have no control over. That's not what the priests say, she whispered, her voice shaking. If I'm going to be punished for it, I'd rather be unmade. Marion, if God existed, would he punish someone for being blonde? I asked, matter-of-factly. She looked up away from the abyss and met my eyes. No, she whispered. I reached out and wiped the tears from her face. Then why would he punish you for this? I asked gently. She blinked. You have no control over who you're attracted to. She shook her head and opened her mouth. If God made man in his image, then he designed some of us different. And God doesn't make mistakes, right? She looked out into the abyss again. Come on, Marion. You can do this. Do you really want to be unmade because of what a priest said? No. Then make the decision to move on. And if there's punishment, look God in the eye and ask him why he created you this way if he was only going to punish you for it. Then tell him how fucked up it is, I said, my voice hard. Marion's amber eyes met mine. Determination grew in them as she nodded. I took her hand and walked her away from the ledge. A gold ball of light floated down from the way. I held her shaking hand as it formed a door and opened. A woman was waiting across the threshold. Her face was beautiful, her milk chocolate skin shining in the sun behind her. Her dark eyes met Marion's. Tears filled her eyes as she smiled. Marion took deep breaths. Alma, Marion whispered. Alma nodded. Marion lost all doubt. She dropped my hand, then ran into her love's arms and kissed her passionately. Wow. The door slammed shut, then turned into two balls of light and shot up into the way. I smiled this time. Thunder rolled through the veil. Something wet hit me. I touched my face. It was rain. I laughed as rain fell from the way as if it had been holding back for centuries. I was soaked in an instant. I looked up and smiled at it. Then I took a deep breath and pulled myself out. I opened my eyes to the physical world. Thankfully, I wasn't actually soaked. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. I felt under my nose, and for the first time since this started, I didn't have a nosebleed. Sweet. I turned and waved to Asher that I was fine before heading inside. The house was quiet. Suddenly starving, I made a sandwich as I thought about Marion and Alma. An interracial couple in the U.S. in the 30s had been risky. For that couple to be two women would have been extremely so. Marion and Alma had guts. I couldn't help but admire them. I smiled to myself as I put carrots on my plate. I took my plate upstairs to my room. I sat in my chair, eating as I looked over the report about voodoo symbols. But I couldn't focus. I was seeing Asher while we stood on the ice. Was he going to kiss me? Would he have, if he hadn't touched my bruises? My heart jumped at the idea. But was that what he was going to do? And what was with that look before winter formal? I covered my face and made a frustrated growl into my hands. Then, of course, there was Miles. I already almost kissed him. Now I almost kissed Asher. I was cursing myself when my phone rang. It was Jake. "Hey." "Hey, sweetness. How are you feeling?" Jake asked cheerfully. "Fine, except my face feels like pureed meat," I admitted. "Does it look that bad?" "Hold on, I'll send a pic," I told him. I pulled my phone back and took a good picture, then sent it to him. "Damn, Lexi, that's bad," he pointed out. "Yep, and it feels about as good as it looks," I grumbled. "So, how'd it go with Derek last night?" "Do you really want to know?" he asked impishly. I smiled. "Hell yeah, tell me," I demanded as I got up to lay down on my bed. Hades was forced to scoot over or be laid on. "Are you sure?" he teased. "Jake, if you don't tell me what happened last night, then I won't tell you what happened today," I threatened. He gasped dramatically. I'll tell," he assured me quickly. "We went for a walk, and Derek was really quiet, not like Derek." I smiled. So I asked him what was wrong. He turned and just told me he liked me. I fought off a giggle as he continued. I was so stunned all I said was, "Huh?" Jake admitted. I bit back a laugh. "What happened next?" I asked, practically giddy. "He kissed me," he said. I giggled. "He just up and kissed me." Jake's voice sounded stunned. "And? How was it?" I asked when I could stop giggling. He chuckled. "Amazing," he admitted, still sounding stunned. "He can really kiss." I snickered. "So, what happened next?" I'm not telling," Jake stated. "What? Come on," I begged. "I gotta live vicariously through someone." "Let's just say we got touchy," he hedged. "You did not sleep with him last night," I said, shocked. "I'm not that easy, sweetie," he assured me. "We just made out." My mouth closed. "Good. Take it slow. Enjoy it," I told him. He snickered. "Oh, I intend to," he said with a sly voice. I chuckled. "So I take it you're dating. Did you tell the others?" I asked as I stroked Hades' sleeping head. "Not yet. He's coming over to talk about it today." "Uh-huh," I said in a knowing voice. "Lexi," Jake's voice was embarrassed. I loved it. I just snickered. "So, what happened with you today?" he asked. I groaned painfully. "Asher took me ice skating," I mumbled. "How sweet," he said. "And I almost kissed him," I admitted. He started laughing. "Shut up, Jake." "Oh, honey," he said as he started getting control of himself again. "You're not going to make it. You need to tell someone how you feel." "Oh, yeah? Who?" I asked pointedly. "Well, you know me. I like the tall, lean ones, so I say Miles," he reminded me. I snorted. "You can't exactly tell Zeke. He's taken." "I know," I grumbled. "What are you waiting for?" he asked. I sighed. "First, what if it goes wrong? We don't exactly have years of friendship on our side," I reminded him. "What if it goes right?" he countered. I smiled at that. If it went right, it'd be fucking amazing. If it went wrong, I could lose all of them. I tried again to make him understand what scared me. I wouldn't be able to hang out with them anymore. I'd lose them all. Jake sighed. "Okay, yeah, I get it," he grumbled. "But Lexi, I don't think you have to worry about that. These guys love you. I know, and I love them. I took a shaky breath. I can't lose them. Not over a stupid crush.
I get it. I don't like it, but I get it, he admitted.
So, when are you going to take Derek on a date? I asked in my cutesy voice.
Next Friday, he admitted. Though we have to be careful around here. Small towns aren't always great for gay couples.
An idea hit me.
Oh, I said, suddenly excited. Lisa Cantrell and her girlfriend. What?
There's a lesbian couple here at our school that are still hiding it from their parents. You guys can double date and be each other's cover, I explained.
That would be perfect, he said instantly. Do you have her number?
No, but I can get it from Asher later. He's at work right now. I promised him. We gossiped and talked until Derek showed up at Jake's house for their talk. As Jake and I said our goodbyes, I sent my love and congratulations to Derek, too. I didn't bother getting up as I pulled the box of supplies I'd gathered onto the bed. I was planning on trying the symbols on some large, smooth river rocks. I thought I might be able to place them around the house so Tara wouldn't see. It was the best I had been able to come up with. I pulled my paint out of the box and opened the white paint. Then I followed the diagram. The symbol was like an asterisk, with forked ends. I finished painting and blew on the paint to dry it. I finished 2 more rocks when my phone rang. It was Dylan. I sent it to voicemail. I was on my 4th rock when it rang again. I set my paint up on my desk and answered. "What?" I snapped, assuming it was Dylan.
"How are you feeling, Alexis?"
a familiar voice asked. My heart dropped. My stomach nodded. It was him. Thinking fast, I started recording the call. "You mean after you hit me last night?" "Peachy," I said sarcastically into the phone as I got to my feet and hurried downstairs.
"Stop talking like that. That isn't you," he snapped.
I reached the living room and headed for Rory's bedroom. "You really don't know me if you think like that," I countered as I opened the door. I rushed around Rory's bed.
"I know you better than you know yourself,"
he said, his voice condescending. I shook Rory awake, hard. He jerked up, eyes wild.
"That's how I know you're lost right now,"
he continued in my ear. Rory's eyes focused on me. "It's him," I mouthed. Rory grabbed his phone.
"That's how I know they're hurting you."
I chuckled at that. "My friends are hurting me? You're the one who hit me," I countered. "They have never hurt me, and they never would."
"They hurt you every time they touch you," he growled. "Every time they hug you, every time they hold your hand, they are hurting you."
Rory spoke into his phone quietly. I stepped further away so he wouldn't be overheard. "That stuff doesn't hurt," I said simply. "You know what hurts? Getting tackled in a parking lot and getting hit across the face. That's the stuff that hurts."
"More than being beaten unconscious at school and carried out to one of their cars? More than dumping water on you outside in winter so they have an excuse to take off your clothes? What about the bloody noses you're coming to school with every morning?" he asked.
I went still and looked at Rory. How long has this guy been watching me? Rory gestured to me, his hands moving away from each other. He wanted me to keep him on the line. "That wasn't them. That's my seizure disorder," I told him. "The bloody noses and being unconscious has nothing to do with them. They were taking me home so I could be taken care of."
"I saw through the window as they stripped you down in that kitchen," he growled.
He was watching? My skin crawled.
"I saw you covering yourself, crying and scared of them."
Crying? I hadn't been crying. I had been freezing.
"You don't know what you're fucking talking about," I bit out. "Stop talking like that. That isn't you," he snapped into the phone.
"Oh, yeah, it is," I countered, my temper sparking.
"Don't you see what they're turning you into?" he shouted in my ear. "You're not meant to be with them. You're supposed to be with me. A guy that hits me? Nah, I'm not that stupid, I shot back as my temper boiled. I know the horrible things they make you do, he stated sadly. I know you don't want to. What things? I asked. Eat healthy? Yeah, I don't want to do that. Work out? Actually, I enjoy that. Homework? Yeah, you're right. They're evil. I didn't bother keeping the sarcasm from my voice this time. I'm going to make them stop touching you, he insisted. Make them stop forcing you to do things. But then I'll flunk out of school, I pointed out in a whiny voice. There was a long silence. I'll make them pay for touching you, for making you act this way, he said calmly. You're sweet and kind. And a raging bitch when I want to be. Stay away from my friends, I growled into the phone. You belong to me, he shouted, and I'll punish you if you keep behaving this way. Rory gave me a thumbs up. I could hang up. I belong to no one. Now fuck off, I shouted into the phone and hung up. I looked at Rory as I fumed. Get Hades. You're going to the twins' house. Wait for me and I'll follow you over, Rory told me as he moved to his dresser. Did I just make this worse? I asked. Rory looked at me. Maybe, but we might have just found the little shit, Rory said, before opening the drawer. I went into the living room and got some of Hades' toys. I pulled on my jacket and made sure I had my wallet. Rory came out and pulled his coat on. I put Hades on his leash, headed out, and loaded him up in the Blazer. Rory got in his truck. I called Ethan on speaker and set the phone in the holder that Miles had gotten for me. The guys knew I refused to use my phone while driving, so Miles got me a holder that Zeke attached to my dash. I was pulling out onto the road when he answered. Hey, beautiful. His smoky voice rolled through the Blazer as I checked my rearview mirror to make sure Rory was following. I'm coming to your house, I told him, my voice shaking at the edges. What happened? He demanded. I took a deep breath and focused on driving. He called. Rory had me talk to him as long as he needed, I said, a little breathless. He's following me to your house so he can go into the station. Breathe, beautiful, he told me calmly. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. You're okay. You'll be safe here. I know, this fucker is psycho, I blurted out. What about your mom? He chuckled. I'd love to see this guy try to take on Ma. He'd get the beating of a lifetime. I snorted as I pulled onto their street. You're sure? I can go to Asher's, I offered. Ma's armed, you're coming here, he reassured me. I nodded, not realizing he couldn't see it. I parked just in front of Ethan and Isaac's car. I shut off the truck, grabbed my phone, grabbed Hades, and got out. Ethan was on the porch with his phone to his ear. I didn't think. I just ran to the porch and into his arms. He held me tight as I buried my face in his neck. You're okay, Lexi, he whispered gently. Rory's going after the sicko. I nodded, still clinging to him. I totally pissed him off, I whispered into his hoodie. He said he was going to punish me for it. What if he comes after you guys? My throat tightened at the thought. He chuckled. I'd like to see him try it, he admitted. Every one of us can take on someone Zeke's size, even me in a pinch. I took another deep breath and let it out slowly again. Keep taking breaths, he whispered. I nodded and did as he said. He kissed the top of my head and pulled back a little. Come inside, beautiful. He kept his arm around me as he opened the door. The smell of something delicious hit me. Hades ran inside and headed straight for the living room. It made me want to smile. Ethan walked me into the living room and sat me down on the couch next to Hades. He crouched down in front of me and took my shaking hands in his. Ma, he called, as he rubbed my hands with his. Maria, the twins' mom, came in. Maria had a pretty face.
She had lovely brown skin, the boy's beautiful chocolate eyes, and thick black hair that I personally envied. She was even still in her jammies. She gave Hades her "what do you think you're doing" look, the dog's tail tucked between his legs before he jumped to the floor and sat there. Maria sat next to me and pulled me into a hug instantly. I admit, I clung to her a bit. "Rory called and told me what's going on," she explained as she squeezed me tight. "You're going to be okay, sweetie." I just enjoyed the hug. I felt oddly starved for it. Maria pulled back, held my face, and looked me over. "Well, I've seen worse," she announced. I huffed. She grinned. "Well, it's true." "This guy's psycho," I told her. She nodded. "All stalkers are, honey," she countered with a smile. I just totally pissed him off. He said... I took a deep breath and looked at the floor. He said he was going to punish me. "What if he goes after the guys, you or Rory?" I asked quietly as I ran over the scenarios in my head. She gave me a gentle smile. "First, Rory's a grown man, and this boy is a kid," she reminded me. She looked down at Ethan, who was still holding my hands. "Han, get Lexi some tea, please." Ethan was frowning as he nodded and got up to go to the kitchen. When he was out of the room, she turned back to me. "As for me, I've been armed ever since I left the boy's father." Chapter 17. Sunday afternoon. "What?" "My ex was, well, an emotionally abusive drunk," Maria said casually. "It went on for years. He only did it to me, but I know the boys saw more than I thought." She tucked a stray hair behind her ear. "One day, I realized that it couldn't continue. So, I packed the boys up, left, and got a lawyer." "Did he stay away?" I asked. She gave me a sad smile and shook her head, her eyes unfocused on the piano. "No, he started stalking me. He'd leave notes, flowers, and call in the middle of the night." She sighed sadly before looking back to me. "One evening he caught me leaving the school and he hit me," she said. "I got away and he came at me again. I pulled my gun and shot him." My eyebrows went up. He crumpled to the ground like paper. I called the police and ambulance. They came and took him away. She gave me a smile. "Your uncle was one of the first officers on the scene. He took one look at me, then looked at my ex, who at this point was writhing in pain on the ground." I chuckled. She smiled. "Rory looked at me and said, 'Good shot.'" I gave her a small laugh. That sounded like Rory. "The DA wanted to offer a plea of misdemeanor assault. Then I told them I was 3 months pregnant with my daughter. With that, your uncle pushed the DA to make it aggravated assault on a pregnant woman. They eventually gave him 15 years. She took a deep breath and gave me another squeeze. "The point is, I can take care of myself, and stalkers can be dealt with. This will end someday, and if he keeps pissing off Rory, it won't be long." I chuckled. She smiled. Ethan came in and handed me a cup of tea, his eyes storming. He'd been listening. "I'm going upstairs," he mumbled before walking out. I watched him go. My heart grew heavy. Maria sighed. "He never told you about Sophie, did he?" she asked sadly. "No." "Give him a few minutes, then head up," Maria suggested, her worried gaze on the stairs. "He needs to talk about it to someone. Lord knows he hasn't talked to me or his brother." She met my eyes. "Maybe he'll talk to you." I gave her a small smile and drank my tea. She went back into the kitchen to finish baking her apple pie empanadas. When I finished my tea, I took the cup into the kitchen and put it in the sink and headed upstairs. I pulled my bracelets on before I even reached the top of the stairs. Sophia was leaning against the banister, staring at Ethan's closed door. "He's doing it again," Sophia said. He's pulling me back, and I can't stop him. She looked at me with pleading eyes. Help him? I gave her a small nod before going to his door and knocking.
Yeah.
Ethan's voice was rough. I opened the door and walked in. Ethan's room was a mix of messy and clean. His clothes were all over the floor except for where his guitars were. That area was spotless. Not even a speck of dust could be seen. Ethan's twin bed was against the left wall, his blankets bunched up at the end of his bed. His walls were covered with so many band posters that I couldn't tell the color of the paint. Wait, there, it's white. Ethan was sitting on his bed, his back against the wall with his legs across the width of the bed. He was staring at the dresser across from his bed, his face dark, his eyes haunted. I went to his bed and sat next to him with my back against the wall. My shoulder, arm, and hip pressed against his. Touch always helped the twins feel better. I was betting now was no different. We sat in silence for several minutes.
You must have noticed that I don't have a sister anymore,
he muttered in a rough voice. Yeah, I said just as quietly. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
She died,
he announced, his tone matter of fact, though his voice was pained.
In the car wreck that hurt my back.
I reached over and took his hand in mine. He squeezed my hand tight. I didn't say anything. I just waited patiently. I knew Ethan. If I pushed, he'd shut down. He'd lock me out, and he'd never let me back in. So I waited. He sighed deeply, then moved to lie down. He rested his head in my lap with his eyes still on his dresser. I began running my fingers through his hair and waited.
We were on our way home from camping 4 years ago,
he began, his voice strained. Sophie came through the door and leaned against the closet door on the right side of the room.
There was an accident on I-94, a 12-car pileup.
He took a deep breath before he could continue.
I don't want to talk about it, Lexi.
You don't have to, I told him quietly, as my fingers kept running through his hair. What was she like? I asked softly. He let out a deep breath.
When she was born, she was so tiny,
he said, his voice warming.
She was premature and had to be in the NICU for a couple weeks. Doctor said it'd be a month. Sophie surprised the hell out of him.
He sniffed and wiped his face. I kept running my fingers through his thick hair.
When Ma brought her home, everyone helped out while Ma healed up. All the guys, even Jessica, came over to help.
I raised my eyebrows at that.
She was funny and sweet.
He grinned a little. His body relaxed against me as he rested his hand on my knee. I bet she had all of you wrapped around her finger, I guessed, smiling. Sophia grinned and nodded.
No. Well, maybe Zeke,
he said. Sophie rolled her eyes.
One look at him with her big brown eyes, and he'd give her whatever she wanted.
I chuckled. He smiled.
I'll never forget this one summer all of us were sitting on the porch playing cards. Sophie was 4 at the time, and was sitting on the sidewalk drawing with chalk. When this other kid, I think he was 8 or 9, came up and told her he wanted to draw too.
Ethan wasn't crying anymore. Instead, he had a grin on his face.
She said okay, and they started drawing. It was fine until this kid started making fun of her drawings. She told him he was being rude, and if he was going to keep being mean, he could leave.
He looked up at me.
And I swear she sounded exactly like Ma when she said that.
I chuckled as he went back to looking at the dresser.
The kid got pissed and pushed her down.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. We were all off the porch in a second and heading toward him,
he admitted.
Sophie started crying. Zeke, Isaac, and I chased the kid down the block, while Miles and Asher stayed with her. We caught up to the kid. He got a punch from each of us and threatened with death if he ever touched her again. Then we came home.
I looked over at Sophie. She was smiling.
We thought she was hurt by how much she was crying. She was sitting in Asher's lap. And Miles finally got her to calm down enough to tell us what was wrong. She wasn't hurt. The kid had messed up her drawing when he stepped on it.
I burst out laughing. Sophie shrugged. He chuckled, too. What did you guys do then? I asked, already suspecting the answer.
What else could we do? She had been working on it all day. We soaked down the walkway and helped her draw it again. Alice even came out and took a picture of it for her,
he said quietly. It was silent for a few heartbeats. Tell me another one, I asked gently. Ethan did. He told me about how Sophie could outprank Isaac. She'd gotten him so many times, Ethan was sure that's where Isaac had gotten most of his ideas. He told me how Asher and Zeke would get roped into playing dolls with her, even though Zeke hated it. I tucked that bit of information away for later. Eventually, Ethan was relaxed as he lay in my lap on his back. He was in the middle of telling a story about Sophie scaring the crap out of Isaac with the speaker under his bed when Isaac popped his head in. He eyed us, his face sweaty and red.
"What are you two talking about?"
Isaac asked playfully. Ethan tilted his head back in my lap.
"Gossip,"
Ethan lied, his mood sobering instantly.
"Oh."
Isaac made a face.
"I'm going to hop in the shower. Just wanted to see what the giggle fest was about."
He winked at me before ducking back into the hallway. Ethan sighed deeply and sat up.
"Don't tell him you know about her,"
he said quietly.
"He won't take it well."
"Why?" I asked gently. He shook his head. He turned to me and opened his mouth. "Ethan! Lexi! Isaac! The boys are here!" Maria shouted from downstairs. Ethan's mouth snapped shut. He got to his feet and held out his hand to me. I took it without a word and followed him into the hallway. Sophie gave me a sad smile as we walked out. When we got downstairs, Asher was being held hostage by a much shorter Maria. I bit back a laugh as she held his jaw and looked at his face. "Are you sleeping enough?" Maria asked, her voice telling him to answer.
"Yes, ma'am,"
Asher assured her. "How about eating?" she asked. Asher smiled.
"Yes, ma'am,"
he repeated. Miles came over to me, drawing my attention away from Asher and Maria.
"Are you all right? Rory called us and told us about the phone call."
Miles asked gently. I gave him a small smile and shrugged. "I'm worried he's going to go after one of you," I admitted. Miles smirked. His eyes turned cold.
"I hope he does,"
he muttered. I blinked, and he was back to the same old sweet Miles I've always known. Huh. Miles wanted a piece of this guy, too. I didn't expect that. Miles hugged me tightly. I relaxed against him, some tension inside me easing.
"Only one demand left and I get my bag back, right?"
he asked, teasing me. I chuckled. He let me go and went to save Asher. Maria then repeated the same questions to Miles. Zeke was looking out the front window, his shoulders tense and his stance rigid. I moved next to him. "Hey," I greeted. He looked down at me. His eyes ran over me once, before he was looking out the window again.
"You okay?"
he growled. "Yeah, I was shaky at first, but then I got over it," I admitted. He reached out and took my hand without even looking away from the window. I gave his big hand a squeeze. His thumb ran over my fingers.
"It's going to be fine,"
he said.
"They might be picking him up right now."
True. Before I could say anything else, Maria clapped her hands. "Okay, if all of you are staying for supper, then a store run is needed," Maria announced. Miles instantly volunteered. Maria shook her head. "No, not you, Miles. I'm going to give Lexi her first salsa lesson while they're gone. So I need you, darling."
"Shit,"
I whispered.
"Told you wouldn't get out of it,"
Zeke whispered down to me. I giggled to myself. Soon enough, all the guys except Isaac and Miles were running out the door to the store, while Maria went to the stereo system. I went to meet Miles in the middle of the living room after he moved the coffee table. Salsa music filled the room as he stood across from me. Maria came back with a big smile. "Okay, we're going to start you with basics," Maria began, then looked at Miles. "Okay, Miles, position 1. Miles gave a small smile and stepped closer. One hand went around me to my middle back, the other took mine. I rested my other hand on his shoulder as I tried to ignore the way my pulse picked up. "On the first beat, you'll step forward with your left foot, then back and back again with your right." I nodded and looked down at my feet.
"Don't look at your feet, Lexi,"
Miles said. I looked up to meet his eyes. He grinned at me as Maria began to run us through the basics. Well, she ran me through the basics. Miles already knew everything. I felt completely and utterly ridiculous until Miles spun me under his arm and back to him. His smile made me smile. At one point, Isaac came down, groaned, then ran back upstairs to hide. For the next hour, Maria taught me how to salsa dance, and I loved it. By the time the guys got back, I was laughing as Miles picked up the tempo and led me through the steps I knew.
"Oh, God, no,"
Ethan groaned. The others joined in. I ignored them and spun around the room with Miles. "Oh, shut up," Maria shot at them. "She's good." The guys grumbled as they brought the groceries in. When the song was over, I was out of breath and smiling. "You enjoyed that," Maria said. "Yeah, it was awesome," I said. "I think I need more lessons." Maria chuckled. "Well, I can't teach as much as I used to, but Miles should be able to teach you, right, Miles?" Maria offered with a small grin on her face. Miles gave me an awkward smile.
"Sure, I can teach you if you want to learn more,"
he offered. Maria turned off the music. "Good, because I'm holding you to that," I warned. He chuckled as we headed into the kitchen with the others. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of cooking and chaos in the kitchen. Asher helped Maria cook, while the twins kept trying to snatch the dessert empanadas. They kept getting their hands smacked. The rest of us played the card game Bullshit. Zeke and I kept losing. He couldn't lie worth a damn, and everyone seemed to figure out when I was lying, too. Eventually, Maria called a halt to the game and made everyone wash up and set the table. Dinner was lingua tacos. I had no idea what it was, but it was delicious. After I was stuffed, Isaac told me lingua was cow tongue. I shrugged. It tasted amazing. I didn't care. Isaac immediately deflated, as if he expected a big reaction. His disappointed face made me laugh. Hades ended up in Zeke's lap as we played Uno, and I didn't mind. He was getting too big for my lap anyway. It was around 6 when my cell rang. It was Rory. I got up and went into the living room. "Rory?"
"Hey, kid."
Rory's voice sounded tired.
"We couldn't find him."
My shoulders tensed. "What do you mean you couldn't find him? I thought you traced the call or whatever," I asked as I started pacing.
"He rerouted the call through several cell towers. By the time we realized that's what was happening, he was off the line," he said. "We've been trying to follow the trail, but we just weren't fast enough."
I sighed. "Okay, then I guess someone comes home with me," I asked, trying not to get angry.
"Yeah, don't worry, we'll find him,"
he reassured me. I bit back my retort. "I know. I'll go home in a couple minutes," I told him.
"Stay safe,"
he said, before hanging up the phone. I wanted to throw the damn thing. I was still pacing when Asher came out.
"Allie?"
"He got away," I told him. "He pulled some trick with the towers and they couldn't trace him."
"Do you want to come over to my place tonight?"
he offered. I stopped pacing and shook my head. "You've got Jessica," I reminded him. "Last thing we need is for him to possibly switch his focus to her." I needed to move, to walk, to go. I couldn't just stay here anymore. "I'm going to head home. Asher's eyes ran over me, his face worried.
"Let me tell Ethan so he can go with you,"
Asher said. I nodded, not really paying attention. I was thinking about ways to hunt this guy down when Ethan came into the family room with his book bag and an overnight bag.
"Come on, beautiful,"
he said cheerfully.
"Let's bail before we have to do dishes."
I smiled and got my coat while he called Hades. We said goodbye to the others and headed out to my Blazer. When we got close enough to the truck, I noticed the manila envelope under the wiper. My mind grew quiet as I pulled it off the windshield and opened it. It was pictures of Asher and I skating. There were also some from this afternoon while I was dancing with Miles through the front window. Written over one of them were the words, "Touch her and die." My temper sparked. "You don't threaten my family." I climbed in and wordlessly handed the photos to Ethan. He called Rory as I drove home. I was half hoping to see the white Camry on my block so I could run the fucker over. But no such luck. We walked into the house and locked up. I fed and gave water to Hades. Then I went upstairs to shower and get in my pajamas. I was thinking things out as I came back down and sat in one of the armchairs. Ethan put on some movie. I watched it without really paying attention. I looked at my phone and got an idea. Eventually, Ethan fell asleep on the couch. I turned off the lights, curled up in my chair, then looked at my phone. I was done waiting for this fucker. It was time to go baiting. Alexis. Nice photos. Too bad you ruined them with your insane bullshit. I didn't have to wait too long for a response. Secret admirer.
"Stop talking like that."
Alexis. Free country, dickless. I can talk however I want. Secret admirer.
"This isn't you."
Alexis. Oh, yeah, it is. And if I were you, I'd run. Secret admirer.
"Your friends can't hurt me."
Alexis. I didn't say you had to run from them. It's me you have to worry about. He didn't respond. I wasn't scared of this fucker anymore. He was a coward, and I'd treat him that way. I stayed up waiting to see if he'd respond. It was late when Ethan woke up.
"Beautiful?"
Ethan's soft voice pulled my attention away from my phone.
"What's wrong? Can't sleep?"
No, I'm waiting to see if this dick has the stones to respond, I admitted. Ethan woke up fast and got to his feet.
"What did you do?"
he demanded as he took my phone from me. He looked through the message and started laughing.
"Oh, Lexi."
I'm tired of playing it his way, I admitted. He's careful, right? So if I piss him off, he's more likely to make a mistake. Ethan shook his head as he looked down at me.
"That's a dangerous game, beautiful,"
he warned.
"Rory said no contact."
Yeah, well, no contact isn't working, I pointed out. I want this shit in jail. Ethan sighed.
"Come here, beautiful,"
he said gently as he settled back on the couch. I got up and walked over to him. He gestured for me to lie down. I knelt between his knees, then laid down on him with my head on his chest. His arms wrapped around me as I took in a deep breath of spice. His hand ran through my hair as I listened to his heartbeat under my ear.
"You don't need to bait him. He's going to come after you anyway."
I'm going to kick his ass, I reminded him. He kissed the top of my hair.
"I know. That's why he's scared of you,"
he murmured, holding me tight. I wasn't sleepy, but the combination of his body heat and the sound of his heartbeat relaxed me enough for sleep to take over. Chapter 18. Monday. The next morning, my phone vibrated as I pulled into the parking lot. Ethan pulled it out of the holder and checked it as I parked the Blazer. He cursed.
"It's your stalker. He says to check your locker,"
Ethan grumbled. I shut off the truck, grabbed my bag, then held out my hand for my phone. "Then let's check my locker," I said simply. Ethan nodded. He called Miles as we walked through the halls. My temper burned as we got closer to my locker. The guys were waiting by the time we got there. I gave them a small smile before opening the locker. Red rose petals poured from the white locker to the ground. It reminded me of blood pouring from a wound. I waited silently until they were all on the ground. Then I took the note taped to the back of the locker. "This is my last warning. Touch her again, and I'll kill you." That's it. I handed the note to Miles, then proceeded to stomp the hell out of those rose petals until each and every one of them were crushed and dark. When I was done, I was breathing heavy. Isaac raised an eyebrow. "Feel better?" Isaac asked. I thought about it. Yes, I do," I admitted. The guys chuckled. I wrote him back last night. Zeke cursed. Asher sighed. And Miles started tapping on his leg in that staccato rhythm. "What did you say?" Isaac asked. I held out my phone to them. Isaac read it off to the others. Zeke's jaw clenched. "Damn it, Lexi," Zeke snapped. His burning eyes met mine. "No contact. That's what Rory said. What the fuck were you thinking?" I was thinking, let's piss him off and maybe he'll make a mistake, I shot back. "Or he'll escalate," he countered. "He might go from wanting to save you to wanting to kill you." My stomach dropped as my anger disappeared. I hadn't thought about that. I had been so mad that I didn't stop to think. "You just fucked up big time," he growled. He took my phone from Isaac and tucked it back into his pocket. "You're not getting your phone back." "What?" "You fucking heard me," he snapped. "You were told not to respond, and you did. You think I'm going to let you keep taunting this guy until he wants you dead?" The tension was thick as we glared at each other. I finally looked away as I realized how stupid I had been. He looked to the others. They split up my schedule between them to walk with me between classes, and I didn't even argue. Because Zeke was right. I fucked up. Pissing this guy off was a great way to get him to want me dead. When they were done, the bell for first period rang and everyone took off, except for Zeke. Zeke walked with me to first period in silence. We were near the door when he stopped me. "Wait until Ethan gets here before leaving the room," he ordered me. I nodded. "Hey." I looked up to meet his ice blue eyes. "You hear me?" he asked, his voice sharp and hard. "I hear ya," I muttered. "Good." He waited until I was in the room before heading to his own class. I could feel everyone watching as I walked to my desk and sat down. This is going to get old fast. When Mr. Matthews got up to teach, his gaze found me. "Lexi, what happened to you?" he asked in front of the class. I sighed. "Some asshole tried to kidnap me Saturday night," I told him bluntly. He didn't like it when I fought back. Mr. Matthews raised a white eyebrow. "You're here. Good job," he said, then turned his attention back to the class and began our lecture. That's how it went for the day. One of the guys would pick me up from class, my teacher would express concern, and class would start. It was getting annoying by the time Isaac picked me up from algebra. "How's it going, Red?" he asked. I sighed. My head is killing me, and if one more teacher asks what happened, I might scream, I told him bluntly. He wrapped his arm around my shoulders and gave me a side hug. "Miles usually has something for a headache," he told me as we walked into a hallway. I gave him a small smile when I looked ahead of me. Morgan was walking down the hall. He spotted me and frowned. He stopped in front of me, his eyes running over my face. "Did he do that to you?" he demanded, pointing at Isaac. Isaac made a rude noise in the back of his throat. "No, some asshole stalker who thinks I belong to him did," I told him bluntly. "The cops are on it." His eyes were shadowed as they ran over my face. "I'm sorry to hear that," he said quietly before stepping out around me. "Take care of yourself." "Thanks," I said before he was out of earshot. Isaac was muttering under his breath as we walked into chemistry. Isaac practically threw his bag on the floor. Ethan eyed him.
"What's with you?"
Ethan asked.
"Fucking Morgan asked if I gave Lexi her bruises,"
Isaac snapped as he sat down, still steaming. "It doesn't matter what people think, Cookie Monster," I reminded him. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
"You're right,"
he grumbled. Miles came in and took his usual spot next to me. He dug a small bag out of his pocket.
"Lexi, here,"
Miles said, pulling 2 small discs out of a plastic bag.
"These are GPS trackers. I want you to keep them on you at all times,"
he said as he put them in my hand. It took me a second to realize what he was saying. "In case he grabs me," I stated. Miles's eyes were troubled as he nodded.
"I'd rather be over-prepared than not prepared enough,"
Miles admitted.
"Those have a strong enough signal that we can track you anywhere on the planet and up to 100 feet underground, as long as you have them on you."
A weight lifted off my chest that I wasn't even aware of. I practically jumped on Miles to hug him. "Thank you. Thank you, thank you," I whispered in his ear. He gave me a big hug back.
"You're very welcome,"
he said softly.
"Just keep them somewhere safe on you."
I pulled back and instantly slipped my hand down my sweater and tucked one into my bra cup. Miles looked away. His ears turned pink while the twins laughed. I slipped the other into my right shoe. "That should work, right?" I asked, grinning. Miles nodded, his ears still pink.
"I imagine so,"
Miles muttered.
"Hey,"
Isaac said.
"Maybe we should talk about code words." "Yeah, Ma uses them all the time with her class."
Ethan nodded. "What are you talking about?" I asked.
"Like if you were on the phone with us and your stalker is standing there with a gun on you, it'd be a way to tell us you're in trouble without coming out and saying it,"
Isaac explained. Miles nodded and then looked to me.
"What would you never call one of us?"
Miles asked. I thought about that. "Blue Eyes?" I offered uncertainly. I mean, I'd call Zeke a multitude of other things before that. The guys nodded.
"Blue Eyes it is,"
Ethan announced. Class started, and for the first time, a teacher didn't ask what happened to my face. I was grateful. We were heading toward the cafeteria when I hesitated. Miles stopped walking.
"Lexi?"
he asked gently. "He's in there," I said. "That fucker is probably in there." I don't know why I stopped, but it just hit me that I knew my stalker, and he could be anyone at this point. I knew who hit me and took those photos. Miles's hand was a comforting weight on my lower back.
"Do you want to eat out here or in the library?"
he asked, in that silky smooth voice of his. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly as some of the tension inside me eased. "No, I'm not going to let him get to me," I told him. "I just need a second." Miles waited patiently while I took another breath, then started walking again. Isaac and Ethan were waiting by the door. They both gave me supportive smiles before going inside. Isaac went ahead of me, Ethan walked in beside me, and Miles brought up the back as if they had planned it. Hell, it wouldn't have surprised me if they did. I felt eyes on me as we walked to our table. I sat down between Asher and Isaac. Zeke was across from me. I met Zeke's gaze. "Can I have my phone now?" I asked sweetly.
"Are you going to respond to people you shouldn't?"
he asked. "No," I grumbled. "I know I fucked up." He pulled it out of his pocket and slid it over to me. I took out my lunch while the guys filled Asher and Zeke in on our code phrase for trouble. They loved the idea. Then they talked about going to my house for homework tonight. We usually went to Miles next, but apparently that was off the table for now. I was chewing when I realized we were missing someone. "Where's Riley?" I asked Zeke. Zeke sighed deeply, then answered,
"We broke up on Sunday."
I sat stunned for a whole 5 seconds. Wait, you guys broke up? I asked, trying to be sure I heard right. Zeke nodded before taking a drink out of his water. Are you okay? I asked. Zeke looked at me like I'd grown a third head.
Yeah,
he stated, then changed the subject to English essays. I was still reeling when Clay came over. He stood across the table as his eyes ran over me.
So it's true? What the hell happened?
Clay demanded as he moved around the table to get to me. He reached out and lifted my chin so he could see my face clearly. I fought the urge to smack his hand away as his fingers hit bruises. I reached up and gently pulled his hand away from my face.
She has a stalker who tried to kidnap her Saturday night,
Isaac answered for me. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
A stalker?
Clay asked. He turned to Isaac.
Yeah, the police are all over it,
Isaac answered again. I reminded myself not to kill Isaac. I loved Isaac, and there was no reason to get upset with him. It had to be common knowledge by now. Clay looked me over.
Are you okay?
He asked gently. I gave him a smile. I'm fine. Pissed off, but fine, I said cheerfully. Clay nodded.
If you need anything, give me a call,
Clay said.
You have my number.
Thanks, Clay, I said. He looked at my face again, then walked back into the crowd. I sighed. I was zoning out when Zeke tapped on the table to get my attention.
Eat,
Zeke reminded me. I didn't bitch. I started eating my lunch again. It wasn't long before someone else came to our table. Ryan came through the crowd and straight to me. I turned in my chair to look up at him. His eyes were hard as they ran over my face. His fingers went to my chin. I winced and took his hand off me.
Damn, Lexi,
Ryan muttered.
That's quite the bruising you have going.
Yeah, redheads' bruises look worse than they really are, I assured him.
Did they find the guy?
Ryan asked.
Not yet,
Ethan answered.
The cops are on it, though.
Ryan nodded.
Good.
Ryan reached out and picked up my phone. He started hitting buttons.
Here's my number. If you need anything, call.
I was too stunned to say anything. He handed it back to me and met my eyes.
Seriously, you need to walk out to the car, to the store, whatever. Call, okay?
I will, I said gratefully. Thanks, Ryan. He shrugged, his cheeks tinging pink as he looked at the guys watching us.
No problem. I'll, see you guys at practice,
Ryan stammered, before heading back into the crowd. I turned back to the table and put my phone down. I didn't know what to say about that, but Isaac did.
Ryan's got a crush on you,
Isaac stated. I rolled my eyes. He's just worried about a friend, I countered. Isaac gave me a placating look.
Yeah, sure, Red,
he said in a knowing voice. My phone rang. It was Dylan. I sent it to voicemail and put my phone down. I was eating again when Asher's phone rang. He looked at me before he got to his feet and walked away to answer. I figured it was Dylan. We were still talking about how much homework we needed to make up when Asher came back. Dylan? I asked quietly. Asher met my eyes and nodded.
He just wanted to make sure you were all right,
Asher explained. I just shook my head and ate my lunch. The noise in here was getting to me. I kept expecting my stalker to jump out at me any minute. It was ridiculous, but that's how I was feeling. When the bell rang, Miles walked me to Jim. He asked me if I was all right. I just nodded as we walked through the hall. When Miles dropped me off, he was frowning. I didn't know what about. I just went to class.
All right, Lexi, let's go over it again,
Dave said.
You're going to wrap your leg back around mine, then hit my kneecap with the heel of your other foot. Got it?
He asked. I nodded. It was the end of my workout, and I was having trouble at the gym today. I kept jumping at loud sounds and looking around me. I fucking hated it. I got back into position in front of him. Dave bear-hugged me and lifted me off my feet. I wrapped my left leg around his and hit his knee with my heel. He instantly dropped me to the mat.
Good. Again,
he said. We ran through the move again and again until I felt like I had it down cold. Afterward, Dave looked me over.
No sparring or fight training for you,
Dave told me.
You're too high-strung today.
I shot him a look. Can you blame me? I asked sarcastically.
No, I can't,
he admitted with a smile. Thanks, Dave, I said, before heading up to the front. I walked past Asher, who stopped working out to turn to me.
Are you done?
Asher asked breathlessly. Yeah, you guys can finish. I won't go anywhere, I promised. Asher's eyes ran over me before I turned away and walked back to the lockers. I was taking off my wraps when Jordan stepped up to the side of my locker.
Hey, I heard about what happened Saturday night,
he said, his voice worried.
Are you all right?
I have pounded meat for half my face, but yeah, I'm all right, I pointed out sarcastically. He chuckled.
It's not that bad,
he said as he reached for my chin. I smacked his hand away hard. Don't touch me, I snapped, not caring anymore if I was being rude.
Whoa, what's with you?
He asked with a forced laugh. I shoved my wraps into my locker. I don't want people to touch me, I stated clearly, my voice hard. Especially my face. It hurts.
Lexi, what's wrong? He asked.
I gripped my locker door hard enough for my knuckles to turn white. What's wrong? I asked, my voice getting louder. I looked at him. I've got some psycho out there who pounded my face in. I don't know who he is, and I really want to return the favor. He's threatening my friends, scaring the shit out of me, and at this point, I'm ready for him to come out so we can play who can kill who first. Jordan's eyes grew wide, and I continued in a sharp, clipped voice. And I'd really like it if people I don't know that well would stop trying to touch me. And everyone would just take a hint and back the fuck off. His eyes softened.
Oh, Lexi.
He reached out to touch me. I smacked his hand away again and glared at him. What fucking part of that didn't you get? I snapped. Back the fuck off. I grabbed my jacket and slammed my locker shut.
Fuck you, Lexi,
Jordan shouted. Not in a million years, I shot back over my shoulder on my way out the door. I was at the blazer before I could take a deep breath again. All I could hear was the ticking of my life clock, just counting down. Don't be ridiculous, Lexi. You got this. Rory's going to get this guy, and he's going to jail. I jumped into my truck and started it. I was still warming it up when Isaac climbed in the passenger side. Don't you still have training? I asked, surprised.
I'm not going with you. I just came out to check on you,
he said. His worried eyes ran over me.
You yelled at Jordan and I only caught the end. What happened?
The guy tried to touch my face, I grumbled. Clay did it, Ryan did it, and it fucking hurts. So I smacked his hand and told him I was fed up with people I barely knew trying to touch me. Isaac's eyes narrowed on me.
What then?
He tried to touch my shoulder, I admitted dryly. I smacked his hand away and asked him what part of that didn't he fucking understand. Isaac chuckled. I smiled. He said, fuck you, and I told him,
not in a million years.
Isaac finished for me.
Yeah, I caught that part.
He chuckled. I snorted. It was pretty funny.
Are you okay, Lexi?
I shrugged. I'll live, I said. Rory's still at home, so I should be safe getting there if I don't stop.
All right.
He went to get out. And tell the guys I handled it, I told him. He smirked at me.
Damn, I was looking forward to telling Zeke that Jordan tried to touch you after you said not to,
he said in his aw shucks voice. I chuckled.
Don't worry, Red. I'll cover Jordan's ass, and then I'll let him know that I did," he stated before jumping out of the truck and shutting the door. I pulled out of the lot and drove home more than aware that I was alone. I hated this feeling, and I wanted this over with. I got home without a problem and went inside. Hades jumped off the couch and ran to me. I dropped to my knees and gave him some much-needed love. I hurried upstairs and took a shower. I pulled on comfy blue jeans and a charcoal gray oversized sweater. By the time I got downstairs, the guys were already there, except Isaac. "You guys didn't need to leave early," I reminded them. "I believe it was that, or allow Zeke to beat the crap out of Jordan," Ethan announced as he pulled out his books. I looked at Zeke. "Why?" I asked wearily. Zeke frowned at me. "I need a reason?" he asked dryly. I chuckled. He gave me a half smirk as he pulled out his homework. I sat down next to Miles and started working on mine. I was working on my history when my phone rang. It was Dylan. I sighed and sent it to voicemail. I was on the next question when it rang again. It was Dylan again. "Give it to me," Zeke offered. I actually thought about it for a second, then dismissed the idea. I just answered. "What?" I asked, my voice sharp. "Are you okay? I've been worried about you all day," Dylan said. "You know I'm fine. You already talked to Asher. What do you want?" I asked pointedly. "I want a real chance to talk to you," he said. "I want you to hear me out." I scoffed. I had been listening, and all he ever did was repeat himself. I was done. "And I want people to get the hint when I send them to voicemail. But it looks like neither one of us is getting what we want today," I told him sarcastically before hanging up. The guys burst out laughing. I just shook my head and went back to work. It wasn't long before Asher made dinner. Turkey meatloaf, potatoes, and green beans. Rory got up and joined us for dinner. It was our usual noisy dinner. It was normal. And right now, I really needed normal. After dinner, I was loading the dishwasher as the guys and Rory took off. Isaac was on the couch with Hades in his lap when I flopped down next to him. "How was your day, Red?" he asked innocently. I sighed. "Cruddy, bordering on bad. Yours?" I asked, resting my head on his shoulder. "Not too bad," he said, as he pointed at the screen. "What are we watching?" "Oh, there's a new Brooklyn Nine-Nine on Hulu," I offered. "Hell yeah," he agreed instantly and started getting into our Hulu account. Isaac wrapped his arm around me so I could lay my head on his shoulder and snuggle up to him. He understood how touch made me feel better. At least from the guys it did. We watched the latest episode, then went back to the beginning of the season. Isaac had introduced me to the show in December. It was now our show to watch together, and only together. Watching alone would cause unimaginable bitching from the other person, and possible bruises. "Does it bother you to have to stay the night, Cookie Monster?" I asked, quietly. He gave me a squeeze. "Nah, it's fun hanging with you," he answered. "Besides, we could plan pranks on Zeke that will take a lot more time to figure out." I smiled. He kissed the top of my head and we went back to watching TV. It was around 9 when Hades jumped off Isaac's lap and ran at the door barking. The doorbell rang. I got up and checked the peephole. No one was there. Hades stopped barking but continued to growl at the door. I opened it and looked out. No one was there. I was about to close the door when I saw it. Flowers and a manila envelope sat on the front step. I opened the door and looked outside. There was no one there. Stomach nodding, I picked up the envelope and opened it. It took me a minute to understand what I was seeing. "Red, what is it?" Isaac asked, getting off the couch. My heart dropped. There were photos of me in my bedroom, naked, with the word "mine" written across the top of them. Shocked, I looked at the next one.
and the next. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't seem to breathe.
Lexi?
Before I realized it, Isaac took the top one from my hand and looked at it. He cursed, then pulled me inside and slammed the door.
Lexi, are they all...
he asked. I nodded. He cursed again. He pulled out his phone and called Rory. Isaac handed me the photo back. How the hell had he gotten these? What the fuck was he doing? Oh, God, don't think about that. It was too late. I felt sick as I looked down at the photos. Others were going to see them. Cops. They were evidence. In a daze, I walked into the kitchen and grabbed a black Sharpie. I ran through the pile, putting black bars across my chest and groin. I didn't stop until I finished every photo. It made me feel better knowing no one else was going to see. My stomach rolled.
Lexi,
Isaac said in a gentle voice. I looked up at him.
Zeke's on his way. Rory wants you over at his place tonight.
I nodded. I was going to need a bag. I headed upstairs without a word and tried to think about what I needed for tomorrow. Isaac reminded me about underwear and socks. I hadn't thought about that. We were almost done when the door opened downstairs.
Lexi? Isaac?
Zeke bellowed. Isaac squeezed my arm and left me to finish packing. What else did I need? What the fuck was he doing with... I pushed it out of my head again and tried to focus. I was still standing there trying to focus when the boys came upstairs. Isaac came in and looked in my bag.
Lexi, did you remember your PJs?
Isaac asked gently. I chewed the corner of my lower lip as I went to my bag and looked through it again. I hadn't. I opened my middle drawer under the bed and pulled out some jammies. I didn't even care if they matched.
Lexi, do you have your hair and makeup stuff?
Isaac asked softly. I blinked. No, I forgot. I squeezed past Zeke in the hall and got everything I needed from the bathroom.
I think she's in shock,
Isaac whispered.
Looks like it,
Zeke whispered back.
The first thing she did was go over those photos with a Sharpie,
Isaac told him.
Wouldn't you?
Zeke growled low. I came out of the bathroom and put my stuff in my bag. I zipped it up and followed Zeke downstairs. Oh, Hades' toys, I mumbled. I put my bag down and picked up a few of his favorites, then stuffed them into my bag. I started pulling on my shoes.
I'll follow you out to your house,
Isaac offered.
No, Rory wants you here watching the street to see if he tails us from here,
Zeke said.
He said it should only take 15 minutes of someone looking to make sure we're not followed.
So I'm making it obvious? Isaac asked.
Damn obvious,
Zeke said. I finished tying my shoes and grabbed my bag. Zeke called Hades and put his leash on. Isaac gave me a big hug and kissed my unbruised cheek.
I'll see you tomorrow at school, okay, Red?
Isaac said cheerfully. I nodded. I was afraid if I opened my mouth, I'd be sick. Zeke took my arm and walked me out to his old Jeep. I put my bag in the back seat with Hades as he looked around at the other cars on the street. When I climbed in and locked the door, Zeke walked around the car and got in the other side. Isaac was at the mouth of the driveway waiting. Zeke pulled out onto the road and headed out of my neighborhood. I didn't even notice my hands were shaking until he took mine in his big, calloused hand. I clutched his hand as he took back road after back road. He made sudden U-turns and stops to see if anyone was following. It took an hour to get to his house. When Zeke finally pulled up to his house, he didn't waste any time. He grabbed my bag, then got me and Hades inside behind a locked door fast. He set my bag on the small dinner table before going into the kitchen and opening the back door. Kita and Tank ran in and greeted Hades. I took off my jacket, hung it up, and walked into the living room. That horrible question kept running through my head.
Lexi,
he called, his voice gentle. I turned around and looked up. His hands went to my shoulders, a steady, comforting weight when I couldn't seem to focus.
"Do you know why Rory wanted you here?"
he asked. I shook my head. His warm eyes met mine.
"Because only the police have this address. We use a P.O. box for everything. He can't find you here."
I nodded that I heard him. It was still hard to breathe. He frowned at me.
"Lexi, take a deep breath for me."
I took a big, shaky breath. Why? What did he use those photos for? I asked the question that was making me sick. I needed him to tell me it was just a scare tactic, that my stalker never even looked at them. His jaw clenched, and his eyes turned murderous.
"Don't think about that,"
he said, in that soft, gentle voice he used with me. Tears fell down my face. He thought the same thing. My chest ached. My stomach was one huge knot, and I couldn't seem to catch my breath. Zeke's eyes melted. He pulled me into his arms and lifted me off my feet. He sat down on the couch and settled me in his lap. I wrapped my fingers in his shirt and cried silently. He held me tight, one arm around me, the other hand running down the back of my hair.
"I'm with you. You're safe here,"
he whispered to me over and over. "I'm scared, Zeke. Those photos..." My throat closed.
"I know, but we'll find every photo and burn every single one. I promise,"
he whispered to me. I nodded into his chest.
"Rory's on his tail, and this guy is chicken shit. He had the chance to meet you like a reasonable person. He didn't. He wanted you alone and vulnerable. We're going to keep him away from you just by sticking to you."
His voice got through the panic the more he spoke. Those photos... What did he do with them? How often did he look at them?
"They aren't you, baby,"
he told me.
"Those photos aren't you. It's just your image. He'll never touch you."
Zeke strangely made sense. He kept talking, telling me that it didn't matter what that sick fuck did with my picture. It wasn't actually me. It's just a picture. He kept talking until the knots in my stomach eased and I could take a deep breath again. When I finally stopped wanting to be sick, I stayed in his arms. "I hate this fucker," I told him.
"Me too, baby."
He held me as long as I needed, until I felt good enough to let him go. It took a while. It was late. He tried to give me his bed, but I pointed out that I could fit on the couch with room to spare. He sighed and gave in. I used the bathroom to change, since it didn't have any windows, and came out to find a pillow and several blankets on the couch. I snuggled in as Zeke came from the kitchen wearing his black mesh shorts and black sleeveless shirt. He checked the locks on the doors and the windows twice before looking at me. "I'm okay on the couch." I pointed down at my feet where Hades was already curled up. Tank was laying in his dog bed in the corner.
"Tank,"
he called. Tank got to his feet and came to him.
"Guard Lexi."
Tank moved to the end of the couch and sat. I had no doubt he'd stay there all night. "Thanks, tough guy."
"Anything for you, baby."
Growling woke me up. I opened my eyes and was confused for a few seconds. Oh yeah, Zeke's. I half sat up and went still. Tank, Hades, and Kita were pacing through the living room to the front door and back. My pulse picked up as I got up and looked out the blinds. Zeke had the outside lights on. The driveway and the area in front of the garage were bright enough that you could play basketball outside. Something flew through the air. A light bulb shattered, plunging the driveway into darkness. Something moved outside. "Zeke?" I called, fear knotting my stomach. He was there almost instantly. "Someone's outside," and they took out the driveway light. His face was hard as he pulled me away from the windows and moved me down the hallway. He called the dogs to follow as he put me in the bathroom and called Rory.
"Hey, someone's here. They busted out a light."
Zeke's voice was hard as he opened the closet next to the bathroom.
"Yeah, I will.
he said before hanging up.
Tank, Kita, Hades, guard Lexi,
Zeke ordered as he reached into the closet. The dogs lined up in front of the bathroom door in a line. I would have been impressed, but Zeke had pulled out a shotgun and was loading it. Zeke, you're not going out there, I told him in a hard voice. His lips twitched.
Don't worry, baby. This is in case he grows a pair and decides to come in after you,
he said calmly. My heart raced as I tried to stay calm. It was silent except for the dogs breathing. Flickering lights lit up the hallway. Zeke cursed.
Stay here,
he ordered as he headed down the hall. I leaned out the door as far as the dogs would let me. Zeke walked to the front window and looked out the blinds.
Mother.
He bit off a curse. Zeke?
It's fine. He just set something on fire,
he said as he walked back down the hall to me. What did he set on fire? I asked. He shrugged.
Nothing important,
he assured me. We waited. Soon the sirens got louder. When they sounded like they were at the driveway, Zeke unloaded the shotgun and put it away in the closet. He grabbed the fire extinguisher. This time I followed him as he went outside. I gaped. The interior of the Jeep was on fire. Spray painted across the hood were the words, "It ends now." Shocked, I watched as Zeke worked to put the fire out. When he finished, the police cars were just pulling up. He looked over and met my eyes. You said it was nothing important, I said, stunned.
It's not.
Zeke, I snapped. That's your Jeep. I knew how important it was to him, how much work he put into it.
It's a car. You're a person,
he pointed out logically.
I'd rather have you safe than a car.
My heart melted right there in the snow as tears filled my eyes. Zeke saw it and cursed. He came over and wiped my face. I'm sorry, Zeke, I said, as guilt ate at me.
It's not your fault,
he said clearly.
Now stop crying.
I sniffed and tried to stop. Rory came to us.
I take it this was our stalker,
Rory asked.
Nah, I decided to commit insurance fraud for a new interior,
Zeke said sarcastically. Rory shook his head. Did Zeke just make a joke? I realized that he had. The other cops came over and got to work. An hour and a half later, most of the other cops left. Rory was going to leave an officer here in the driveway for the rest of the night. It didn't seem like a bad idea to me. He also said he'd send a rental truck over for Zeke to use while his car is dealt with. Zeke tried to protest, but Rory told him to stuff it. It made me smile.
Tomorrow night I want you two to go to Miles's. At least he has a system and a fence,
Rory said. We both nodded.
How did he find my address, Rory?
Zeke asked, his voice hard.
I don't know, but I'm sure as hell going to find out,
Rory promised.
Nothing else should happen tonight, so go get some rest.
I hugged Rory goodbye. Then Rory pulled Zeke into a hug, too. Zeke took me inside and locked the door. I started walking to the couch when he stopped me.
No, you're sleeping in my room now.
His voice told me not to argue, and honestly, I didn't want to. I walked down the hall and climbed into Zeke's big bed. I made sure I was on the other side near the wall while he watched from the door. I laid down and looked at him with his worried face, his clenched jaw.
Did you really wake me up?
He asked, his voice uncertain. I gave him a small smile. Several times. You called me baby before you even opened your eyes, I reassured him. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, then turned off the light. The bed dipped on the other side, then moved as he shifted and got comfortable.
Tank, guard Lexi,
Zeke ordered. I smiled to myself as Tank moved to lay between us.
Night, baby,
he whispered. Night, tough guy, I answered. Chapter 19. Tuesday. An ear-piercing noise woke Zeke up. I was already awake. I had nightmares all night, and I finally gave up sleeping before dawn. Not to mention that Zeke and Tank on a queen-sized bed was a tight fit. I sat up and scooted down the bed until I could put my feet on the floor. The bed shifted, and the alarm shut off. I rubbed my face before getting to my feet and going to my bag on his desk.
"How'd you sleep?"
he asked. His usually gravelly voice was rougher than usual. "I didn't," I admitted, as I found my clothes for today.
"You didn't sleep?"
"No, I kept waking up. I pulled my clothes out of my gym bag. Zeke's hand turned me toward him. I looked up at him.
"Why did you keep waking up?"
he asked. I sighed. "Bad dreams," I admitted. His eyes narrowed on me.
"Why didn't you wake me up?"
he asked bluntly. "What could you do about it? Cuddle with me?" I asked pointedly. "You had Tank guard me just so you were comfortable enough to go to sleep." He frowned at me.
"You know why I did that."
"Yeah, I do," I told him gently. "It's also why I didn't want to wake you up. There was nothing you could do about it." He sighed and let me go.
"Feel free to use Sylvie's bathroom. She's not home yet."
His eyes were shadowed before he called the dogs and went to let them out. I said screw it and brought my bag into Sylvie's room. I pulled on dark blue jeans and my faded purple and white plaid with a black cami-on underneath, in case the buttons popped open. I tucked my shirt into my jeans and went to the bathroom. My bruises were healing. The new green mixed in was proof, right? I said fuck it. I just put on my sunblock and mascara today. It didn't matter. I made sure to put my 2 GPS locators back in place, one in my bra, one in my shoe. I pulled my hair back into a braid, then headed out into the hallway with my bag. I was almost to the front of the house when Zeke's voice stopped me.
"Hey, Lexi, come here a sec,"
Zeke called. Curious, I dropped my bag next to the door and walked back into his room. Zeke was in his usual black jeans and his sleeveless shirt, holding 2 different shirts, one dark blue, the other black. "Yeah?"
"I think Sylvie's fucking with me again. What color is this shirt?"
he asked, as he held up the dark blue one. I smiled. "Dark blue," I told him. He cursed, yanked the tag off the hanger and tossed it on the bed.
"She marked it black,"
he bit out, as he sat down and pulled on his boots.
"She's been trying to get me to wear a different color for years,"
he grumbled. "This happen often?" I asked, grinning.
"A few times a month. I usually send a pic to Miles, but you're here, so..."
"It would bring out your eyes," I told him. He growled at me. I chuckled. "How colorblind are you?" I asked.
"I have deuteranomaly, which means my green is fucked up,"
he explained, as he finished tying his boots. "What do my eyes look like to you?" I asked, suddenly curious. He picked up his shirt and looked at me.
"A dark brown,"
he stated. "Seriously?" He nodded.
"Yeah,"
he said, before he headed into the closet. "Can you tell what color they are at all?" I leaned against the doorframe.
"Not really, but Isaac said they were green last month,"
he said, as he came out of the closet in his black Henley. The shirt hugged his muscles and showed the dip between his collarbones. He picked up his wallet, hooked his chain on his pants, then started putting on his belt. "Do you see red?" I asked.
"No."
"So what does my hair look like to you?" His eyes ran over me, making my stomach flip.
"I see a darker gold,"
he said. I chuckled. "So to you, I'm blonde with brown eyes?" I asked. The corner of his mouth twitched.
"Pretty much,"
he admitted.
"I mostly see yellows, whites, browns, and golds."
"That's gotta be strange sometimes," I thought out loud.
"I've never really thought about it,"
he said, as he picked up the blue shirt off the bed.
"Come on, I need to throw this out before Sylvie tries again.
You're throwing the shirt out just because it's not black?
Next time I might not catch it,
he pointed out. Give it to me, I told him, holding out my hand. I can probably do something with it. Besides, the color works for me. He tossed me the shirt, then grabbed his book bag. I headed back down the hall. Miles's hoodie, Asher's pajamas, and now one of your shirts. I'm building quite the collection, I snickered. He chuckled behind me.
Soon you'll have a whole set,
he teased as I stuffed the shirt into my bag. Yeah, but the twins are all that's left, and they smell, I said dryly. He laughed as I picked up my bag. He held the door open for me.
Come on, we'll grab breakfast on the way,
he offered. I happily walked outside and climbed into the truck Rory rented for Zeke. It was black, of course. We ran through a drive-thru and were finished eating before we reached the school. We were just walking out of the parking lot when everyone found us.
Where's your Jeep?
Isaac asked.
Toast,
Zeke said dryly. He explained what happened last night and that we'd been ordered to stay at Miles's house tonight. Everyone but Miles cursed. Miles's face was troubled.
Are you both all right?
Miles asked. Yeah, but this guy just pissed off Zeke, I pointed out playfully. He is a dead man. Everyone chuckled, and I smiled when Zeke didn't disagree. My phone vibrated. I checked it. Secret admirer. Check your locker. I cursed and told the guys. Everyone walked to my locker in silence. I took a deep breath and opened it. I froze. Inside was a dead dove. Its feathers soaked scarlet with blood, and its wings had been cut off. My pulse raced and my stomach knotted. What kind of sick fuck would do this? When I could tear my eyes from the dove, I saw the message on the back of the locker written in blood. If I can't have you, no one will. I went numb. How could someone just kill something like that? Asher's hands were on my shoulders, pulling me away from the locker. Miles was on the phone. Zeke slammed the locker shut so hard it echoed up and down the hall. I took deep, slow breaths as the guys cursed and watched Miles. Miles nodded, then got off the phone.
Rory says to tell a teacher so they can keep this area clear,
Miles announced. The guys nodded. Miles headed down the hallway and went into the chemistry lab. It wasn't long before he came back with Mr. Turner in tow.
Lexi, what's the combination?
Miles asked gently. I gave it to him, and Miles opened the locker door for the teacher. Mr. Turner cursed under his breath, then looked at me.
Are you all right?
He asked. I shrugged. He sighed.
Take her to the office. The police are going to want to talk to each of you,
he told us. We agreed and headed towards the office. Asher took my hand as we walked. We were led to a small waiting area in front of the vice principal's office. We waited until someone told us what we were supposed to do. It was almost 2 hours before a police officer came to talk to us. The vice principal joined us as the officer interviewed all of us together. Miles explained about my stalker and how this was just his latest stunt. As the conversation went on, the vice principal's face became more and more severe. Mrs. Weaver was a willowy woman with permanent frown lines. Her blonde hair was back in a perfect French twist. Her gray eyes were sharp on me as the interview continued. She thanked the officer before he left, then turned to the rest of us. Alexis, please come into my office, Mrs. Weaver said. Sighing, I got up and followed her through the office door between Zeke and Ethan. I sat down in a chair across from her desk without bothering to shut the door. After all, it was the guys. I was going to tell them anyway. Mrs. Weaver sat behind her desk, then rested her forearms on it and leaned forward a bit. Now, Alexis, you really should have brought this incident to the attention of the staff instead of calling the police, she said politely. Huh? What? I asked. Sure, I heard her wrong. She really didn't say that. Mrs. Weaver gave me a sweet smile. You should have come to us, and then we would have made the decision on whether a call to the police was necessary, she explained, her voice condescending. My temper sparked. You brought unnecessary attention to this incident and disrupted classes by calling the police first. Oh, yeah. I was angry now. I gave her a polite smile that was about as real as the one she was giving me. Well, Mrs. Weaver, I didn't call the police. I called my Uncle Rory, who happens to be a police officer. He's also aware of the history of the situation, unlike the school staff, I said in a polite, reasonable voice. I gestured to my face. Considering the abduction attempt and assault that had already occurred, he felt it best to call into the station and try to find evidence of whoever this boy is. Her eyes narrowed on me. After all, it is an ongoing police investigation. She cleared her throat, then her smile dropped. You also did not inform us of the developing situation. If you had come to us to intervene between you and this boy, all of this could have been avoided, she said. She was trying to blame me for some reason, and I wasn't having it. If I knew who it was, I would have been happy to, I said, innocently. However, the first physical contact I had with this guy was when he was hitting me in a parking lot. The polite smile was gone. My voice became more sarcastic as I spoke. So I couldn't go through your intervention program, now could I? Miss Delaney, I don't appreciate your attitude, Mrs. Weaver declared. Mrs. Weaver, I don't appreciate you trying to blame me for something someone else has done, I stated coldly. You're trying to say I did something wrong when I know I haven't. When something like this occurs on school property, we are the ones you inform, she declared. I did, I pointed out. And now I'm sitting here pretty damn sure that if I hadn't talked to my uncle first, the cops would never have heard about this incident. And the possible evidence as to who is stalking me would be gone. Her eyes flashed at me. Oh, she didn't like that. We look after the safety of our students, she stated. I raised an eyebrow. Then why bitch about the police being called? I countered. Her face turned pink as her mouth pressed into a tight line. You're suspended for 2 days, she declared. I scoffed. Are you fucking serious? I asked, not quite believing it. Watch your language, young lady, she snapped. You have been rude and disrespectful. And this warrants a 2-day suspension, I asked doubtfully. Yes, it does, she simply stated. I snorted. This was ridiculous. Fine, a 2-day suspension, I said directly. I stood up, picked up my coat and bag, then looked her in the eye. Just so you're aware, that was a death threat in my locker. I've been beaten, had my privacy extremely violated, and now I'm afraid for my life. And your response is to suspend me? I said clearly, so she could hear my sum up of the situation. Her face grew a little paler by the time I was done. I turned to walk out. If you apologize, I'll lift the suspension, Mrs. Weaver announced. I turned and looked her in the eye. Apologize for standing up for myself? For not letting you blame me for things that aren't my fault? Fuck that, I stated. I turned and walked out of her office. The guys were sniggering except Miles. He was frowning at me and shaking his head. I shrugged. I need to head home to pick up more clothes for tomorrow. Can I get a ride? I asked them. I'll take you, Zeke told me. Yeah, we're out of here, Isaac announced. The others got to their feet and picked up their bags. You guys will get in trouble, I warned quietly. So? They all asked at the same time. I grinned. Mrs. Weaver came to the door of her office. "Excuse me, gentlemen, you haven't been excused yet," she declared.
"We know,"
the boys all said at once. Isaac took my arm and pulled me toward the main office door.
"We're not leaving Beautiful without protection for 2 days,"
Ethan announced.
"Not with her stalker out there,"
Asher added.
"We'll be back when she is,"
Zeke growled. "Mr. Huntington, you are on track to be your class valedictorian. Are you really going to throw that away?" Mrs. Weaver asked.
"Yes, I hate public speaking,"
Miles informed her coldly. I was smiling as we walked out into the hallway and headed for the parking lot. "Well, that was fun," I declared sarcastically. The guys chuckled. I turned and walked backwards to look at the guys. "Are you sure about this? Not too late?"
"It's done. We'll have to deal with the consequences later,"
Miles said.
"Lexi, watch where you're going,"
Zeke snapped. I turned back around and walked normally. Isaac wrapped his arm around my shoulders and gave me a squeeze. "Isn't your mom going to be pissed?" I asked Isaac and Ethan. They both chuckled.
"Once Ma hears about the bird, she'll go after Mrs. Weaver for suspending you,"
Ethan said. I snorted at that. When we reached the parking lot, we stopped.
"I'll take Lexi to get her clothes, Hades and the blazer,"
Zeke said.
"We'll pick up some stuff from our house. Ma will let us hang for the afternoon."
Ethan spoke for him and Isaac.
"I'll pick up some groceries for tonight,"
Miles announced.
"I'll go with you," Asher said. "I'll have enough time to actually make curry from scratch."
"So everyone meets back at Miles's?" I asked. Everyone agreed. Then we scattered. After we picked up Zeke's clothes and Hades, we were talking about a video game marathon when Zeke pulled up to my house. Dylan was sitting on the front step waiting. Oh, come on. Was the universe bored lately? "What the hell is he doing here?" I grumbled.
"Want me to get rid of him?"
Zeke asked, his voice deeper than usual. "No, I'm done being nice," I told him as he shut off the truck. "I'll meet you inside." Zeke's gaze ran over my face before he nodded. He didn't like it, but he'd let me handle Dylan. We both got out of the truck. Zeke took Hades' leash. When he met me on this side of the truck, I handed him my keys so he could get inside. Dylan got to his feet and met me halfway across the lawn. Zeke walked past him without a word. "Dylan, what are you doing here?" I asked, my voice sounding tired even to me.
"I wanted to talk, but I also needed to see for myself that you were okay,"
he said as he reached out to touch my chin. I backed up out of his reach before he could touch me.
"I heard about the locker thing from one of my friends. You don't answer my calls anymore, so I figured I'd wait until you got home,"
he added. "I don't want to talk. That's why I'm not answering my phone," I pointed out before I went to walk around him. He grabbed my arm and pulled me to a stop. Zeke straightened in the doorway. I shook my head at him. I could handle Dylan. Zeke's jaw clenched.
"Lexi, I really think we need to talk,"
Dylan said. I was so sick of hearing him say that. I was so done. I turned to him and jerked my arm out of his hand. "About what?" I snapped. His eyes widened. "About you dumping me? About you using what I confided in you to hurt me?" I asked. Dylan ran his hand through his hair. I kept going, my voice getting louder. "I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to get back together with you. I just want everyone to leave me the fuck alone." I went to walk into the house again. He pulled me to a stop again. I slipped his hold and turned on him.
"Lexi, we can be something great. Stop touching her, or I'm going to step in whether she likes it or not,"
Zeke warned in a growl. Dylan glared at Zeke, then looked back at me.
"Lexi, this is between you and me. Tell Zeke to go away,"
Dylan demanded. I scoffed. "Dylan, a lot of shit has been going on around here. Right now, I don't feel safe with anyone except the guys and Rory. So, no, I'm not telling Zeke to go away. I told him bluntly. If you call me that one more fucking time, I'll deck you. I snapped at him, anger boiling in my gut. See if I'm joking.
I know I hurt you.
Yeah, Dylan, you did. You hurt me. And every time you called, texted, or showed up, you kept doing it. I looked at him, exasperated. I didn't know how else to say it. And you don't care if you hurt me. You only care that you get to say what you want to say.
That's not...
I can recite your speech backwards by now. I snapped. I took a deep breath and gave him a smile. But I'll admit, you've made it a whole lot easier to get over you. I met his eyes and felt nothing except frustration. Now I look at you, and I don't see the guy I cared about, the guy who made me laugh, or even the guy who made me feel beautiful. I see the guy you were that night and have been since. You're the guy who hurt me on purpose. You're the guy who won't fucking listen to a word I'm saying when I tell him it's not going to happen. His face was stricken, and I didn't care. I've had enough.
I've hurt you that much?
He asked. Yeah, you did, I said directly. I gave him a small smile. But not anymore. Now you're just pissing me off. I turned away to walk into the house.
Lexi.
He grabbed my arm again. Zeke came out of the doorway. I slipped Dylan's hold and met Zeke before he could reach Dylan. I rested my hand in the middle of his chest and stopped Zeke from passing me.
Move, baby.
Zeke growled, his hands going to my shoulders. He tried to step around me, but I wouldn't let him. Zeke, stop, I snapped. He stopped trying to get by me. His eyes were boiling when they met mine. I've got it, I assured him. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
Baby?
Dylan's voice was suspicious. Zeke's shoulders grew rigid.
You two?
Dylan asked, his voice filled with laughter. That just pissed me off. I turned and gave him an "are you kidding me" look.
It's her nickname.
Zeke growled at him.
Since before she even met you.
Dylan started laughing. That just pissed me off more. Even if we were together, it's none of your fucking business, I growled. Dylan looked at me again, his face amused. If you ever touch me or show up here again, I won't stop him next time, I warned him. Goodbye, Dylan. Zeke waited until I was behind him and in the house before following. I couldn't blame him. I was about to deck Dylan myself. I walked into the kitchen for... I don't know what for, but I ended up leaning against the counter as I tried to calm down. Zeke shut the front door, then came over to stand across from me.
You okay?
He asked gently. Well, gently for Zeke. Why doesn't he listen? I asked, my voice quiet. Zeke took a deep breath.
He cares about you,
he said bluntly.
He was chicken shit and threw you away. Then he realized what an idiot he was.
I nodded. That sounded about right. Thanks, tough guy. He pulled me in for a hug.
No one messes with...
He took a breath.
Our Lexi.
I smiled into his chest and relaxed. Hades' whining had me pulling back. He was at the back door pacing.
Go pack. I'll let him out,
Zeke offered. I smiled my thanks and ran upstairs. I picked up everything I would need for a few days at Miles's house. I even packed my laptop, hoping Miles would be able to figure out what was wrong with it. I put Dylan out of my mind, got my stuff together, and headed downstairs. Zeke was playing tug-of-war with Hades. I giggled quietly as I watched Zeke make faces at Hades as they fought over the rope. The guy really was a big teddy bear, with big teeth and claws. Okay, maybe he was more of a wolf after all. I came downstairs and we headed out to Miles's house. I drove my Blazer over, though Hades was determined to stand on me with his nose against the glass the whole way. It was so cute that I was laughing by the time I reached Miles. Zeke pulled in directly behind me. He had been on my butt the whole way there, and I didn't even want to complain about it. Once we were inside, I let Hades off his leash. He ran straight for the guys in the living room. I took off my coat and hung it over the banister as usual, then picked up my book bag and took a seat next to Miles. Everyone had their homework out. I figured I might as well finish the rest of my work for the week since I had the time now. I put my laptop on the coffee table and started going through my notes on Pride and Prejudice. The twins were talking about going to the training center early since we weren't in school. They had just gone to change when I looked up to find my computer had powered up on its own again. I sighed and looked at Miles. Miles, my computer keeps turning itself on. Why does it do that? I asked, exasperated. Miles's head snapped up. His gaze went to my computer. His brow drew down.
Lexi,
he said in his calm voice,
did you turn on your webcam?
I have a webcam? I asked, lamely. Miles looked at me, then reached out and shut my laptop.
I'm going to need my computer,
Miles announced as he picked up my laptop.
Come on up with me, Lexi.
Miles got to his feet and headed for the stairs. I followed him upstairs and down the hall on the right side of the house, where he opened the third door on the left. I walked in, assuming it was a study, only to find it wasn't. It was Miles's bedroom. It was huge, though you wouldn't know it. The walls and ceiling were painted black. I didn't expect that. Miles walked over to a huge L-shaped desk with several monitors near the bed. My painting of the Andromeda Galaxy was hanging above his desk. He actually had put it there. I smiled to myself as Miles sat down at his desk.
Lexi, do you mind if I go poking around your computer?
He asked, with his back to me. Not as long as you don't mind me nosing around your bedroom, I countered. He chuckled.
Look to your heart's content,
he said. His voice told me he was smiling. I looked at his floor-to-ceiling ebony bookcases across from his bed. It took up most of the wall. He had books on everything to do with astronomy or physics. He even had a whole bookcase dedicated to NASA alone. I was grinning when I turned around and looked at his bed. It was a queen in a cherrywood sleigh bed. It was beautiful. Then I saw his comforter and bit back a laugh. His comforter looked like a photo from outer space, complete with stars and gases. It had lots of blues, greens, whites, and oranges across it. I loved it. On a matching cherrywood nightstand was a photo of all of us in a simple dark wood frame. We had taken it on New Year's Eve. We were out at a party, and Zeke was being a pain about getting a photo with all of us. So Miles and Asher sat on the couch, surrounding him. The twins jumped on the back of the sofa while I hopped into Miles's lap and snuggled into him. Miles had wrapped an arm around my back and over my legs to keep me from falling off the couch. Most of us were a bit tipsy since Riley was the sober driver for the night. Everyone's face was flushed, including mine, as I laid my head against Miles's shoulder and smiled. After that photo, it degenerated into a pull Lexi down the couch and tickle the crap out of her fight. Miles ended up saving me from Zeke and Asher by picking me up and getting me to his feet. The twins thought it was so hysterical, they fell off the back of the couch laughing. It was a great picture. I looked out the window at the snow-blanketed backyard, still thinking about it. That was the night I realized I had feelings for Miles.
Son of a...
Miles bit out, jerking me back to the present. What? I walked over to Miles to see the screen. Miles turned and blocked my view.
Lexi, sit down,
he said in his silky, smooth voice. That can't be good. I went to his bed a couple feet away and sat down cross-legged. Miles rolled his chair over to me. His face was serious as he met my eyes.
This guy has been watching you through your webcam,
he said. My stomach nodded.
Any time the computer turned on by itself?
He was the one turning it on. He explained gently. I wrapped my arms around my stomach, feeling gross all over again. But Miles wasn't done. There are a lot more photos than he printed out. I found a hidden cache on your hard drive full of them. I looked into his emerald eyes. Am I naked in those too? I asked quietly. His jaw clenched as his eyes grew colder. From what I can tell from the thumbnails, in some of them, yes, he said gently. I hid my face in my hands. This couldn't be fucking happening. Miles moved closer, his hands resting on my knees. Lexi, I might be able to find him through the photos. I dropped my hands and looked at him. His face was struggling for blank, but it came out strained. If he sent these pictures to himself, then I might be able to find his IP address, but I'll have to look at a few of the pictures. Well, have them on a screen. His thumbs rubbed over my jeans in a comforting way. He continued, and at least one of them will need to be a naked one. I finished for him. He nodded. I covered my face and dropped onto my back on his bed. I didn't want anyone looking at those photos. I wanted those pictures not to exist. But if Miles could find this guy, if he could get him in jail, I growled in frustration. Fuck it. Go ahead, I groaned. Are you sure? He asked softly. I dropped my hands and looked at him down the line of my body. Miles, if there is anyone I can trust with those photos, it's you, I said as I met his eyes. Find this fucker. Miles immediately turned and rolled over to his computers. He opened a photo of me dressed first, then moved it to the right monitor so it wasn't in his face and started typing. I rolled over so I could watch him and lay down at the same time. Miles went through several photos of me dressed. Then he hesitated. I'm sorry, Lexi, he said, his voice full of suppressed emotion. Just get it over with, sweetie, I said. He took a deep breath, then opened a naked picture of me. He immediately moved it over to the other screen and made a point to use the other monitors. His ears were turning pink. Miles, would it be easier for you if I left? I asked gently. He shook his head. Actually, that would make it worse. Then I'd be the guy in his room alone, looking at naked photos of the beautiful girl he's friends with. He pointed out. I smiled. He really was sweet. I finally looked at the picture. I had just taken off my towel after a shower. My body was toned, but still had the little cushion I needed. No six-pack for me, but at least there was a hint of one. I didn't look too bad. At least I have a nice body, I thought out loud. Miles stopped typing. Lexi, are you critiquing these photos? He asked, incredulous. My face warmed. I'm trying to look on the bright side here, Miles, I admitted. I just realized I have a nicer body than in October. He shook his head. How do I respond to that without insulting you or sounding like a pervert? He asked, at a loss. I smiled. Just say, yes, Lexi. Yes, Lexi, he repeated before he started typing again. I giggled as he got back to work. He closed that photo and hesitated to open another one. I got up and started opening his desk drawers. What are you looking for? He asked, his voice curious. Tape and a piece of paper, I told him. Miles's eyes lit up. Great idea, he declared as he got into the right drawer and taped a piece of paper to the right screen. I do have them on occasion, I teased. His ears went back to their normal color as I laid back down on the bed. I snagged one of his pillows, got comfy, and watched him work. He opened a picture and moved it immediately to the right screen under the paper. Then he did whatever it was he was doing. His typing got harder and louder as he went. He started mumbling under his breath. He stopped typing to absently reach into a drawer and pop a couple pieces of gum into his mouth, Then he began working again. This time, deleting photos by groups. When he was done, he opened another screen on the left bank of monitors and turned to it. I watched his profile as he put another window on another screen. His fingers flew over the keys. Screens popped up and disappeared in a blink. I could only see them because of the reflection in his glasses. "Did you download anything in the last couple of months?" he asked, absently. "Some music, but that's about it, I think," I said. He nodded. "Anything from your email?" he asked. "I think so," I admitted. "Can I have your password, please?" he asked. I sighed. I knew this day would come. "Pikachu, I choose you," I mumbled. He stopped typing and looked over at me. "Pardon?" he asked, his voice strained. My face caught fire. "Pikachu, I choose you." The U is the letter, not the word, I said again, hating that I had to tell him. Miles fought it off as long as he could, but he started laughing. He laughed so long it made me start to laugh, so I grabbed a pillow and threw it at him, which Miles caught and began to calm down. When did you make this account?" he asked as he finally stopped laughing. "Right after Pokemon Go came out," I admitted. "It kept me away from home, and it was free." He gave me a bright smile. "Valor, mystic, or instinct?" he asked. "Instinct. I love underdogs," I answered instantly. He smiled and went back to work. "We might have to go Pokemon hunting sometime," he mumbled as he started typing again. It wasn't long before the bedroom door opened all the way. Asher walked in, frowning. "What are you guys doing?" Asher asked. "Her stalker has been accessing her computer. That's how he got those photos. I'm hunting him down," Miles said absently. "Seriously?" "Yes, if I can find the Trojan program he's using to get in." Miles kept typing without missing a beat. "I can at least track him to his IP address and possibly figure out who he is." "How long will that take?" Asher asked. "How many interruptions?" "Gotcha," Asher said, then looked at me. "Allie, do you want to come downstairs? We're starting a video game tournament." "I'm gonna watch Miles work," I said. Asher gave me a smile before he left the bedroom. I watched Miles's face as he worked. He got this little wrinkle between his eyebrows. His emerald eyes were sharp and bright as they ran over the screens. I watched as his fingers flew over the keyboard. He was cute until he smiled. Then you could see how handsome he really was. It felt like the world's biggest secret, and I was the only one who knew about it. His intelligence glowed in his eyes whenever he talked about astronomy. He always got excited when he talked about tracking planets or their moons. Just watching him work had warmth spreading through me until I was wondering what kissing him would be like. Again, "Damn it, Lexi, what are you doing? You're drooling over one of your best friends." I closed my eyes, and I was feeling the same way around Asher, and now Zeke. I really needed to get over these stupid crushes. But there was a nagging feeling in the back of my mind that was telling me this was something different. I pushed it away. No, it's not. It's the same. Just some hormonal crush that will go away. I opened my eyes to find his soft eyes running over my face slowly before meeting mine. He opened his mouth a bit, as if he was going to say something. Then he blinked and swallowed hard. "Falling asleep?" His silky timbre slid through my ear, making my skin tingle. "Nope," I sighed. "Just thinking." "I wouldn't blame you. Computer work's not very interesting to watch," he admitted, looking back at one of the screens. "It is when you're doing it," I said. He looked over at me again with surprise. I loved that I could put that look on his face. "Why? Do I make faces or something?" he asked. I grinned mischievously at him. His eyes grew brighter as he waited. "I should say yes," I teased. He half grinned at me as he waited. You only make one face, and it's your I'm thinking face, I told him.
I don't understand how that is entertaining for you.
It's not, but your eyes get excited and grow bright, I admitted. There was something about his room and our hushed voices that made it not embarrassing to admit to him. The same thing happens when you talk about astronomy or astrophysics. His half grin turned to a full one as his ears tinged pink. He looked back at the computer screens as he started typing again.
And that entertains you?
He asked softly. I like seeing you interested or excited about something. You act differently. He stopped typing to look at me.
Different?
In a good way, I explained, my voice still quiet. You don't worry if you're saying the wrong thing or if you're doing something wrong. You relax. You're just you. His eyes unfocused. I added, it's just something I like seeing. He blinked, his eyes focusing again. I shrugged, looking up at the ceiling. I had to stop looking at him. My stomach kept making that low, hard flip whenever he looked over at me. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly before I looked at him again. His eyes were moving off me and back to the screen.
Well, if that gets old, he said, grinning as he typed, feel free to fall asleep. You haven't been getting much sleep lately, and I'll understand completely, he said.
I snorted, still smiling at him. Miles went back to work while I secretly ogled him. Eventually, I did fall asleep.
Angel.
Lexi, can you wake up? Miles's silky timbre made me smile. I couldn't help it. That voice had the most soothing effect on me. I opened my eyes to find Miles grinning down at me, his warm eyes running over my face. The last light of day was coming through the window. What did I miss? I mumbled. I found the program, he said. I blinked up at him, confused. Then his words sunk in. He found the program that let that creep spy on me? Really?
Really,
he said. I beamed up at him before jumping to my knees on the bed and hugging him. He chuckled as he hugged me back. That's my genius, I practically gushed. He laughed in my ear as I squeezed him tight.
I already gave it to Rory. They should be able to find him tonight.
I pulled back enough to kiss his cheek. Then I was hugging him again. You're incredible, Miles, I told him.
Not really.
Yes, really. I pulled back to sit on my heels, still smiling up at him. You just saved my ass. His eyes ran over my face, then stopped at my lips. Did he? His eyes were warm and soft when they met mine. My heart slammed in my chest. He let go of me and stepped back.
No problem, Lexi, he said,
his fingers tapping out that staccato rhythm on his leg.
Asher said dinner was ready before I came upstairs.
I gave him a small smile before hopping off his bed and walking into the hall with him. He was acting nervous, like he had when we first met. Does he know? Oh, no. Did he know I liked him? I know I almost kissed him at the campus, but I took a deep breath and let it out. We headed downstairs. In his room, I thought maybe he liked me too, at least for a second. But with the way he's acting now, I told myself not to be disappointed, that it was a good thing that Miles didn't think of me that way. My heart still ached a bit. I walked into the kitchen to the smell of Asher's curry. Everyone was dishing up but Zeke. Guys, where's Zeke? I asked. They all exchanged looks before Asher looked at me.
He's downstairs in the weight room, Asher offered. He's working off some anger.
I raised an eyebrow at that.
He was pissed off when he got here. He's been downstairs since he finished his homework,
Isaac explained. I'll go see if I can get him to calm down, I told them as I walked to the false pantry and opened the door to the cellar. I headed down the carpeted stairs and opened the door on the far end of the basement. Zeke was in his workout clothes, working out on the heavy bag, hard. as if the thing owed him money. I watched him pound into the bag for a few minutes until I realized he still wasn't stopping. I walked through the weight room, then stopped out of arm's reach. "Zeke," I called loudly. He stopped hitting the bag. He dropped his hands to his sides and turned to me. His barrel chest rose and fell as he took deep breaths, his eyes a bit wild as they met mine. "What's wrong?" I asked, worried. He waved his hand dismissively as he started to get his breath back. "Zeke, talk to me," I told him, my voice growing harder. My stomach knotted, and he clenched his jaw.
"I'm fine,"
he bit out as he went to a bench, picked up the towel, and wiped the sweat off his face. "Bullshit," I said instantly as I walked towards him. "This isn't fine. You're really pissed off." He looked away from me as he wiped the sweat off his arms.
"You should go upstairs,"
he said, his voice hard. "Why?"
"Because,"
he snapped as he ran a hand through his hair. A horrible thought occurred to me. I remembered what Serena said to me about Zeke. If anyone ever got in and hurt him. "Is this about you and Riley breaking up?" I asked calmly. He chuckled darkly, then shook his head.
"That was mutual,"
he told me. The knots in my stomach eased. Okay, so he wasn't hurting over Riley, but something was getting to him. "Is it that I got you in trouble with the vice principal?" I asked, uncertainly. He shot me a look. "No, okay." I racked my brain. "Are you pissed about the photos on my hard drive?" I asked. His gaze snapped to me.
"What photos?"
he growled. "Shit. Okay, not that." I tried to gloss over it. He strode toward me.
"What photos?"
he snapped as he stopped to tower over me. "Relax." Miles deleted all of them. As in completely and utterly. They're never coming back deleted, I told him calmly. He made an angry, frustrated noise in the back of his throat.
"But Miles saw them,"
he bit out between his teeth. "That's not why you've been down here." I steered my questions back to him. "What's going on?" He walked away, restless. He threw the towel at the mirrored wall.
"He thought it was so fucking funny,"
he growled so quietly I almost didn't hear him. "Who?" I asked. He shook his head, his shoulders rigid. He turned back to meet my eyes with his scalding gaze.
"Dylan,"
he bit out. He came back towards me, his eyes never leaving mine. My heart raced. My skin tingled as he towered over me. Leather, engine grease, and sweat tickled my nose as Zeke's eyes stayed on mine. What did he think? I couldn't think. My heartbeat was in my ears as his eyes left mine to move down my face to focus on my lips.
"You and me,"
he breathed, before he bent down and found my lips with his. My heart stopped as I kissed him back. Sunshine washed through me as his lips brushed gently against mine. He kissed me as if I was made of glass and he was afraid of breaking me. All I knew in the world was how amazing his lips felt against mine. I tilted my head back as his kiss moved deeper. His lips moved firmer against mine. I made a small noise in the back of my throat. One of his hands buried in my hair at the back of my head as he carefully pulled me against him with the other on my lower back. My arms slid around his waist as he kissed me tenderly. His lips moved slowly over mine, as if he wanted to remember every brush, every stroke of my lips moving with his. I couldn't think. I could barely breathe.
"Zeke!"
Isaac's voice barely registered to me. Zeke tore away from me, jumping back as if I had burned him. I met his wild eyes as we both tried to catch our breath. Panic flared in his eyes a second before he walked around me. The door to the weight room opened and closed.
"Come on, man, dinner's getting cold,"
Isaac said out in the hall.
Yeah,
Zeke growled. "Where's Red?" Isaac asked.
"Don't know."
Zeke's voice disappeared down the hall. My mind was blank as I held my fingers to my burning lips. I sat down on the bench as it hit me. I just kissed Zeke. Oh my God. I just kissed Zeke and really wanted to do it again. Damn, he was a good kisser. I took deep breaths as I tried to calm down. What the hell was I thinking? Zeke? I kissed him. Panic gripped me as I tried to remember what happened. No, he kissed me. My heart was racing as I remembered his eyes before his lips touched mine, and I kissed him back. Oh God, he knows how I feel. What did this mean? What was going to happen to us now? He started it. Then he tore out of here as if he were running from the devil itself. Did he think it was a mistake? Did I think it was? Oh, fuck. I hid my face in my hands as I tried to sort it out in my head. He just ran off after... My chest was tight as I remembered that look of panic in his eyes before he left. I swallowed hard. Maybe I should just forget that this happened? Unless he brings it up? Yeah, that sounded good. At least for now. Okay, I can do this. I can go upstairs and pretend I didn't have the most amazing kiss in my life from one of my best friends. Right? Oh, I was so screwed. I took deep breaths until the tightness in my chest eased. I could do this. I can get through dinner and then freak out tonight in my bedroom. Okay, I got this. I got to my feet and went upstairs. I dished myself up in the kitchen, then walked down to the family room. Zeke wasn't there. I climbed over the back of the small couch and dropped next to Isaac.
Hey, Red, did you get lost?
Isaac asked. I smiled. Yeah, I did, actually. I lied. Asher shook his head.
How did you get lost downstairs? It's one hallway,
Ethan asked. And a lot of doors, I countered. I might have gotten a little distracted by the steam sauna. The guys chuckled. We should really think about labeling those doors, I told them.
Why? So next time you get lost on purpose?
Isaac countered. I chuckled and bumped my shoulder into his. He bumped back. I relaxed, tucked my feet under me, and ate dinner. Where is Zeke, anyway? I asked in a neutral voice.
He went to take a shower,
Isaac said absently before taking a bite of chicken. I finished my dinner and put my bowl down on the carpet. I put my legs over the edge of the couch and leaned back against Isaac. He shifted a little so I was against his chest, and his arm around my waist. It was our usual movie cuddling position on this couch. The fact that it made me feel better right now was just a bonus. The movie was half over when Zeke did walk into the family room. I took a quick glance and saw he was dressed in his usual work clothes, and his hair was wet. I looked away and back to the TV before he could catch me. Everyone talked and joked as we pointed out the plot holes in the movie. I could feel eyes on me. I turned my head and met Zeke's sky-blue eyes. I gave him a small smile to let him know we would be fine, then went back to watching the movie. Over the next hour, whenever I felt someone watching me, I ignored it. Around 7, my cell rang. I pulled it out of my bra. It was Rory. Hey, Rory.
We got him,
Rory announced. I sat up straight. You got him? Got him? I asked, to be clear. As in custody? Cuffs? I can go home? The movie went quiet, and all eyes watched me.
Yeah, we got him,
Rory told me.
The IP address? It was Dylan, Lexi.
Seriously? I asked, stunned.
Yeah, we even have the photos on his computer,
Rory told me.
He's being booked as we speak.
I let out a deep sigh of relief. I fought back tears as it hit me. They got him. Thank you, Rory, I said, my throat tight. I'll head home tonight.
Okay, relax, kid. I'll see you in the morning.
Rory hung up. I shook my head as I put my phone back in my bra.
Who was it?
Asher asked. It was Dylan, I announced. The guys looked at each other.
Are they sure?
Ethan asked. I nodded. Yeah, I said. They got him. It was his IP address. He even had photos on his computer. I shook my head at that. I could go home.
Lexi Delaney, your stalker is now in jail. What are you going to do next?
Isaac asked in his announcer's voice. I'm going to go home and relax, I stated. I got up and headed out to the living room.
I should be going too,
Ethan announced.
Ma will be home soon and she wants to have a chat.
Everyone started grabbing their stuff and headed out. I hugged Miles and thanked him again. He gave me a small squeeze and said no problem. I said bye to the others and headed out to the Blazer. I had just put Hades inside when someone came over.
Lexi.
Zeke's soft voice made me pause as my heart gave a painful throb. I plastered on a smile for him as he came over to stand next to me.
We need to talk,
he said quietly. I took a deep breath and looked up at him. His eyes burned right through me. I guess so, I whispered.
I'd talk to you now, but I've got to go to work,
he groused. You can come over after work to talk, I offered. Tara's at her mom's. His eyes ran over my face.
Are you sure? You're kind of tired,
he reminded me. Do you want to talk tonight or not? I asked pointedly. The corner of his lips twitched.
Yeah,
he said.
I'll come over after work.
He started walking to the truck, but hesitated. He turned back to me.
Rory said they were sure?
He asked. Yep. He frowned. Why? I asked. He shook his head.
Nothing. Just paranoid,
he mumbled.
I'll see you after work.
Zeke went to get in his rental truck. I climbed into the Blazer and headed home. My head was racing. Zeke wanted to talk. What kind of talk was this going to be? An I only like you as a friend talk? Or I want to date you talk? For the first time in my life, I wished I could read minds. Okay, how do I feel about the kiss? I fucking loved it. I rolled my eyes at myself. Yeah, there was no point in lying to myself. I cared about Zeke and Asher and Miles, but Miles didn't seem to be interested, and Asher probably wasn't. So, maybe? I chewed on the corner of my lower lip as I pulled onto my street. Was I actually thinking this? Did I really want to date Zeke? When I parked the Blazer, I knew my answer. Yeah, I wanted to date Zeke. I snorted at myself as I shut off the truck. Happy that I figured out how I felt, I grabbed my bag and book bag, then slid to the road. I left Hades in the truck since I was already juggling my bag and keys. I closed my door and walked around the truck. What if he doesn't want to date me? My heart ached at the thought. I swallowed hard. Then I'd put on my big girl panties and deal with it. I pulled out my keys and opened the door. Something hard wrapped around my throat and jerked me back. I dropped my keys and grabbed the arm choking me. Panic shot through me. I couldn't breathe. I dug into and pulled against the arm, cutting off my air as the world started to spin. I kicked back and stomped, trying to make him ease his grip, but nothing helped. Nothing worked. The world was turning dark at the edges. Hades was barking.
Now we'll be together,
a familiar voice whispered into my ear as the world went black. Chapter 20. Tuesday night. I woke up on something soft but stiff. My throat ached, and my stomach rolled. I was cold and hot at the same time. I moved onto my side and curled up, groaning as nausea rolled through me. I took deep breaths, trying to get through it as I tried to remember what happened. I was at the door to the house, and then... No. A hand brushed my hair off my forehead.
"Take it easy, Alexis," he crooned. "It'll take a few minutes for the drug to wear off."
"Don't touch me," I growled. I tried to move away, only my muscles weren't listening.
"I know you're going to be angry, but it was the only way to help you,"
he said in a patient voice. I knew that voice. "Drugging me isn't helping me, Clay," I snapped. "It's fucked up." There was no warning. The sound of skin slapping skin was loud. My face felt like it had exploded. The world spun even more as I rolled away to the other side of the bed to get away from him. The room was a blur as I tried to get my eyes to focus.
"You don't have to talk that way anymore. They aren't here to make you,"
Clay said patiently, lecturing me. "No one makes me do shit," I mumbled as I found the edge of the bed. Footsteps moved across the floor. A hard hand bit into my arm, bruising. I made a surprised, pain-filled noise.
"Stop talking like that,"
he snapped. I reached out and feebly tried to get his grip to loosen. "Stop hurting me," I shouted back. His fingers eased a bit, but his grip was still hard. Finally able to see, I looked up at him. His black hair was messy. His brown eyes were cold as he watched me. When my eyes met him, his face instantly softened. He sat down on the bed next to me.
"Alexis, you need to stop cursing. It's not you,"
he began in a soothing tone. It grated on my nerves.
"You're sweet, caring, and incredibly talented."
He let go of my arm to run his hand over my hair again. It made my skin crawl. "You don't know me," I groaned, as another wave of nausea ran through me. The room was starting to settle. "What did you give me?" I asked.
"Just some propofol. It's a general anesthetic."
His voice was sweet and patient again, his hand stroking my arm where bruises were probably already forming. My stomach lurched again. "I'm gonna be sick," I groaned. He got up, reached under me, and lifted me into his arms against his chest. I cringed, but I was going to puke, and I was more than willing to puke on this fucker.
"It's a side effect. It should wear off in another couple of minutes,"
he explained. "If you dosed me right," I countered, as he carried my limp body into a bathroom.
"My father is a doctor. I checked your dosage 25 times.
He tried to be reassuring. It didn't work. He set me down on the floor in front of the toilet carefully. I weakly pushed up the lid and promptly started puking. My stomach heaved and rolled until I thought I was going to die. Clay held my hair back and whispered things he probably thought were comforting. I tuned him out and focused on breathing between bouts of sickness. When I finally stopped, I was shaking. I pushed his hands off me weakly, then laid down on the floor of the bathroom and just tried to breathe. He knelt beside me and went to touch me again. I had enough. "Stop touching me," I growled. "I don't know you. Don't touch me." He gave me a sweet smile.
"You know me. I'm your soulmate,"
he told me gently. Yep, he really was nuts.
"You'll see in time. That's why we're here at the cabin, to give you time."
"For what? Stockholm Syndrome to kick in?" I asked, sarcastically. He chuckled as he ran a hand down the outside of my leg.
"You're so funny, Alexis."
He smiled to himself. The room was slowing down. "Don't call me that," I grumbled. The drug was wearing off. My body was slowly becoming mine again.
"It's a beautiful name. It's much better than Lexi,"
he informed me in a condescending tone. What an ass. He kept talking.
"Beautiful like the paintings you make. I made sure to pick up your art supplies before I brought you here."
What? He was in a house? That... Hades, I said. He frowned at me. "My dog, Hades. What did you do to him?" I asked. If he hurt my baby at all, I was going to kill him.
I left him in your car,
he said. My temper spiked as I glared at him. It's like 20 degrees outside, I pointed out.
It's a dog. You don't need a dog,
he snapped, his fingers biting into my thigh.
You don't need anything or anyone but me,
he said, his voice warning me. I needed to figure this guy out. I needed him to take me to town or somewhere with people, and I needed to do it without getting hit anymore. Feeling stronger, I went to sit up. He reached out to help me. Don't, just don't, I all but snapped. His eyes flashed. Okay, not a good start. I softened my voice. My body aches. It hurts when you touch me. His hands pulled back as he winced.
I'm sorry, it was
necessary. You said that. I moved until I was leaning against the tub. Clay reached out, flushed the toilet, then closed the lid. What about Dylan? I asked, carefully. Putting those photos on his computer, was that necessary too? He closed his eyes and hung his head.
Yes, it wasn't hard to get into his computer and use the IP address, he murmured. I'm sorry to betray your trust like that, but the police don't understand,
he said. I blinked. Betray my trust? Did he seriously think I wanted him to? There was a muffled sound. He pulled my cell phone out of his pocket. He checked it. His face darkened. His expression made me swallow hard.
Ethan Turner just texted you. He's looking for you. You apparently have band practice tonight,
he announced, his voice tight and sharp. I stopped myself from smiling. The guys must have realized I was gone. They were checking on me.
Well, you're not singing in that band anymore,
Clay stated. His cold eyes met mine.
What's your nickname for him? I know you have one for all of them.
His voice was hard and shaking. He didn't like that at all. I swallowed hard. Blue Eyes, I told him. I call him Blue Eyes. He frowned at me. His hand shot out and grabbed my face in his hard grip. I yelped in pain as his fingers dug into the bruises on my jaw.
He doesn't have blue eyes,
he growled. That's the joke, I yelled, as I fought to pry his hand off me. He let go, looked away from me, and took deep breaths. Inside, I was shaking. This guy was fucking psycho beyond anything I ever imagined. I had to get away from him before he killed me. In fact, I felt stronger and ready to give him hell. I stayed limp against the tub as I sized him up. He was Zeke's height and half his size. Shit, he had reach and strength. All he had to do was grab me. I was going to take Zeke's advice, run and don't get caught. His pleasant face slipped back on.
Fine, but that's going to stop,
he ordered. As he texted Ethan back, I looked around the bathroom. There was a small window above the toilet, small, but big enough for me. I looked back to him.
My fiancée doesn't need other men in her life,
he stated. I fought the urge to argue. My phone vibrated.
He says, I get it. At least you got to try something new. See you soon.
Clay bit out through his teeth. His eyes were hard when they went to me.
You won't be seeing him anymore.
I nodded as if I agreed with him, when I was actually remembering the GPS locators on me. One in my shoe, the other in my bra. I eyed my phone. That had been in my bra before I passed out. What else did he... My stomach rolled as I pushed the thought away and concentrated on survival. The guys were coming or sending help. I need a private moment, I said in a small voice. He looked conflicted. Please, I begged, with my eyes wide. I was more than willing to use every girl card I had. His face softened with understanding.
Of course, my love,
he said sweetly. He got to his feet and stepped out the door, closing it behind him. I got up immediately and turned on the faucet. "I just don't want you to hear me," I explained in a shy, girly voice.
"I understand completely," he called through the door.
"Yeah, I just bet you do, you fucker." I looked down at my shirt. It was untucked and several buttons unfastened. Fear rolled through my mind, but I pushed it away. It wasn't going to help right now. He said we were at a cabin, which meant a road. I ran my hand over my bra. I didn't feel the tracker. I pushed back panic as I checked my right boot. It was still there. I sighed in relief as I tied my boot again. I was getting out of here now. Heart racing, I quietly opened the window. The cold air washing over my face cleared my head even more. I stepped onto the toilet and climbed out carefully. I dropped silently to the snow. The cold bit into me, but I didn't care. I got to my feet and ran to the tree line, arms pumping, my heart pounding. I circled the cabin and found the driveway. I ran through the tree line, following it, staying under the trees to where the snow wasn't so thick, where I could touch dirt and not leave such obvious prints. It wasn't long before he realized I was gone.
"Alexis!"
His shout echoed through the woods. I fought for breath as adrenaline surged through me, pushing me. I pumped my arms harder and ran faster. Silently, I thanked Zeke for all those miles he made me run for cardio. I kept moving. It was all I could do. I was leaving footprints behind in the snow. All I could do was stay out of his reach now. It wasn't long until footsteps were behind me. I cursed. I swerved to the right through the trees and tried to use the underbrush to trip him up. It didn't work. I was hit from behind. My face hit the snow. I tried to scramble out from under his weight, but he had a good grip on me. He rolled me over onto my back, so I swung and made contact. He cursed as he straddled my waist. I brought my hands up into one fist and slammed them down towards his groin. He blocked my arms, then grabbed them in a harsh grip. I raised my pelvis, trying to shift him enough to make him let go. He was too heavy. "Fucking let me go," I grunted at him as I tried to get an arm free. His eyes were wild as his fist shot out. I tasted blood as the world went black for a moment.
"You think you can leave me?"
he shouted, before hitting me again. My head felt like it exploded. The world spun.
"I own you,"
he snarled, his hand going to my neck. He started squeezing. Through the haze, I realized what was happening. I reached up and scratched my nails down his face, taking skin with me. He cried out, let go of my throat to pin my arm. I took deep, gasping breaths as he cursed at me. I could barely understand as the darkness faded from my vision. His weight disappeared. Before I could do anything, he grabbed a fistful of my shirt and dragged me to my feet. I staggered as he pulled me with him toward the cabin. I fought against him the whole way until he pinned me against his chest with his hand around my throat. His rich, musky cologne filled my nose and was thick on my tongue. Any time I tried to resist, he'd squeeze until I couldn't breathe.
"I know you're only fighting because of them, Alexis,"
he told me, patiently, his voice still sharp. I really had pissed him off. A big part of me thought, good. The other thought, stupid. I didn't know which was the right reaction.
"In time, you'll see. Our marriage will be perfect. Our children will be beautiful,"
he said confidently. "Planning to rape me?" I snapped through my teeth. His free hand moved over my body to my breast. He squeezed hard. My stomach rolled as fear filled me.
"This is already mine,"
he growled in my ear. Nausea tore through me as his hand left my breast and moved between my legs to grab me. I shuddered.
"This is mine."
He squeezed hard. Pain shot through me. I whimpered and pushed at his hand.
"I'm giving you time because I know those fuckers used you,"
he hissed in my ear as he let go. I was shaking as he forced me to walk again. I didn't fight this time. I just wanted his hands off me. With terror tightening my throat, he got me back to the cabin without a fight. He shoved me into a wooden chair, then lifted my chin. His cold eyes ran over my face and forced my eyelids up.
"No damage,"
he mumbled as he went to the fridge. "No damage except my throat," I bit out, my voice scratchy. "Oh, and the beating." I couldn't seem to shut up. "The guys are coming. They are sending help. I'm not alone. I just needed to get through this without him touching me like that." I focused on that. I would do whatever he fucking wanted if it would keep him from touching me like that again. My stomach was beyond knotted, and I felt like I was going to be sick, but no luck.
"Because of that stunt, you've lost any right to privacy," he lectured. "Until I can see that you're you again."
I didn't know what he meant by the right to privacy, and I didn't ask. Clay made an ice pack, grabbed a chair, and sat in front of me. I tried to move away, but his hand went to my knee, stopping me. He held the ice to my face. I held it there so he'd let go. He did, so I didn't move. I was too afraid His hand ran down my hair.
"I know you don't feel that you're my soulmate," he said softly, "but that's because of those so-called friends of yours."
His fingers went to my braid and began undoing it.
"They tried to keep you from me, and they'll pay for it. But right now, it's about you and me."
He reached into his pocket and pulled out the ring he sent me. He grabbed my left hand and looked into my eyes.
"Alexis, will you marry me?"
he asked sincerely. I snorted. "Are you kidding me?" I asked dryly. "You just beat the shit out of me out there. Then you groped me," I growled, my temper rising. I wasn't thinking anymore. I was pissed. "You think this is love? You are more fucked up than you realize." His eyes darkened as he shoved the ring onto my finger. It hurt.
"You're my fiancé," he growled. "You'll see in time, when all the other distractions are gone."
I smiled darkly. "It's never going to happen, Clay," I said clearly. What the fuck was I doing? I wanted to stall him, not piss him off, but I couldn't seem to stop myself. His eyes darkened. "I am not yours, and I never will be," I growled. He slapped me. I cried out as my eye felt like it ruptured. His hands grabbed my shoulders and pulled me to my feet, his face inches from mine.
"I own you,"
he growled. "Ownership isn't love, it's slavery, and I'm not meek enough to put up with someone who hurts me like this." He raised his hand to hit me. This time I was ready. I blocked his slap and struck him across the jaw. As he staggered, I went for the door. He let out a shout. He tackled me from behind, slamming me to the floor. I rolled out from under him and tried to get away. He snagged my foot and dragged me back under him. His fist went to my stomach. I grunted and instantly wanted to puke. I brought my knee up, trying to hit his balls. He blocked, then grabbed me around my neck, furious.
"You think a groin hit is funny?"
he snarled. He lifted his weight and slammed his knee down between my legs. I screamed in agony as my body tried to curl up, but his body was in the way. He hit me with his fists again and again. Still in agony and seeing black spots from the groin hit, I covered my head and tried to protect myself. It didn't work. He kept getting through. His hands wrapped around my neck. Then he started to slam my head into the floor, all the while calling me names. His fingers tightened. I couldn't think. I didn't know where I was. I couldn't remember who he was. All I knew was pain and his hands tightening around my throat. I tried to hit them away, but I couldn't. The world started to fade. All I could see was his face over me, feel his large body pinning me to the floorboards. The darkness was closing in. A loud crash sounded far away. A blur moved across what vision I had left, and I could breathe again. I took big, gasping breaths as pain racked me. I rolled to my side, still seeing stars. Hands touched me. I cried out, my vision still dark. I tried to move away. "Lexi!" a voice from somewhere called. I swung at it.
Pikachu, I choose you.
I went still. No one knew about that except Miles. My croak was barely audible.
It's me, Angel. Let me get you out of here,
he said, in that quiet, silky timbre I loved. Relief filled me. Tears instantly poured down my face. Miles. My voice was barely audible over the fighting going on. Hands touched me, and this time I didn't fight. I smelled wintergreen and clung to him as he picked me up off the floor. My body throbbed in agony and the world spun, but they were there.
Don't kill him, Isaac,
Miles warned before he took me into the cold. Sirens were loud outside. I buried my face in the smell of wintergreen as he walked.
Angel, I need you to sit on the trunk and look at you,
he said before shifting me. I was put on something hard. I gasped as pain shot between my legs. Miles went still.
Lexi, open your eyes.
I was panting through the pain as I opened my eyes. Miles's emerald met mine. His eyes were wide, his face strained as he looked at me.
Tell me what hurts,
he ordered. Everything, I sobbed. I couldn't stop crying. I couldn't. He held me gently.
What did he do?
He whispered as the sirens arrived. Lots of hitting, I managed, between deep breaths.
Any bleeding?
He asked calmly. I don't know, I whimpered. He didn't ask me anything else. He just held me as the sirens arrived.
He's inside. One of our friends might be killing the bastard,
Miles announced, his voice cold as a glacier.
Where's the ambulance? It'll be here in a minute, someone said. Miss, can you... Don't touch her,
Miles warned the cop, his voice cold and sharp. I barely noticed. I was too busy just trying to make it through the next minute.
She's in a lot of pain. You can wait until she sees a doctor.
Miles snapped, coldly. More sirens arrived.
Lexi?
Rory's voice broke something inside me. I crumbled against Miles.
She's conscious, Miles said. She's in a lot of pain, though.
Hands touched bruises. I whimpered and buried myself against Miles. The hands went away.
It's just Rory, Angel,
Miles told me in his soothing voice. I took a deep breath and nodded that I heard him. Hurts, I explained in a raspy voice.
The ambulance is here, Rory announced. Kid, come here. Let me see.
I pulled back to look up at Rory. His amber eyes ran over me, his expression murderous. Another wave of pain tore through me as I moved on the trunk. Hospital, now, I whispered in a scratchy voice. Rory nodded, then lifted me into his arms.
You got it, kid,
he said as he moved toward the ambulance. He ignored the other cops who were saying that they needed my statement. He climbed up and laid me down on something too hard to be called soft. He pulled back until I looked up at him. His face was strained, his eyes red.
We're going to the hospital now,
Rory told me gently. I nodded, still crying too much to try to speak. He looked at someone out of my sight.
Give me that blanket,
he bit out. He covered me in warm fabric. He left me long enough to go to the back of the ambulance.
Miles, get Isaac and call the others. Don't tell them what happened. Just say that she'll be okay,
Rory ordered.
Have Asher pick her up some comfortable clothes. Don't tell Zeke any details. I'll tell him when he gets to the hospital.
I'll take care of it, Miles agreed.
Thank you, Miles,
Rory said, his voice thick.
Don't leave her alone,
Miles replied. Rory came back and sat beside me. His face was drawn and pale. Doors closed somewhere as he took my hand. I clutched his hand in a death grip. Tears fell down his face as the ambulance took off. I couldn't stop crying. I kept feeling his hands on me. I'm going to be sick, I muttered. Rory helped me lean over the side of the gurney. I dry heaved and sobbed at the same time.
"It's going to be okay, kid," he said, his voice confident as he helped me lay back down. His forehead met mine as I kept crying. "It's going to be okay." I didn't believe him. The ride to the hospital was a haze of pain. I don't remember how long it took, but I was in a curtained-off section of the ER soon. A woman in scrubs was next to me. She had Rory leave. I didn't understand. My head was killing me, the world tilting here and there. The nurse was back with some cloth in her hand. "My name is Lily, and I'm a nurse here. I'm going to help you change," she said in a soothing voice. I didn't understand until she tried to unbutton my shirt. I knocked her hands away and tried to move away from her, but I only ended up groaning in pain. She pulled her hands back and ran her gaze over me again. Then she gave me a strained smile. "Lexi, is there something the doctor should know?" she asked quietly. I blinked up at her. My head was killing me. "Huh?" I asked, confused. She sighed sadly and left the curtained-off section. There was whispering on the other side of the curtain. Rory came back in and sat down in the chair next to the bed. His face was pale. After a little while, a woman wearing scrubs and a white coat came in. The doctor examined me without making me change. She was mostly concerned with my eyes, throat, and head pain. The nurse gave me an IV and some painkillers. The pain finally receded enough that I could think again. When the nurse noticed that I was more coherent, she went and brought in the doctor again and a female police officer. The doctor asked me several questions, which I answered. Then the doctor looked at the police officer. She stepped forward and asked me what happened. I told her everything I remembered. What happened when I woke up, what happened when I ran, and what happened when he got me back to the cabin. I told her everything. My voice sounded like a frog as I spoke. When I was done, the officer took a deep breath and asked, "Lexi, when you woke up, were you dressed?" My stomach rolled as I thought about those buttons. "Yeah, but..." I took a deep breath and told them. My shirt was untucked, and a few buttons were messed with. I looked at her shoulder in that dark blue uniform. He had my phone. When he knocked me out, it was in my bra. And I'm missing a tracker that was in the same place, I croaked. The officer and the doctor shared a look. The doctor knelt down and met my eyes. "Lexi, I'm going to have to get an MRI and X-ray of your skull. I think you have a concussion, and even possibly a skull fracture," she said gently. "Then I'm going to suggest that you get an SART kit done." I blinked at her. "What?" "It's a rape kit," she explained. My heart dropped. "From what you've told us, I think you should have one just to be sure. And you'll be needing a pelvic exam for your groin injury anyway. We can do it at the same time." The world spun, and tears fell. I nodded. What else could I do? I needed to know. Chapter 21. The hospital. What they never tell you about a rape kit is that it can take hours. I'd already been sped through the MRI and the X-ray department for my other injuries. Then we started the rape kit. I had been examined, hair plucked, my injuries photographed, my nails had been scraped for DNA, and I gave my statement again, in more detail. I broke down crying 3 times. I thought that wasn't so bad for how I felt. I was laying on the exam table, my feet in those fucking stirrups, and trying not to cry again. My groin hurt, a lot, and I couldn't remember if it hurt before the knee to the groin or not. I'd still be crying just from that if it wasn't for the IV of painkillers the doctor had given me. The doc was about to lift the paper sheet when there was a knock on the door. Dr. Melville frowned as her assistant answered the door. There was a whispering. Then the assistant closed the door and came back to my side. "Lexi, there is a woman named Maria here for you," she said. "She wanted to know if you'd like company."
I started crying immediately and nodded. The assistant went back to the door and let the twins' mom in. Maria strode through the room, straight to my side, as I started sobbing uncontrollably. She took my hand and gave me a small, understanding smile. "Rory called and told me what was happening, honey," she said softly. "No matter what this test says, you're going to be okay," she promised. She hugged me tight until I could stop crying. She wiped my face and gave me a smile. "Do the guys know?" I croaked. "Miles does. He met me at the ER entrance and brought me here. That's all I know," Maria said. "Are you ready?" I nodded. Maria looked down at the doctor who waited patiently. "Let's find out," she said. The doctor nodded, then lifted the sheet. I closed my eyes tight as I tried not to be sick. It was a few minutes of hell. Then the doctor was putting the sheet down again and standing up. "Lexi, I don't see any sign of sexual activity, consensual or otherwise," she announced. I went limp with relief. Maria wasn't so convinced. "How can you tell?" Maria asked. The doctor answered matter-of-factly. "There would be tears, irritation, even bleeding. The only damage is around your clitoral area, which is extremely bruised. That, I believe, came from your attacker's knee?" I nodded, still too relieved to speak. "I can continue the exam if you like, but from my experience, I'm confident that you were not raped tonight." I took a few deep breaths as that news set in. I hadn't been raped. I thought about finishing the exam. I looked at Dr. Melville. "Let's do the whole exam," I said in my frog voice. "I'd hate to be wrong because he had a tiny dick." Maria gave a small sigh. Dr. Melville gave me a small, sympathetic smile. "Well, I thought it was funny." The doctor went back to her stool. "Deep breath, Lexi," she told me. I closed my eyes and breathed deeply, forcing myself to relax as she used the speculum. A few minutes later, and it was over. I was able to put my legs down from the stirrups and sit up. Though my body still wanted me to die, I knew the truth. I hadn't been raped. I still felt disgusting where he touched me. But he didn't rape me. "I'm sure these tests are going to come back negative," the doctor assured me. "You're going to be staying in the hospital overnight for observation and pain management," Dr. Melville told me gently. I nodded, too emotional to say anything. Maria hugged me as I held on tight to her as I cried in relief. I got a whiff of his musky cologne, and I felt his hands on me again. God, I can still smell his cologne, I bit out. "Can we get her a shower?" Maria asked. Dr. Melville seemed to think about it. "I'm worried about her skull fracture, so we could have you use a seated shower with a nurse," Dr. Melville explained. I crossed my arms over my chest at the idea. Maria's arm gave me a squeeze. Dr. Melville added, "Or we can set you up with a sponge bath." "Then let's get her a sponge bath," Maria demanded for me. Of course. The doctor and her assistant left the room as I cried on Maria's shoulder. She sang to me in Spanish. I don't know what song it was, but it helped me calm down. The nurse came back with warm water, soap, and towels. Maria steadied me and held up the sheet, so I was covered as I washed until I felt clean again, until I couldn't smell that cologne on my skin. Then she helped me into the clothes the guys brought from home for me. Asher's Sylvester the cat bottoms, Zeke's giant blue thermal that reached my knees, and Miles's hoodie. Maria wet my hair, brushed it out, then braided it for me. When I was ready, she covered me back up with a blanket and sat with me. "Thanks for coming," I said. Maria gave my hand a squeeze. "Of course, honey," she said softly. "The doctor suggested a sedative. I'm going to suggest it for tonight." "Really?" I asked, my voice small. "Yes, you've taken a beating and need to rest," she said. You won't tonight, not without help. I thought about it and nodded. She kissed my forehead and went to get the nurse. The nurse came in with an ice pack and a syringe, then explained what she was giving me and what the side effects were. I didn't care. I was too busy putting the ice pack between my legs. It was cold at first, but it helped with the pain. The world became fuzzy and less sharp as I relaxed into the bed. Maria stayed with me until the nurse came to take me to my room for the night. "Do you want me to stay, honey?" she asked. I shook my head. "You've got work tomorrow," I told her. "I'll take your advice and stay sedated tonight." Maria gave me a small smile. "If you need to talk or anything, you call," she ordered me. I nodded. I felt horrible for not telling her that Sophie was in our house, but I managed to keep my mouth shut until she walked out the door. A couple of people came in with the nurse. They unlocked the wheels and moved the bed through the hallways until we reached the 3rd floor. They set me up again, gave me the buzzer, and left the room. It started to snow outside. I watched the snow fall through the window. Soon voices came down the hall.
"She took a beating,"
Rory's voice announced.
"She has a skull fracture, one eye completely black. She had some testing done and, well, she took a beating, so don't be surprised when she looks like shit."
"Thanks, Rory," I called in a scratchy, hoarse voice. Rory cursed, then came in and looked around the curtain.
"Sorry, kid,"
he said gently before stepping further into the room. The others came in behind him, but I couldn't focus enough to see them.
"What did the doc say?"
Rory's voice was hard and shaky. "Negative," I said. "I did the rest of the test to be sure, but she said she's sure it's negative." Tension melted out of Rory as he took a deep breath in relief. His eyes shimmered.
"Good,"
he managed, his voice thick.
Is there anything you need?"
He was struggling. Even sedated, I could see that. "Ice cream?" I said, mostly to give him something to do. "I want ice cream. Chocolate and strawberry or cherry if you can find it." He snorted. I pushed the tears back for him.
"I'm on it, kid."
He ran his hand through his hair.
I'll hit the store."
Rory headed out of the room and down the hall. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly before I looked at the guys. Miles was leaning against the wall next to the curtain near the bed. Zeke was standing just inside the curtain, and the twins were at the end of the bed. Isaac's knuckles were bruised, and he had a black eye, but that seemed to be it. Asher was leaning against the cabinets in front of the windows. Every one of them had dark faces and shadow-filled eyes. I didn't know how to fix it. "I'm okay, guys."
"What test?"
Zeke asked, carefully. I looked up. He was watching me, his hands clenching and unclenching. I opened my mouth and closed it. Zeke's eyes narrowed on me, demanding an answer. Apparently, Miles had kept it a secret. Crap. "I was dressed when I blacked out, and when I woke up, a few buttons were..." I stopped, closed my eyes, and took a deep breath, then looked at him. I just needed to be sure. I didn't have it in me to say it, but I didn't have to. Zeke's eyes went wide, his body rigid.
"Did you just have a fucking rape kit done?"
Zeke growled. Everyone but Miles went still. I fought off tears and took deep breaths.
"Zeke,"
Miles began patiently. Zeke shot him a look that silenced Miles, then looked back at me. His eyes were tortured.
"Someone should have been with you,"
he breathed. Tears started to fall as reality hit me hard. I'd just had a rape kit done. I took a deep breath.
"One of us should have been with you,"
Zeke said again, sounding lost. I started crying. "It was hard enough to have the test," I told him, my voice small and shaking like the rest of me. "I didn't want to even think..." Ethan came around the bed and sat on the side facing me.
Lexi, you don't have to explain anything,
Ethan told me, his voice gentle but firm, his hands going to my arms.
Not to us, not to Zeke, as long as you got the support you needed.
Rory called Maria, Zeke, Miles said calmly as he walked over to Zeke.
Maria told me she got here in time for the worst part. She wasn't alone in there.
I sat up and hugged Ethan, my face buried in his shirt. He wrapped his arms around me gently. I took a deep breath of spice as I tried to calm down. Limes reached me as a hand went to my back.
You're okay, Lexi,
Isaac said softly. The bed dipped. Vanilla reached me as a hand went to my shoulder.
You're safe now, Allie,
Asher whispered. That just made me cry harder because he was right. I was safe now. I could cry all I needed to. Another hand went to my other shoulder.
We're here for you,
Miles said, in that soothing voice of his. I shook under their hands as I kept sobbing. A large hand ran over my hair.
I'm going to get Hades,
Zeke muttered. Lips touched my hair, then the hand was gone. He left? Zeke just left?
He's just getting your puppy,
Miles reassured me.
Zeke loves you, honey,
Ethan whispered in my ear.
He just can't take seeing you cry like this. I'm tempted to join him myself.
I nodded that I heard him. They held me as long as I needed them to. Eventually, I pulled back from Ethan and wiped my face. Can someone get me the nurse? I don't think the sedative is working, I asked. Miles hurried out into the hallway immediately. The guys convinced me to lay back down, and with the pain coming back, I didn't care. The nurse came back in. She explained it was time for my pain meds again, and that she was adding another dose of the sedative. After a while, I relaxed in the bed. Ethan covered me with the blankets and took the chair on the left side of the bed. Isaac sat on the ground while Miles and Asher went looking for chairs to bring in. The world was fuzzy again, and my body didn't want me to die so much when they brought back chairs for everyone. The guys were chatting when Rory came back in, empty-handed. "No ice cream?" I croaked. He gave me a small, apologetic smile.
"Sorry, I had a talk with Zeke and now the stores are closed."
Rory apologized as he sat down on the side of the bed and looked at me. "You know what this means," I said.
"What?"
Rory asked. "Milkshake for breakfast," I grinned, as much as I could without hurting my face. His eyes ran over me as his face grew concerned.
"Lexi, are you okay?"
Rory asked.
"She had a small breakdown," Miles answered for me. "She's sedated now."
Rory looked at me. "A drugged Lexi is a good Lexi right now," I said in a silly, all-knowing voice.
"You sure about that, kid?"
Rory asked. "It's just for tonight," I told him. "I'll have another breakdown tomorrow, and you can deal with that one." The guys chuckled as Rory sighed.
"Okay."
"They arrested him, right?" I asked. Rory nodded.
"Yeah, Isaac did a pretty decent job of beating the shit out of him. He's in the hospital, handcuffed to a bed," Rory explained. "But as soon as he's released, he's going to jail."
My stomach dropped. He was in the building? "Rory, can you—" I began, then swallowed hard. "Can you watch him?" Rory blinked.
"He has a guard stationed outside his room."
"I know that. I don't know him, but I know you," I said quickly, as if it made sense. "Please, watch the fucker." Rory took a deep breath before looking at the guys.
"Are all of you staying?"
he asked. They all said yes. Rory nodded, then met my eyes.
"I'll go camp out in his room," he promised.
"Thank you." My voice shook with relief. Rory got up and headed out. The guys turned the TV on. I simply floated there, half awake and half asleep. When a dog whined, I opened my eyes and listened. The animal was crying, whining, and whimpering as if he were being tortured. It made my heart ache. "No animals allowed," someone shouted.
"Service animal."
Zeke's growl came from the hallway. When he turned into the room, Hades was pulling on his leash like he never had before. When Zeke walked in, he just dropped the lead. Hades ran and jumped up onto my bed and immediately started sniffing me. "Hades, baby, I'm okay," I told him in my soothing voice. Hades stopped whining as the puppy examined my face, neck, and body. I looked up at Zeke. How long was he crying like that? He ran his hand through his hair.
"Since I picked him up,"
Zeke said.
"He saw you get grabbed. I think he's been like that since."
I hugged my dog to me. He rested his head in the crook of my arm and passed out. I shifted to get comfortable and winced. I wanted another ice bag, but I looked around the room at the guys and said, "Fuck it. Could someone get me a bag of ice from the nurse, please?" I asked the room in my rough voice.
"No problem, Red."
Isaac got up from his chair next to my bed on my right and headed out. Zeke walked over and sat down. His face was hard, his eyes haunted as he looked at me. He didn't say anything. He just examined my face and my neck. He opened his mouth when Isaac walked back in and handed me the ice. "Thanks," I said, as I put in under my blanket and between my legs. The whole room went still.
"Lexi,"
Zeke said, in his "I'm trying not to kill someone" voice.
"You said the test was negative."
"It was," I groaned, as I shifted until I was comfortable. "He kneed me in the groin," I muttered. Everyone relaxed. The guys started talking again. They made jokes and tried to keep me smiling. Eventually, the meds really kicked in, and I fell asleep. A hard, shaky breath woke me up. I opened my eyes. My hospital room was dark, and the guys were gone, but someone was taking deep, ragged breaths. I looked to my right. Zeke was still in the chair next to me. His elbows were braced on his knees, his forehead resting in his palms. His shoulders shook as he took deep, shaking breaths. My heart broke. Zeke was crying. I couldn't take it. I pulled my blankets off and moved to get up. He quickly wiped his face and lifted his head. His bloodshot eyes narrowed on me.
"Baby, what are you doing?"
His voice was thick as he reached out and stopped me from putting my feet on the floor. "Hugging you? Wasn't it obvious?" I went to stand up. He stopped me again.
"No, you're staying in bed. You've got a fucking crack in your skull and you're bruised to hell and back,"
he snapped. "Zeke, I'm hugging you. Either let me up or get your ass over here," I told him matter-of-factly. His ice blue eyes were tortured as he met my gaze. He knew I wasn't joking.
"Get back in bed,"
he told me gently. I carefully brought my legs back into the bed, then scooted over slowly. Zeke waited until I stopped moving. Then he sat down carefully next to me. I leaned forward so he could put his shoulder behind me. When he settled with one leg on the bed, I curled up against his side. My head rested on his shoulder while his arm wrapped around me and held me to him. He treated me like glass. His other hand pulled my blanket up to cover me again. I rested my hand on his chest as he took a deep, shaking breath. I listened to him breathe and felt safe. I really needed it. "Are you okay?" I asked quietly. His lips went to my hair.
"You were beaten and had a rape kit done today,"
he whispered against my skin.
"No, I'm not okay."
I hugged him tighter. Well, as tight as my beaten body would allow me. I remembered the feel of Clay's hand on me. I buried my face into his shirt, then breathed in leather and engine grease.
"I'm here. He's handcuffed to a bed. Rory is watching him. You're safe."
Clay would never touch me again. Zeke would kill him before he even got close. He scared me. Even handcuffed to a bed somewhere, he scared me. I started talking. Zeke had to know so he could understand how scared I really was. He yelled at me a lot, mostly a lot of psychobabble, and he kept hitting me, I whispered, and my voice choked off.
"You don't have to tell me if you're not ready,"
he whispered into my hair. I wanted him to know. Someone needed to understand. He grabbed me. My voice was barely a whisper. Second and third over my clothes. I summed up the worst as vaguely as possible, using a baseball metaphor. Zeke took a deep breath and let it out slowly as it ran through my hair like a warm breeze. "I'm okay, though," I whispered. "I'm here."
"You're not okay," he said. "I know you're not okay. Not after that fucker put his hands on you."
I never could really lie to him. Touché.
"We'll get you some help, baby,"
he promised, his voice thick. I nodded. The silence stretched in the dark room. "We still need to talk," I reminded him in my hoarse voice. His hand ran down my hair as he gently kissed my forehead.
"Not until you're better,"
Zeke whispered.
"Not until you're healed and ready. It can wait until then."
"You sure?"
"Yeah,"
he whispered.
"I want you okay again more than I want to figure it out."
I stopped fighting it. I relaxed in his arms and fell asleep.
The boys. Zeke. I watched as Lexi shifted her legs under the blanket. She did that whenever the ice pack she was using stopped working, and I wasn't the only one to notice. Asher got to his feet. "I'll get her another ice pack," Asher murmured. "Ask about her meds. She should be due soon," I told him. He nodded that he heard before heading out the door. I looked at her again. Her face was mostly black and purple. Her left eye was completely black, and bruises in the shape of hands covered her throat. Fury burned in my stomach as I looked at what that fucker had done to her. I checked the clock on the wall. 3 hours. It had been 3 hours since I walked into this room and opened my big mouth. After making her cry, I had to fix it, and I didn't know how. The others were holding her, and I didn't know what to do except get Hades. She'd worry about him otherwise. But first, I walked through the hospital looking for Orden's room. It wasn't hard to find. It was the only one with a cop guarding it. Rory was there talking to the guard. He spotted me coming down the hall. He broke off to meet me before I reached the door. "What are you thinking, Zeke?" Rory asked casually. I looked over Rory's head to the door. "I want to see him," I said calmly. Rory frowned at me. "Do you think that's a good idea?" he asked. "I need to see the fucker who hurt her." My voice grew deeper. Rory sighed. "Okay," Rory agreed. He shot the other cop a look, then walked into the room ahead of me. The fucker was huge compared to her. My height and half my size. He still outweighed her by at least 80 pounds. His face was beaten to hell, completely black and blue. He had scratches down one side of his face. One of his eyes were swollen shut. The other went to me and grew wide. He had one arm in a cast. He was shirtless, so I could see his ribs were wrapped. Bruising was everywhere. His left leg was in a brace where Isaac broke the fucker's knee. That was it. And she looked... It still wasn't enough. I went after him. Rory shouted and pushed me back. I don't remember what I was yelling at that piece of shit, but his face turned white under the bruises as Rory and the other cop pulled me from the room. Rory grabbed my jacket and made me walk away with him. He kept saying that Lexi needed me here and not in jail, that Clay was going to jail on several charges, that it was a slam-dunk case. But it didn't matter to me. I just kept seeing my Lexi's face beaten to hell. I kept seeing her crying, and I kept thinking about the fact she had to have... I pushed it away. I couldn't think about it and stay sane. Rory kept walking with me around the building for I don't know how long. Long enough for me to cool down and finally hear what he was saying. She needed me here, not in jail. That would only upset her more. He was right. I couldn't let her down. Not again. She whimpered in her sleep, bringing my attention back to the present. I reached out and carefully held her hand. She relaxed again, a small smile on her lips. My heart skipped a beat, like it had every time I saw that smile. Every time I saw those sparkling eyes. Ever since that first corny-ass joke, I never stood a chance. Riley even knew it. She said so. I had tried with Riley. Hell, I even held her fucking hand in front of other people. I never tried for someone before. But it didn't matter in the end. When she asked me if I loved her, I knew it was over. I wouldn't lie to her, and Riley knew it. "You're in love with Lexi," Riley had said, her voice pained. She stated it as fact, and it was over. Her hand squeezed mine, letting me know she was awake. She was trying to sleep, but it wasn't happening. My mind went back to today in the weight room. The way her lips tasted, that little noise she made. Everything had disappeared but her for those few seconds. She took the torn places inside me and eased them. And I let her drive home alone. What the fuck had I been thinking? I needed to do better than this, especially since he touched her. I fought down the urge to tear the room apart. That wouldn't help her. I already texted Miles about getting her to a shrink. Miles didn't ask why. He probably already knew, or had at least guessed. He just said he'd find the best. Hades' head lifted off Lexi's leg. He gave a soft bark before he jumped to the floor and went to the door, where he took up the guard position that I had taught him. Hades might still be a puppy, but he had good instincts when it came to Lexi. I walked over to stand in the doorway, then cursed. Dylan was coming down the hall. When he saw me, he didn't even miss a step. This fucker was beyond my last nerve. He figured Lexi would protect him from me. I wanted nothing more than to pound his face into the floor. I reminded myself that she needs me here and out of jail, while the others searched in town for her ice cream. It barely helped. Dylan stopped across from the doorway just out of my reach. I refused to move from the door. "I heard about it at the police station when I was being released. Is she okay?" Dylan asked. I debated whether to answer or not, but it was a neutral question. "She's alive," I said. "The cops only said assault. What did he do to her?" he asked. My temper boiled over. I debated the best way to get him out of here without bloodshed. I was about to say fuck the no bloodshed when Asher came around the corner carrying an ice pack. He frowned when he saw Dylan. "What are you doing here?" Asher demanded. So I wasn't the only one wanting to beat the shit out of Dylan. It was good to know I wasn't overreacting. "He heard about Lexi at the police station," I said through clenched teeth. "Did he hurt her?" Dylan asked, his voice growing hard. A little late to start caring now. Gutless. "He beat the shit out of her," Asher told him, his voice calm. "He also gave her a skull fracture along with a few other injuries." Dylan cursed, then clenched his jaw. I waited for him to leave. "I want to see her," Dylan announced. I was amazed by the balls this guy had. "No," I stated. Dylan's eyes flashed at me. "Why don't you ask her, instead of making all of her decisions for her?" Dylan snapped. Was this fucker for real? When did Lexi let anyone ever make a decision for her? Judging from the look on Asher's face, I wasn't the only one confused. "Fine, I'll ask her," I said calmly. I knew what she was going to say, but Lexi was the final word when it came to Dylan. Asher handed me the ice pack before I walked back into the room. I moved around the bed and knelt to her level. "Baby," I said in my softest voice. She opened her eyes. Yeah, she hadn't been sleeping. I handed her the ice pack. She gave me a small smile as she took it. I waited while she put it where it needed to be. When she stopped shifting, I told her, "Dylan's here." "I know." Her voice was small and not like her. I missed her normal voice. "He wants to see that you're okay." I kept my voice as soft as I could. She didn't need my opinion of the prick to deal with right now. Tears filled her eyes, making my chest burn. "You were right," she muttered in her scratchy, hoarse voice. "I'm not okay, Zeke. I'm so not okay." Heart aching, I reached out carefully and brushed the hair from her face. "What do you want me to do?" I asked carefully. She looked so small in that bed. She looked broken. I couldn't stand this. "I don't care what he wants," she whispered through her damaged throat. "Get rid of him. Threaten him. Hit him. I don't care." Tears ran down her face, and my knotted stomach filled with anger at the sight. "Just get rid of him. I've tried. He's not listening, and I can't—" Her voice choked off. She closed her eyes, trying to find control again. It felt like a kick to the gut. I pulled my handkerchief out of my back pocket and slipped it into her hand. She opened her eyes again. "I'll take care of it," I promised. She gave me a small, grateful smile. I straightened to my full height and went back to the door. "Hades to Lexi," I ordered. Hades gave me a look, as if he wanted to argue, before turning and going back into the room. He jumped onto the bed, and Lexi started talking to him. I turned to Dylan. "She said no. She doesn't want to see you, not now and not ever again," I growled as I stepped out into the hall. "She was kidnapped and almost beaten to death. She doesn't give a fuck about what you want." Dylan's face turned red. "You can't stop me from seeing her, Zeke," Dylan shot back. I took another step towards him. "If you ever come near her again, I'm going to beat you until you're the one in the hospital," I warned him, my voice hard and sharp. "It's not your decision," Dylan reminded me. "No shit, it's hers. She said to get rid of you, and she doesn't care how," I growled, stepping closer. "What do you think will happen if you're not gone in the next couple minutes?" I asked. "Come on, fucker, swing at me. You hurt my Lexi, our Lexi, and I hurt you." Dylan clenched his fists. "Lexi!" Dylan shouted. Asher jerked him back away from me before I could reach him. He immediately stepped between us. "She said no, and that's that," Asher declared. He grabbed Dylan by the shoulder and started moving him away. "I'll walk you out," Asher said, his voice stiff as they walked down the corridor. I waited until the elevator doors closed before I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I walked back into her hospital room and sat in my chair next to her bed. I held her small hand in mine. She gave my hand a squeeze before closing her eyes. She really needed to rest. Where the hell were the twins with that lullaby when we needed them? The boys. Asher. I kept my grip light until the door to the elevators closed. Then I let go of Dylan. If I didn't, there was going to be trouble. I couldn't believe Dylan. An old friend or not, he was beyond crossing the line now. I just needed to get him outside before I said anything to him. Dylan, however, didn't seem to understand the situation he was in. "That fucker is pushing her around," Dylan bit out. I took a deep breath. Just wait until we're outside. "He's jealous of how Lexi feels about me," Dylan groused. I watched the floor numbers change while bouncing on the balls of my feet. Come on, It's a 3-story building. How could it take this long? Dylan continued to bitch about Zeke, and how he'll talk to Lexi and work everything out when she's feeling up to dealing with Zeke. I almost lost it right there. He still wasn't listening. I debated texting Zeke to have him meet us in the parking lot just to make it clear to Dylan. But that would leave Allie alone, and that was never going to happen again. The doors opened, and we walked out into the foyer. The outside air was crisp and welcoming right now. "Zeke's been trying to get into her pants since day one," Dylan announced as we reached his dad's car. That's it. I was done. "Shut the fuck up, Dylan," I shouted. Anger burned through me like I'd never felt before, not at a friend. Dylan turned to me, his face stunned. "What the hell is wrong with you? Allie's been through hell tonight, and you show up and demand to see her? Then she says no, and you yell for her? I was worried about—" "No," I snapped. "This wasn't about her. This was about you. You wanted to see her, and you don't give a damn about what she wants or needs right now." Dylan shook his head. "I'm in love with her," Dylan admitted quietly. I was stunned for 5 seconds. "Bullshit," I growled. "You made her feel like a burden. You knew exactly what that would do to her, and you did it anyway. You don't do that to someone you love." I shook my head. I still couldn't believe this was the same guy I'd played football with all my life. "I just did you the last favor I'll ever do for you." Dylan eyed me as I explained. "I just saved your ass from Zeke. Next time I won't," I warned him. A car pulled into the almost empty parking lot. Dylan shook his head. "Lexi wouldn't let him—" "You don't seem to get it," I stated clearly so he couldn't misunderstand. "Lexi has taken the chains off. He now has permission to beat the shit out of you on sight." "That's just until she feels better and can stand up to him again," Dylan stated, as if it were obvious. I couldn't believe him. Ethan and Isaac walked up to us. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Isaac snapped. "Tell me he wasn't stupid enough to go upstairs," Ethan asked me. "I can't," I said. "What the fuck is the matter with you?" Ethan snapped. "Was there some miscommunication when she looked at you and said, 'fuck off'?" Dylan went to get into his dad's car, but I slammed his door shut and took the keys from his hand. We were getting this dealt with now. We had already come too close to losing Allie tonight. I wasn't going to risk her getting hurt anymore. "Give me my keys back, Asher," Dylan snapped. I shook my head. "Not until you understand what will happen if you come near her again," I said calmly. Dylan rolled his eyes. "I'm not worried about it," Dylan reminded me. "Well, you better get worried about it," I countered. "Wait, what did we miss?" Isaac asked. "Allie said she didn't want to see him. Then she asked Zeke to intervene with Dylan," I announced. The twins' faces were shocked. Yeah, Allie asking for help told us exactly how much she was hurting right now. And if Dylan really knew her, he'd understand that too. "Did the labs come back positive while we were gone?" Ethan asked, his voice boiling. "No, they came back negative," I told him instantly. Ethan and Isaac let out relieved breaths. "What labs?" Dylan asked. "From her rape kit," I told him bluntly. His face grew pale. "That's right, Dylan. On top of getting the shit kicked out of her, and a skull fracture, she was also scared she might have been raped while she was unconscious. Then you show up and again don't listen to her." Another car pulled into the parking lot. "Stay the hell away from her," Isaac spoke up. "If you come near her again, I'll come after you." "Same here," Ethan added, his storming eyes on Dylan. Dylan rolled his eyes. My old friend still didn't seem to understand that we weren't messing around. A car door closed. Miles was walking towards us, with a few plastic bags in his hands. Then he spotted Dylan. Miles's face turned cold as he joined us. "I managed to get Lexi's ice cream," Miles announced before looking at Dylan. "Why are you here?" "He wanted to see Lexi," Isaac supplied. "She said no," Ethan joined in. Lexi asked Zeke to intervene, I told him. Miles's icy gaze snapped to me. We're trying to explain what that means to him, but he's not getting it, I added. Miles's gaze went to Dylan. His face was empty as he handed Isaac the grocery bags. Then Miles grabbed Dylan by the arm. In an instant, Miles had Dylan face down on the hood of the car with his arm in a lock behind his back. The echo of Dylan's head bouncing off the hood filled the parking lot. Dylan grunted as he tried to move. Miles waited until Dylan realized he couldn't move an inch. Then Miles leaned over him, his forearm pressed against his neck, and spoke into his ear. Lexi has gone through enough, with you and with her stalker. Miles said each word very deliberately. Now she's asked for help, and we're not going to let her down. That's right, Isaac added. She has asked you nicely, she has told you bluntly, and now we are telling you. Miles's voice was colder than I'd ever heard it before. Stay away from her. No contact. That means no calls, no emails, no texts, and no showing up at her house. Do you understand me? What are you going to do? Hire someone to kill me? Dylan scoffed. I shook my head. I don't need to hire anyone. Just an ironclad alibi, Miles whispered to him. Dylan went still. He finally seemed to understand the situation he was in. Do you get it now, Dylan? I asked. Yeah, Dylan said clearly. Miles let go of him and stepped back. Dylan got off the car and turned to us. I tossed him his keys. We all stepped back and watched Dylan drive out of the parking lot as Isaac handed Miles back the bags. So, how did you find a store open this late? Isaac asked cheerfully. Miles pushed his glasses up his nose. I called the owner and bribed him to open the store, Miles admitted. All of us started laughing. We were still laughing when Ethan pulled out his phone. Zeke says Lexi can't sleep. He's telling us to get back and sing Sophie's lullaby for her, Ethan announced. Let's go take care of our girl, Isaac suggested. We all agreed and headed back into the hospital. The boys. Ethan. Lexi was finally asleep. I took a deep breath and let it out. There was no way in hell I was moving. She'd probably wake up, and no one wanted that. After coming inside, we tried to get her to sleep. After an hour, I ended up climbing into bed with her for a cuddle. She was out cold, curled up against my side, her head on my shoulder and her hand on my chest. I kept my arms lightly around her. The last thing I wanted was to hit a bruise and hurt her. I watched her sleep in my arms, committing the moment to memory. The red crescents of her lashes on her battered cheeks, the curve of her split lip. My poor beautiful. What the hell were we going to do to make it better? My phone vibrated in my pocket. Careful of Lexi, I pulled it out. It was a group message with the others. I looked up and saw they were all on their phones. I opened the message. Miles. Meeting. Isaac. Without red? I don't like it. Miles. It's about her. Zeke. If this wakes her up, I will kill all of you. I had the urge to grin. I had no doubt Zeke would chase us all down if we woke her up. Kill? Nah. We might have a few bruises, a black eye, but that would be it. Ethan. She's exhausted. I think she'll sleep unless I move. I looked up at the guys. Zeke's haunted eyes ran over her. Then he went back to his phone. Zeke. Fine. Miles. Lexi asked for intervention with Dylan tonight, and we all know how much he hates to ask for help. Asher. Yeah, we know. Miles. I propose we stop waiting for her to ask. I looked up from my phone to Miles. I met his eyes. He was struggling with this situation just as much as I was. Hell, he threatened to kill Dylan. I wish I had that on video just so I could remind myself it actually happened. My phone vibrated. Zeke. She's down, but she's not out. Though, I do like this idea. Isaac. She'll get back to her old self eventually, right? Zeke. It's going to take therapy. I went still. What did Zeke know that we didn't? Miles. Zeke, I was going to ask later, but now is as good a time as any. What did she tell you? Zeke. Get her a shrink? Zeke wasn't going to talk. Miles sighed. Miles. I need to know what kind. Zeke. Just get one who specializes in a range of trauma. If they can't help, they'll recommend another one that can. I looked up from my phone to him. His face was hard. I looked at Isaac and met his eyes. We both were thinking the same thing. We weren't here when the test results came back. Isaac's eyes darkened before he began texting. Isaac. The kit came back clean, right? Asher. Yes, I swear it came back clean. Miles. We need to be aware of potential triggers. And the fact that not knowing might slowly kill each of us. Zeke was silent as he stared at his phone. Then he began typing. Zeke. You want to know? Ask her. It happened to her. It's her decision who she tells. That was enough to give us all an idea. The bastard must have done something. I ran my eyes over her sleeping face. We needed to make damn sure nothing like this ever happened again. Not to our Lexi. Isaac. So, no longer waiting for Lexi to ask for help? I seconded. Zeke. Third. Miles. Motion carries. Asher. Only until she's on her feet again. When she's okay, we back off. Agreed? Miles. Agreed. Isaac. Duh. Ethan. Yeah. Zeke. Fine. Miles. In the interest of disclosure, I should let you know that I had my lawyer draw up papers for a restraining order against Dylan. He'll be here in the morning for Rory to sign. Asher. Rory know about this? Miles. Yes, I texted him after Dylan left. He agreed immediately. Ethan. What about Lexi? Miles. She's a minor. She doesn't have to sign. Zeke. Should have just let me hit him. I smirked at that. Lexi made a small noise. Her face was wincing, but she wasn't shifting around in pain. A bad dream? Her fingers dug into my shirt. I put my phone down and held her hand to my chest, letting her know that I was still there. I quietly sang Sophie's lullaby to her in Spanish until her face relaxed and she fell deeper into sleep. When I was sure she was okay, I looked up. Everyone's gaze was on her, everyone's face drawn, their eyes worried. It was clear we were all thinking the same thing. The next few months are going to be hell.
Epilogue. I came home from the hospital the next day. The guys kept me company for the rest of the week. They made ice packs, kept me on schedule for my pain meds, and made sure I ate. Rory even took the rest of the week off. It made me feel a lot better with him around. Safer. Riley came over after school the day I got home. The guys backed off a bit to give us girl time. She has called or visited every day since. We talked about almost everything. Riley made a point to let me know that just because she wasn't dating Zeke, that didn't mean she'd disappear on me. Dr. Melville said my skull fracture was a simple linear one, which meant it would heal in time. But my throat was another story. The MRI showed damage to my vocal cords and the surrounding tissue. To sum up, Ethan's band needs to find a new guest singer. Dr. Melville said I should get my singing voice back, but it'll take time and therapy.
I didn't even know there was such a thing as voice therapy. Clay is in jail. The judge refused to allow him bail after a search of his house was done. 2 tickets to Morocco were found along with his passport and mine. I still have no idea how he even got a passport for me. My nightmares started 3 days after I stopped taking pain medication. I'd wake up screaming and lose my voice for the day. After 2 days of this, Rory let one of the guys crash on my floor at night with a strict rule that the boys stayed on the floor and the door remained open. It helped. Even Riley filled in when one of the guys couldn't. Miles found me a therapist to talk to a week after the cabin, and I'm going. I've been talking to her, and it helps. She says it's going to take time and that I should tell the other guys what Clay did. When I was ready, of course. I almost did a month later. We were sitting in Miles's family room. Isaac had walked into the room and was standing behind the couch. Then he touched my shoulder to get my attention. I remember panic, throwing a punch, and Isaac holding a bloody nose. I instantly started crying. Isaac reassured me that he had worse from Ethan, but it didn't help. I explained that they couldn't come up behind me and touch me, not if I didn't know who they were. The room was silent as everyone struggled with it. They all said they understood and that it wouldn't happen again, and since that night it hasn't. Even the dead were understanding about me not helping them cross for a couple weeks. In fact, several ghosts stood guard outside the house to stop any other soul from bothering me. It had surprised the hell out of me. Zeke hasn't mentioned the kiss or talked about it. I brought it up once, but he only shook his head and said, "It can wait." I don't know if that is good or bad, but right now, he's right. It can wait until I can walk to my front door and not remember getting grabbed. It can wait until I don't freak out when someone touches my shoulder from behind me. It can wait until I don't break down crying after a nightmare and need to take a shower because I could still feel Clay's hands on me. It can wait. He wasn't going anywhere, and neither was I. This concludes When to Fear the Living by B.L. Brunnemer. Narrated by Carla Mercer-Meyer and Chris Koscheski. Copyright 2017 by B.L. Brunnemer. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with B.L. Brunnemer and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.